streaming. Let's see if that works out at all. And then we'll start the call. We're going to see if we connect into the studio. Says we have an excellent connection. And we're going to count on you to respond, the listener. Okay, and let's get all this started with Aristides. Okay, we're going to listen to that ringtone. Everybody loves that ringtone. There we are. Okay. So one thing I noticed, Aristides, was that when we call people, they expect to be called, like, I guess, immediately. So we might as well just call everybody immediately. That way they know they're on the call. Otherwise, for whatever reason, they get confused. Then we can do the little blurb later about the upvotes.
Right.
Yeah, so let's just call everybody immediately, because otherwise they hang around and they don't, then they figure, oh, I shouldn't wait for the call, I'll just leave, is what I've been told by a number of people.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, and...
just a moment and I'll begin that. All right.
Yeah, and just, slam the button at everybody. Let's not forget some of the people who don't show up. I know from experience that there's always, for whatever reason, certain Skype contactees that don't appear on the list. There's a list, and then there's those that don't appear on the list, and you have to actually put them in the search bar. I suspect Troy Bellamy is still one of those, because he was always an issue with me as well.
Yeah, No, I have to go add it manually later.
And John Warrington,
a
few others. So.
Anybody else in that category?
Not that I can consciously remember at the moment. Maybe Amanda Ute. Did you ever have Amanda Ute's contact?
I do her.
Yeah. Okay. Excellent. Yes, that could be read a number of ways. The way you said that, I do her.
That's why I made a correction.
And she hasn't responded yet for
in a while.
In forever. Poor dear. Hope she's all right. So everybody, just how would I say it? We're just going to do our best to. Thank God I've got a producer. All I can say is that, because I couldn't produce the show myself anymore. The way Skype has realigned itself, the way Skype has refitted itself or reformatted itself, whatever term we use, I cannot add people once I start a call. So it's like totally fucked. It goes to a white screen, then I can't produce it all. So without a producer, I'd be dead meat in the water. I don't give Aristides enough credit as well for my supplements. There's these new digestibles, digested whole supplements, the enzymatic.
I meant to ask, how have you tried that?
Yeah. They've been wonderful. I mean, I have no words for how helpful Aristides has been with various supplements. And he does incredible research himself. And I don't know if the supplements work as well for him as they do for me, but I certainly have found them to be quite efficacious. And all of that is profoundly important. And especially with this recent birthday and my trying to come to terms, whether it is the case or not, with mortality. Obviously, the one thing I can say with great confidence is that due to my genetics, the one thing I do know is I've got a longer lifespan than pretty much anyone out there who's listening. Such being said, you never know. I could get hit by a truck tomorrow, and or you want to be cognizant of mortality anyway. And I'm at what is now called the 3/4 life quandary, is what they call it. That's the we're supposed to be worse than midlife crisis in its own way, but.
I hear you, bud.
Yeah. But let's just call it my midlife crisis. That's right. Yes. And such being said, yes. Brendan Zoget has joined us. So Brendan, what we've agreed on is from this point forward, we just add everybody and then we do the blurb later for, upvotes and all that other stuff. That way it's less confusing and that way people jump on the call right away. I see you've left me plenty of messages. I will try and go over them as soon as possible.
Greetings.
Yeah, welcome aboard. And so glad that we've got people to bounce off each other because of, and you found, of course, some links about Musk contacting the fucking Russians, especially Putin directly. Yeah, it's
Yeah,
disgusting.
not just the Russians. It's
Yeah.
Putin directly for the last 2 years. But
Thank you.
I have some other meeting to be attending,
Okay.
and then I will return,
Okay.
and we can discuss that whole litany of items that I have.
Yes, yes, and that includes, yeah. Okay, so
And I'm recovering from a 10-hour shift, so just bear with me.
oh my
I'm
God.
exhausted.
Jesus, I thought they couldn't force you to do the overtime anymore, or can they? I guess you don't have a
Well,
choice. Oh,
I don't have a choice monetarily, but I did this. It was a Hindu festival,
okay.
and I started to link up with these, basically it's called Sanatani, like other people that follow
Yeah.
Sanatan Dharma. So,
Okay.
and they were pleased with me. They actually paid me, actually cash as well.
Oh, cool. All right, you finally got a tip.
And they fed me.
Yeah.
They
Oh,
gave me a bunch of food. Like,
cool. Cool.
so things are good
Yes.
relatively. It's just hard work is unavoidable.
Yes. Yes. No, it fucking sucks. We'll talk about that.
Yeah.
Let us know as soon
Yeah.
as you're back. Okay.
All right.
Yeah,
Good to speak
any
with you. Good
guesstimate?
to hear from you.
Any guesstimate as to?
1 hour. 1 hour.
Okay.
Approximately.
Okay.
All right.
We'll do our best to last. Okay. Thank you.
All right. Wonderful.
Stay safe and be well. That's
Blessings.
yeah. That's Brendan Zoget. And right now what I'm doing is I'm hearting all of his communications so we can at least get them acknowledged. And I will do the same with the lovely Star Fox, who left me 2 voice messages. One of them had nothing on it, and the other one sounded like I think that's what it said. Something like that. Love you, Star Fox. All right, let's see now. So we got about an hour before Brendan rejoins us, which will give me time to go over everything that's been going on with myself and catching up everybody. We're at Code Red because I had to make a supply run. And so 3 wonderful people gave 100 United States dollars each. We have some other people to credit with their contributions as well, aside from Brooke Hagberg with her 100 United States dollars from Canada. Nolani Bouchard sent around 30 United States dollars from Hawaii, at least. And we had, of course, the wonderful Aaron Tice, who hopefully will join us if he gets a moment's time. And he sent 100 United States dollars. And it's just an incredible group of people. There was another 100 United States dollar contribution. Let me see if I can remember who that was. It's I've been dealing with so much lately that it's hard to keep track. And we want people to understand that as well as all of that, I still have like supply expenses, and that does eat up the contributions just as they come in. So I had to spend $114 on the others. I also got money back from TrackPhone, which Brendan Zoget did not feel was possible. And remind me later on to tell Brendan Zoget about the perfect costume for him this Halloween. Let me see now with PayPal. And we're going to check about Heather Holman sent 100 United States dollars. Goddess bless her. Oh my God, how could I forget her name? Jesus Christ. It's not that I forgot her name. It's just that I was trying to remember there was a third person who sent 100 United States dollars, but I was dealing with so much that, and I will tell people this after tonight's episode, whenever it ends. I don't expect tonight's episode to last particularly long. I expect it to last between 4 to 8 hours, realistically. Whenever it ends, I will have a private conversation with whoever's left on board, which might not be too many people who are necessarily in the inner circle per se, that I've been working with on the book and this entire crisis, with Peter Moon attempting to copyright my life story and steal it, and do whatever he intends to do with it, which we know what he is going to intend to do. He's already said such, and we can go over that again later. We will, of course, inescapably touch on some aspects of him, mostly when Aaron joins us, if he does, and hopefully he's able to do so tonight, or at least hopefully reports in with a little note on whether or not he can. But one of the things that I will tell Aristides right up front is, if he happens to fall asleep before the show ends, Not a problem, because he and I will usually speak privately in between the shows. We usually do that. And, at the absolute worst, we'll speak probably a few minutes before the next show, which will be Wednesday, which will be here before we know it. So all of that being said, glacially, I'm getting some things done at this incredibly slow speed with a combination of factors, my responsibility to the Blood Boys and tutoring them, and of course just as well feeding myself via that arrangement, and then coming home and still supplying myself with things by which to hydrate myself with. Now, for those of you who just haven't kept up with the program or are new, even vampire bats need hydration, and they have to drink water all the time, just like people do. I hate to use vampire bats as an allegory for someone who is a dampfire like myself, meaning someone who is partially a vampire through genetics. And even then, that very factor of the dampfire, which I've always recommended that people look up, and you can find it online, these are based on ancient historical concepts that have been around forever, for as long as the human race. And the idea that people understand that there are people who are born who are partial vampires, and therefore have a term for them that they came up with known as dampfires, which are usually perceived as the best of vampire hunters, because they're usually accepted and indoctrinated into the human social spectrum, usually with monasteries in the past, so that they weren't interacting all that heavily with the public, and would take their tithe and blood through very specific arrangements. Usually there would be young men who would join the church, and they would provide such situations that are similar to mine. And I want people to understand that, oh God, I lost the whole train of thought because Ian West says, "Douglas, I'm home," and it's like, why do I care? Then call me. I have to admit, it's amusing. At the same time, we'll wait a little while on it. We'll wait a little while on it. So be patient, Ian. I know that you've got plenty of food to devour before we bring you on. You can always occupy yourself with that. You've got all kinds of things in that home to occupy yourself with. So yes, be patient, Ian. We'll ultimately get there. We'll get there. If we bring you on too soon, it tends to, shall I say, take us in directions I cannot risk. Okay, we have to. I've got to be very careful with Ian because he did get my channel blasted one time, and we can't afford that. We can't afford that to ever happen again. So he's got to be very careful. At least he
Ian's he's a controlled substance.
Yes. He says, I want to kind of... What is he saying? I kind of want to get you on the new radio station tomorrow night. Okay, well, I presume you'll be up for a while. We'll see what happens with that. Let's just say I'm not quite, I may not even be up to it. Let me take a look at my calendar. Google Calendar here. I don't have anything particular going on tomorrow, but 3:30 p.m. on Tuesday, I have to see Dr. Epstein about my nose, follow up on my nose. So that means I should get all the rest that I can. So we'll get back to that, Ian. We'll see. Be patient, and we'll see if that happens at all. And but can wait a little while. Do you need to call somebody before closing hours Eastern time? I mean, it's already 9:14 p.m. Eastern time. Most places are closed, so it's not like we're in business hours anymore. Wait, you needed to contact somebody about that. Whatever staff you're dealing with should have pretty flexible hours, or they're running a night show anyway. So we'll find out about that soon enough. Such being said, once again, when dealing with blood and hydration, I do need to hydrate a lot, so I do supply runs for water, Coca-Cola, and beer, which is to me liquid bread. So it's something that's a necessity. And aside from that, clamato juice. So with the clamato juice, he says, no, it's all FM. Okay, whatever. Yeah, FM. Been a long time since I dealt with these terms. We'll find out, Ian. I mean, be patient. We'll get to you soon enough. Yeah, just eat, rest. Yeah, you're home now. You just got home. Relax. Maybe that's advice that should go out to all of you. And all right, let's check the messages, and then we'll have our man Aristides deliver the blurb. Let's reset some of these pages, see if we're taking, so to speak. Okay, we've got the new episode is taking. Let's see if we're reaching anybody in a second. So the liquid that I bought, which was just last time I went out, was just Coke and beer and a few other items. Yeah, food items, little food items, because I do get hunger pangs. I realize it's bad for me, but I tend to kill the hunger pangs with just food, which just sits there. The supplements my body absorbs. My body works with supplements because, unlike food, they're not going through the digestive system. They're really just going straight into the bloodstream. So Amor Fadi says, hello, Douglas Dietrich, hope all is well and getting better, loud and clear. Eric Cradle says, hey, Doug, thank you, sir. El Nemo says, can hear you all. Vril says, Doug will need some donations to make it through the month. Please forward whatever you can via PayPal. So we are trying to raise, at this point, 300 United States dollars. And we got a good number of listeners right now. Let's see if that builds up a little bit in a matter of minutes. And I guess it's a good enough time to start the blurb. Hugs to all the gentlemen who have joined us. Since El Nemo's in the chat, you may as well try and join us on the bandwidth. And that way we can, see what we can speak of till Brendan comes back. But first we'll occupy ourselves with a little visit from Aristides with some normal official announcements. And by all means, dear Aristides, take it away. You have to come off mute first, I suppose. Let's see if he's there. Okay. All right. That's a graceful start. I hope he's all right.
Okay, I wasn't sure if I called Nemo, so I was I added him again.
Okay. No worries.
But it says unavailable, so maybe.
Yeah. That sounds about right. Yeah. He's a hard man to get a hold of in his own way.
No.
Let me take a look at the temperature. Meanwhile, while you take the blurb.
Okay. Yeah. All right. So the blurb. Yes. As soon as you show up, you need to hit the thumbs up upvote button directly usually under the program window. It's very important because the upvotes and downvotes that are put by various parties and detractors, which you can't see, all this affects the algorithm, so to speak, and the ability for people to find, search, or be suggested the program. So please do that. It's very important as soon as you get here. And then slide over, make sure you're subscribed, and make sure the notification bell is turned on so you can receive notifications. The program started, which sometimes is, when we start, but sometimes you have to restart or whatever. It's just very, very good to have those. And if you're feeling ambitious, since you have a YouTube or Google, some type of account to do the upvoting, which it never worked for me until I signed in with an account, or it doesn't work for me from a device where I'm not, you can go into your account settings, and for me it's under Switch Account. And in there, if you don't already have any, you can create channels under your main account, and multiple sub-channels, each of which is capable of its own upvoting. So typically people would create channels for different types of content. You can too, but you can use them to make a couple other sub-channels and throw some extra votes. Just remember to switch back to your main account, whichever one you wish to chat with and get to know us with. It's easy to forget, and then you'll be good. So,
Excellent. Most excellent. Do me a favor and keep on talking about some other things that come to mind while I change into a warmer sweatshirt. I'm looking at the temperature now, and we're already hitting a record fucking low in San Francisco for this time of year. Delightful. And yes. What's that?
Same here. Yeah,
Yeah.
same here. It's about coldest so far yet here. You're changing, but you'll be able to hear me, right?
I actually I
Or
won't
maybe-
because I have to take the earbuds off to change into the
Okay.
sweatshirt. So I'm sure you can hold it for just a few moments. I'll take,
Yeah.
I'll let you know as soon as I'm back. Okay, you got it.
Let's see. Let's go back to when Brendan was on briefly, or Doug mentioned, or Elon Musk and Russia. And I think I saw something about that. But I don't know if I saved it. So, yeah, Musk is talking to Russia. But of course, he's going to talk to everybody. And none of these people are really on your side. Let's see. Regarding Russia, Russia's financial strategy shifted.
Okay, I'm back. So, what'd I miss?
Yeah,
What'd
I couldn't. I was trying to find something on Musk and Russia, which I hadn't saved, so I couldn't find it.
Oh, no worries. We can talk about that later.
Yeah, of course, they're all schmoozing behind the scenes.
Oh, it's disgusting. It's disgusting and treasonous. It's fucking treasonous. Go on. Yes.
And what I did have about Russia is, they added silver to their basically their portfolio that supports their currency. This is pretty big to precious metals people. Price has gone up, and they have other commodities in there, but it is impactful because confidence in currencies is depends on a lot of things. Also, they're trying to move forward this BRICS thing, as far as I know,
Yes.
and
Yes.
yeah, and all that. So if the significance, I think, is if there reaches a point where confidence in the dollar drops enough that you can get a runaway effect, because people will there's a lot of people in other countries that are holding dollars because of their being the standard around the world, the reserve currency, and at a certain point if they panic and they start dumping them, then other people start seeing that and they start dumping them, and all these dollars start coming back in addition to the dollars that they're printing like mad just to keep everything afloat and looking spiffy, which it's not. All of a sudden big things can happen. So and that would have huge effects around the world for sure.
There we are.
Among them might be a declining ability of the U.S. to buy people off with its currency. So that's not altogether bad.
Well, bad enough depending on how you look at it. But it's one of the things that I want to say is that we've got a long while before BRICS, challenges the established economic order in any way. Thank God.
Sure.
But
That's true. But in general, at least stuff with the dollar, whether it's BRICS or something else, like the dollar and all of its mainly derivatives around the world. It's not just, we just think in terms of dollars, but they think in terms of all these derivatives of the dollar. That they multiply dollars out in so many ways, and it can all sway real quick when something gets fucky. Real quick. The day's coming. It's the days of the dollar being bulletproof are starting to come to a close. But you're right; it could take a while.
No, it'll take a while. I understand that it's never, of course. Let's put it this way. Obviously, when I was younger, I looked at the world much more with this kind of international justice perspective, where I'll get back to that in a second. I do want people to know I remembered what I was talking about before. What's his name? Ian West had to actually think about that, because he actually used the pseudonyms at times. Threw my train of thought off, and it had to do with, of course, the vampire genetics, and I'm getting questions in about the thumbnail and live stream tonight and what was going on with that. So it brings us back to that topic. When it comes to the human experience, being such that we actually have a term for people who are genetically just partially vampire, as opposed to being a pure vampiric subspecies of humanity or a branch of speciation off of humanity. It strikes me as absolutely bizarre and incomprehensible that people think from popular culture, or still portray through popular culture in such a manner that your average person, when they think if vampires are real, then this is how it would work, quote unquote, that it's something that can be transfused by a bite, or you know, I bite you, you become one, this kind of concept. How could people even develop that concept, considering the fact that throughout their experience they had people who were partial vampires, which is obviously through genetics and through birth, and yet still come up with the other concept. Of course, I can explain that, but we don't want to delve too deeply into that right now. Basically, I do want people to understand that vampires, though they are not impacted by it, can carry rabies. And as a result, some people that they infected with rabies have exploded into cases of rabid plague that basically was scouring Europe at various times in the Middle Ages. So that's where that concept comes from, because the people who are rabid do bite people, and that does spread by bite. So just so people know, that's where the confusion comes from. Otherwise, unfortunately, that has stuck with us through popular culture, even as they've rehabilitated the vampire from a rabid, out of control human being into this kind of seductive, noble individual who still can convert you somehow. I think finally they've begun to deal with some of these concepts in later iterations of their fictional vampires, but none of it makes any sense. So just get that thought out of the way for myself, because I was going to go there before Ian came in with the "oh, hey honey, I'm home" message, which always throws me off. I find it amusing, but you know, it's not necessarily always productive. And then we go back to Elon Musk and the Russians and the other aspects of currency that were brought up by our man Aristides. And so you never want to let your guard down. And when I was young, again, I had a much more of, like, you know, Aristides just said, if the dollar gets somewhat tarnished, or shall we say, lessened in its capacity of influence, then it becomes less of a factor in buying off different interests or parties. And maybe that's a good thing. It adds justice to the world, maybe in one sense. So when I was younger, that would have been something to celebrate for me. As I've gotten older, and it is a sign of maturity that as we get older, we change. There is a biblical saying. When I was a child, I thought as a child. Now I'm an adult, and I think as an adult. Your perspective truly changes in the sense that, say for instance, when I was young, the idea that I had was not only similar to evening the playing field on an international level, but also in just getting out of the United States. The United States was not, and has never been, and still is not, a friendly or a just place. And I thought of moving, relocating. Of course, having traveled far more than most people ever have in a lifetime, granted, not to pleasant places, but essentially to battle zones and third world areas of extreme poverty and conflict, I've cultivated a kind of, shall I say, peace with being stuck here in America. And I am stranded here. There's no way around that. I don't have a choice in many ways. The easiest place, theoretically, where I could have gone to would have been Taiwan. There's reasons why I cannot go back there. that I've gone into depth explaining in the past, and we'll happily cover again should people, bring the question up. And basically, now that I've come to terms with being stranded here, then the objective becomes just let's make this place work better. Now, we're certainly in for a massive social dislocation. We're in for almost certainly a civil war. The question is which comes first, the Civil War or the World War. And whichever way the Civil War is decided, the World War will be decided. And for instance, if the World War erupts at full volume, so to speak, if the Civil War goes into high intensity mode before our Civil War, if the World War goes into high intensity mode before our Civil War here in America, then we have no control over the outcome. If we have our Civil War first, then we can impact the world in a more positive way when the World War goes high volume or full volume. I'll express that again in detail later. We'll return to that subject. It's going to be a recurrent theme, obviously, with everything going on around us, like especially as we head towards November elections. Now, when it comes to making things work worldwide and the United States dollar, the currency, what I can say is that it took the British pound sterling, it took 2 apocalyptic world wars to knock the British pound sterling off as number 1. The British pound sterling was at the top of the pedestal to the point where we've got this asinine prime meridian that goes through England, London, England, where there is actually a circle in London, the Greenwich Mean Time Circle, that is supposed to be the prime meridian. Now, for those of you who don't know, this is an imperial measurement system, meaning that it's based on the measurement of the crown from the days when people were basically measuring everything like we do in the United States by feet and miles and poundage, tonnage. These are imperial measurements that are not metric. They're not scientific. They're based on some crazy English king who literally said, everything will be measured by my foot because I stand astride the earth. And because I stand astride the earth, my foot is the measure of all mankind. And I stand above all mankind. So his foot was taken literally as the unit of measurement, the foot that we've inherited, and turned into 12 inches and subdivided further. And later on, the rest of the world gradually replaced this archaic insanity with what's called scientific metric measurement. The prime meridian is not scientific, it is not metric. So in case you didn't know, the actual prime meridian from a metric sense is in Italy. It is actually in Italy. It's not Rome either. It's a city in Italy that I would have to look up from my own records. But that's the true metric prime meridian. And if you use that prime meridian, then the map, when splayed out in a projection, no longer cuts the tip of Siberia or Alaska off and does far more justice to an accurate measurement of the planet. Because the way we measure via the longitude, based on this prime meridian concept, we always either cut off a bit of Alaska if you're making a Russian map, or you cut off a bit of Siberia if you're making an American map. And it fucking sucks, and it's stupid as hell. However, there is a line known as the International Date Line that bends and warps to go past the Bering Strait without cutting off Alaska or Siberia. The scientific meridian, based on metrics going through Italy, actually draws a straight line through the Bering Strait that doesn't cut off either one of those those bodies. It will cut off Alaska through the Aleutian Island chain, but it doesn't cut off a continental piece of real estate in this in some hackneyed measurement system. So one of these days, one of the things that should be improved would be our longitudinal system as opposed to our latitudinal system. Our latitudinal system was always scientific because it's based on the equator, and you can't fuck it up with the equator because that's apolitical. The equator is the waist of the earth, the girdle of the earth, and to gird the equator is apolitical. Whereas the prime meridian, it's just entirely politicized. So because the British pound sterling was at the top of the economic game, they bribed everyone to accept the prime meridian as English. You can look this up. They basically said, we offer, what was the equivalent of what today would be £1 billion sterling, to whatever fucker can rationalize the prime meridian going through London. And then some fucker rationalized the prime meridian going through London, and they were able to, bribe enough people to accept his asinine rationalization, and then they put it through London, and forever cut off a tip of Siberia or Alaska as a result, because it's not scientific and it was just based on economic dominance. Well, 2 world wars took care of that, and Britain is no longer at the top of the game. It's the United States dollar. But you don't see us trying to. Okay, here we are. Let's see. Yes. So let me see. Let me tell. Getting input from Aaron Tice. I'm gonna say with for few. Yeah.
Oh, I have a question.
Sure.
So you said the metric prime meridian would be Rome, and what?
Not Rome.
How
It's not
how
Rome.
is that? How is that metric? Because really, it's just arbitrary. It's not geometric like the latitude. It's just kind of, we got to pick something. So what makes that the metric one?
Yeah, it's not Rome. Just like I said, I'd have to look it up. Give me a few seconds. I'll actually look it up. I'm just responding to Aaron Tice here, and there we are. Jump on bandwidth for a few to vent Aaron. If you would vent Aaron. Okay, so there we are. Give him that nice little exclamation mark, and we'll go into that. Okay, so let's take a look at what I can find here. Go back to, no, don't need a new. Okay, go here, then look up, there we are. All right, let's see. Okay, now, there we are. Now let's take a look at, let me breathe, and let's see now. Peters, Arno Peters. Okay, so here we are. Let's make sure that I get back into the call. Okay, jumped off here because I jumped off for a few minutes to respond to Aaron Tice. And so here we are. Basically, what had happened was Benito Mussolini, basically, when he contracted the German historical journalist Herr Dr. or Mr. Dr. Arno Peters, who developed what would become known as the Peters World Map, which is based on what's called the Gall-Peters projection. And Arno Peters, of course, was someone who was an ardent Nazi. He was born in Berlin, the capital of Imperial Germany at the time. He was born in 1916, about 3 years before my late and sainted legal father was born. And I'm getting more incoming email questions about the thumbnail, and that brings us back to the Blood Boys, so remind me to answer that later. But when it comes to what I'm remembering now and trying to maintain a train of thought on concerning the Arno Peters, he began his career as a filmmaker who studied American techniques of filmmaking during the late 1930s. And he helped to revolutionize film production in Gross Deutschland. Under the direction of the Reichspropaganda minister, the Dr. Paul Joseph Goebbels. And then what had happened was he received his doctorate at the University of Berlin, having written his PhD dissertation on political propaganda. Now, this interest pushed Peters into studying what would be called synchronoptic world history, which focuses on providing all peoples of the world equal voice, because the Third Reich was fighting the colonial powers. For those of you who don't know, Russia was one of the most voracious colonial powers on Earth, absorbing well over 120 separate, distinct, independent ethnicities and cultures into a contiguous continental empire that subsumed all of their cultures into forced assimilation, known as Russification. Now, because they were fighting that, which was being done through communism under the guise of Russian Soviet imperialism, then they were also fighting the British colonial powers, the French colonial powers, American imperialism, which was one of the most violent and expansionist in the world, along with Russia's. So Germany, as a liberating power, developed this concept of synchronoptic world history, meaning other peoples had history as well. Would you ever take a look at books written before the Third Reich? Their concept of world history, if they're history books, is purely Eurocentric. There is no concept that anyone else has any history other than being peripheral to that of Europe's. So, because he was focusing on providing all peoples of the world with an equal voice, he constructed a timeline with each year being demarcated with equal space on a page via what became known as anometric methodology, which had never existed before, believe it or not. Now, this project culminated in Peters' development of the Peters World Map in 1974. So he worked in Bremen until his death, and that was in West Germany. And what this integrated, based on the funding that he received from the Mussolini dynasty, which, for those of you who do not know, after the death of Benito Mussolini, his family inherited the estate and the money, and was never really stripped of their fortune. The family maintained enough money to continue investing in Benito Mussolini's original projects. And one of them was the scientific measurement via the metric system of the world map longitudinally. So, because he was skilled at marketing, Herr Dr. Arno Peters called a press conference in that seminal year of 1973, before his map was published and circulated, to announce this renewed cartographic projection map that presented this equitable, non-racist view of the world that treated each nation justly, equally, through accurate area representation, which does not exist through the Mercator map, in case you did not know. The Mercator map is the map you all see everywhere, with Europe in the center and up in the north, and is completely distorted to make Europe look exceptionally large and essentially projects it as the center of the world, particularly favored towards Britain, based on an old economic system that no longer exists. So when it came to the Gall-Peters projection map, it utilizes a rectangular coordinate system that displays parallel lines of latitude and longitude, thereby more realistically distributing a visual conceptualization of third world nations than the Eurocentric and American exploited Mercator projection map, which distorts and dramatically enlarges the size of North American and Eurasian nation states, rendering the Mercator map the ideal medium by which to instill a perverted sense of the United States as physically being far larger on planetary scale than physical reality, as well as the former Soviet Union and Russia today. They are enormous on the Mercator map, as is Greenland. Greenland looks like it's the size of fucking, how would I describe it? It looks bigger than any nation on Earth. The Mercator map. It's a lunatic projection system. So it's simultaneously, it magnifies this optical illusion of this area-inflated Russia, like I said, with all the attendant subliminal implications of immediate threat perception. Everybody in America thinks Russia is the biggest nation in the world, and it's loaded with millions and millions of people. And it's all illusion, and it's all a myth. Hence, Dr. Peters' renewal of the original Gall projection map served as a primary communicative instrument by which to visibly impose the physical reality of planetary scale regards actual power of place as held by the allied oppressed peoples of the surface world. Now, the reason that it's scientific is not because the prime meridian is going through a city in Italy. That is peripheral. It is collateral to the fact that the meridian that would be or comprise the true international date line would be what would be measured as 168 degrees and 45 subunits, 168.45 degrees west of Greenwich, which runs directly through the Bering Strait, and therefore prohibits the dissection of Pacific Siberia in applied cartography. So that's so indicative of the imperialist Russo-Soviet or Anglo-American geopolitical imposition. In other words, it's not based on anywhere in Europe. It's based on dividing the Bering Strait. So when the true prime meridian is not going to be placed on the Bering Strait, of course, because there's no civilization there. It's not going through anything that is worth a damn. It goes through Kiribati, it goes through the empty Pacific. It doesn't go through anything at all, so therefore it wouldn't be counted as the prime meridian because we've already got an international date line in area that they've warped and woofed based on Capris and Wim to hell and back. I mean, here, let's give you an example of that. Let's do some visual sharing here for everybody to look at. If anybody looks at the international date line map, international date line, you're going to see something that is totally stupid, unscientific, and completely asinine. That it's gotten worse due to politics as we quote unquote digressed as a species, and we've literally degenerated. So I'm doing a screen share with Aristides right now, and I'm going to take a look at the old international date line. So here we are. This is the old international date line. The old international date line, bad as it was, made much more sense. So the old international date line was stupid as fuck because it's the opposite of Greenwich Mean Time, which of course is completely unscientific. So this is the opposite of the Greenwich Mean Time, takes us right here and cuts off a big chunk of Siberia. Then they have to warp it and woof it and pervert it to create something that cut off Japan from America's Hawaii. And because of politics, because the Hawaiian island chain goes in a chain where some minor islands dip through here, this was altered so that they, at the cost of the Japanese, so that the Americans could claim more of the Pacific. And then they basically made it a little past New Zealand so that they'd cover British colonialism. All this is political, none of it's scientific, and none of it makes any sense. Then they decided to compound the fucking felony because Kiribati says, hey man, we're people too, and it cuts through our nation. Okay, Kiribati is not a fucking nation, okay? It's a collection of islands that was created as artificially as any other place in colonial Africa or colonial Middle East where you've got arbitrary lines depending on who conquered what. And what happened was after World War II, the Americans clumped a bunch of completely separate cultures into a fucking fucked up conglomeration of trust territories. And so they lied to the United Nations and said, hey man, we want to be all on the same time zone because half of us live in a different time zone. And they said, okay. And they fucked up the whole time zone and put this dagger in the heart of the Pacific that is completely stupid, where, okay, I'm on one side of this stupid political boundary and I go on the other side and I'm into the next day. It's bullshit. And none of this works and none of it makes any fucking sense. And it takes all Asia and scrunches it up on a smaller part of the Pacific, which again doesn't make any fucking sense. So the scientific measurement of the system developed by Dr. Peters goes straight down where this little tiny fucking line is. That's what it's based on. That's what the science is. So if you take a look at the original line right here, there's a straight line right between the Bering Strait that goes right through two big islands. Let's take a look at Big Diomede, Little Diomede Island. Little Diomede. Okay, Big Diomede and Little Diomede Islands. Okay, so if we go to the images, you know, here, and we've got actually have a fucking map. Then we've got, okay, let's see if that gets larger. Please get larger. There we are. So
it's like geopolitical gerrymandering is what they're doing.
Yes, and it warps time itself, which shows you how insane this truly is. So this is, if you can see this, let's see if we can make this larger. Oh, fuck. Okay, we're blessed. Can you see there is a big island and a little island here? Big Diomede belongs to Russia. Little Diomede belongs to America. The scientific line of the international date line goes straight through those islands, dividing them perfectly, and thus dividing Russia from America perfectly. It may divide this island, which is but barely cuts off the tip of this island, which is pretty much an unpopulated, apolitical island that you'd use to like park penal colonies on or something, and may cut through the Aleutian Island chain. But other than that, it's cutting through effectively nothing while dividing the world pretty effectively, so that when you produce a map, Alaska will be intact and Siberia will be intact. This is what makes the accomplishment so important. So it's based on that you wind up with a prime meridian arbitrarily going through a city in Italy, and it's not Rome. And that at least it's scientific, not because you've decided, not because Peter's decided I want the city in Italy to be the prime meridian. It's because the prime meridian becomes collateral to the international date line. Does that make sense?
Yes, I got it. Well, when you figure out where this international date line is, let me know, because I can't get a date anywhere in the world.
Hey, I love that. That's clever. You've missed your calling. You've got to become a comedian scriptwriter. You've got to start. Honestly,
never too late.
Yeah, yes, that's right. You would do so much better than Ian West. I mean, oh my God, your sense of humor is actually.
That's a tough act to follow.
Yes, he's not. Oh yes, and here we are. Here's a better map. So it's not necessarily better in the. Here we are, going back to screen sharing. But anybody can look this up. If you look up Big Diomede, spelled Diomede, with Little Diomede, Diomede, you'll find the same images we're finding. So just what they call them are yesterday and tomorrow islands, because there are different sides of the true scientific international date line. So the big island belongs to Russia, little island belongs to America. You get to see them here. They're only 2.5 miles apart. 3.8 kilometers are about 4 kilometers. 4 kilometers are 2.5 miles apart. And so Big Diomede, Russia, Little Diomede, United States. And then when you go further into the line, this is the scientific international date line. So here we are. And then they cut us off behind a fucking paywall because it's Business Insider. Fuck me. Okay, let's see if we can go back and do this right. Okay, here we are. Meet the 83 Americans who live on U.S. soil and look at Russia all day, every day. Okay, this is through Business Insider. And this is, this is 83 people live on Little Diomede Island. And, probably an equal number of Russians live on Big Diomede Island. And they probably less, to tell you the truth, because their lifespans are so short and they're all drinking themselves to death anyway. Probably they all killed themselves by now. By the way, I'm not being vicious. I mean, that's just the reality. And that line is the true scientific date line. So you just make that a straight line, and suddenly Asian Pacific becomes much bigger. Sure, Hawaii's cut, where you've got a few islands that are, into tomorrow, while the other islands are in yesterday, but who the fuck cares? They're like little worlds unto their own anyway. And then if you just make that a straight line all the way across the globe, you've got a scientific date line. And then you can, then on the other side of the globe, it goes through this city in Italy and another city in Africa. And those cities become the true prime meridian. And then you finally have packages. This is going to add to the surrealism, just to show people how, shall we say, ridiculous the situation is. I'll get into that in a second. One more look at another image. Big Diomede and Little Diomede Island. What's so interesting is that you've got a true scientific date line that goes through there, but then they change the whole continuity based on, as our friend Aristides said, gerrymandering. And none of that is necessary or scientific or helps anybody. So first thing I would do after a world war is reset the international date line and the prime meridian, and suddenly all the maps are straight. Nobody's cutting off half of Siberia or a chunk of Alaska or any of that shit, and everybody's satisfied, and or there's less reasons to be dissatisfied. If we go past that and we go into, say, for instance, your prime meridian map as it is today, let's take a look. Prime meridian, map prime meridian, meridian. Okay. Now, again, this is something people can look up if they don't trust me, and, I encourage it heartily. Don't take my word for it. Go ahead and look it up. You'll find out everything I say is true, and it will just blow your fucking mind as to why humanity is so insane. So let's see if we can make this larger, because this looks like a good map. And if it gets larger or bigger, then, or if it doesn't, then, well, that's too bad. Okay, we'll go to another map that does essentially the same thing. Here we are. And, okay, and it's on YouTube. Now, here we are. What the fuck are we looking at? It says, anyhow, okay, so that's not going to help. This is, they're just explaining different things that look even more stupid. Here we are. This should help a little bit. And so if you look up prime meridian, you take a look at the countries that it runs through. If we can ever get an image that responds or opens. Yeah, you know what? It's like they scrubbed this from YouTube because they just don't want people to see how insane the concept really is. You can't fucking win. But okay, so we're just gonna settle for a simple image, but I'm trying to get something where we see the countries that it goes through, and then you would see that it goes through some countries in Africa, and we're gonna have to look all over again because everything we're getting doesn't open up. It doesn't open up to an image, or it opens up into images that are perverted in some way or another. Okay, this looks like it's a fairly good image. Okay, such as, and then of course it's like Prime Meridian Day. Yes, November 1st is Prime Meridian Day. And it's, why do we celebrate this? Because it's British imperialism. That's why. Okay, and it doesn't make the map larger. God fuck me. Alright, this one, Mike. Can we get any map that gets larger? No, they're all videos and shit. Aristides, can you tell me what the fuck is going on? Why we can't get a single map on Google that shows us the goddamn prime meridian and the countries that it goes through? It's like, it's, come on, help me out here. Why are they so stupid? Why do we get nothing that does this? This will do it. I didn't want to hit Wikipedia, but it's a last measurement. This is what we're stuck with, is Wikipedia.
I'll look.
No.
And I did put...
Yeah,
I did put a couple links in the chat regarding the two different map projections.
Okay, thank you.
That.
So here we are with the prime meridian. Now, what's the first thing you notice here, Aristides, on this map?
Well, if I could see it, it would help. Okay, so what should I be noticing?
The first thing you should notice is that the prime meridian does not go straight through the center of the map. Do you notice that?
Mm-hmm.
Well, that defeats the purpose of the prime meridian. Do you see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
It defeats the purpose. So in other words, what they've done on this map is they've rendered Siberia unbroken, and Big Diomede Island, is on this side of the cut. They've rendered Alaska unbroken. Little Diomede Island is on this side of the cut, and as a result, the prime meridian is slightly curved to the left. Do you get my point?
Yeah.
So it's distorted by not dividing the continents, whereas if we had a scientific prime meridian, It would not do that. Now, surprisingly, unknown to most people, it's a vast difference. If you truly go through, it's a distorted map. This is a distorted map because they're trying to do justice to both Russia and America. And they wind up distorting the prime meridian anyway and doing justice to nobody. But if you were to make it a perfect divide between Big Diomede and Little Diomede Island, then what happens is the metric prime meridian on the exact opposite side of that actually goes in deep. It goes in deep through Germany, deep through this city in Italy that is not Rome, it's above north of Rome, and then goes through several African countries, but takes you to the point where when it crosses the equator, you are left in basically a greater Gabon of Africa, a greater part of Central Africa. It's not part of the Congo, but it's part of a greater Gabon, for lack of a better descriptive. Gabon would be the dominant tribe. So when it, or ethnicity, that goes through in Africa. So it would be on the mainland in Africa. Why does it matter? It matters because for some reason that I do not understand, and we can actually look this up in YouTube. Here we are, packages. Okay, winding up, where prime meridian crosses equator. Okay, so here we are. Let's see if they give us the right thing. Geographic crossroads, trick to remember, countries on the equator. Now, I know that there are videos on this because I was consulted for them, and I know they published them, and that was years ago. Maybe they've since taken them down, but what I do know is that what exists at the place where the equator and the prime meridian cross each other, this is where all too many packages wind up dumped in the middle of the ocean, believe it or not, because there's a default to international packages and international deliveries where when they cannot figure out exactly where the delivery goes or exactly where it's supposed to wind up, there's some default where it winds up at zero, where the line zero crosses the equator. And so they wind up dumping all these packages into the middle of the Atlantic Ocean where nothing is there to receive it, because it's like the end, it's some default dump position. And this has actually proven to be true. This is what they do. International deliveries where if they're like not made or rejected and they can't have a return to sender option, then they dump them in the middle of the Pacific. At least this way all the packages would wind up in a nation in Africa as opposed to the middle of the ocean. It's just such a bizarre system that we have. It's so retarded, and everything with our system is wrong. So when we talk about these things and just how bad they've gotten, this is the height of international madness, where people have agreed to appealing to British imperialism. The British Empire is gone. We need to reinstate a more scientific measurement system that would at least create a zero meridian leading to a cross with the equator on surface land as opposed to the middle of the ocean. And that would be the other beneficial aspect of scientifically establishing a metric longitudinal system. So all of that hopefully gets the point across. And I don't know if that's comprehensive or coherent to everybody listening, but hopefully so. And hopefully you've all had a lesson in history and geography and the frustration of trying to teach people about it when you're using a publicly accessible system that for all intents and purposes is not publicly accessible and really will not show these faults in the system. And that's, continues the abuse of a inefficient system, which is costing our economy quite a bit. By the way, Clarice Claudette has joined us inside of the chat. We love you dearly, Clarice Claudette. She says, how did the scam with the dinar start with the governments? Any thoughts on that money debacle? And let's turn towards Aristides first. And what do you know about the dinar scandal?
I do not.
Okay.
I do not. I just put I found a decent page that has actually both of them, Meridian and the Dateline. So just take a peek at that. But
Thank you.
Dinar scandal, no, and I put it in the chat and I sent it to you. So, but Dinar scandal.
Thank you. So let me tell Clarice Claudette about the Dinar scandal. It was very sad. The woman I knew named Judith Ager, her husband and her fell for the Dinar scandal, and it was prior to cryptocurrency. It was prior to Bitcoin. So prior to Bitcoin, the idea was that because the Americans had obliterated the Iraqi economy, that the Iraqi economy was starting from a blank slate. And then there was the propaganda lie that the Americans had won World War II. Now, for those of you who don't know and say, what is the connection? Or Doug's going back to World War II again. It has everything to do with it. So let's take a look at two things here. We're going to look up two maps. We're going to look up map of division, Iraq between allies, Iraq between allies after the Gulf War. Okay, allies after Gulf War. All right, so let's take a look at this, and we should get some images that come up theoretically. I think we've gotten something. Okay, now let's take a look at map. Map division Bosnia after Kosovo War. All right, and partition of Bosnia and Herzegovina. Let's take a look at some maps that they got here, and okay, by allies, map division. Okay, well, okay, put that there. Bosnia by allies. Allies after Kosovo War. Okay, let's see if that gives us better images. Okay, well, it should give us something similar. I'm not really finding any. Maybe it was better off with the original maps I was looking at, but at least we got Iraq. So let's take a look at that. And so for those of you who don't know, let's take a look at Iraq coalition forces. This is a map that I think does some justice to it. And of course, I'm stuck with Wikipedia, unfortunately. So involuntarily, I'm drawn towards Wikipedia. See if I can find some stupid maps on this site. I have to scroll down like a madman as quickly as possible to get us into the Iraq conflict. I'm not quite sure I'm finding it at all. Military occupation, Iraqi Kurds, Iraqi government. All right, scrolling up, but it was divided based on the division of Berlin or Germany after World War II. Okay, so here we are. I'm going to go onto the screen share, and we're going to have Aristides take a look at this. And this is what happened with the dinar, to answer Clarice Claudette's question. Basically, you have Iraq coalition forces, quote unquote, United States Central Command. The U.S. forces versus coalition forces, they subdivided Iraq into various commands that were supposed to reflect the division of Germany after World War II. And this led to the dinar scandal. This led to the dinar scandal because they said, oh, look, we got a French zone, we got a British zone, we got an American zone, we have Russian advisors. This is exactly like the division of Germany after World War II. And remember what the whole myth of Germany and Japan economically is in the Allied propaganda mindset. I remember speaking to the woman, Leanne Prifty, who was Albanian, and she worked for the State Department as an extra night job, broadcasting behind the Iron Curtain because she spoke Shqiptari, the Albanian language, the Illyrian language. She spoke it fluently, so she worked with Radio Free Europe, Radio Liberty, to broadcast American propaganda broadcasts through the Iron Curtain into Albania, which at that time was the North Korea of Europe. The leader was Enver Hoxha. And because of this, she was not internationally ignorant. And yet, like any typical American, because she had become very Americanized, she was as ignorant as you could imagine. And she just ate all that Allied propaganda shit up. And the Allied propaganda was that, oh yeah, we had, rebuilt Japan and Germany. After defeating them, we gave them all this money and rebuilt them. Now, that was not what happened at all. The Allies were defeated, and the Americans paid reparations, and therefore the Germans and the Japanese forced the Americans to not only clean up Hiroshima and Nagasaki, but also to rebuild the entire infrastructure of Europe that they had destroyed through the Marshall Plan, and that's why their economies exploded after World War II. This is not what happens to losers. To back up what I'm saying, think about every nation America has had a war with. From Vietnam to Nicaragua to Panama to any South American nation that was invaded during the Banana Wars conflicts. Think of Liberia in Africa. Think of any nation America has ever had a war with, like the Spanish conquests, when they fought the Spanish-American War and took the Philippines, then fought the Filipinos and colonized the Philippines, and colonized Cuba transitionally, or Puerto Rico, which they took as a territory from the Spanish Empire. The one thing in common with all of these places is they're hellholes. They're third world hellscapes. They're shitholes. You would die if you moved there. I'm not exaggerating. You would literally fucking die. They are uninhabitable for somebody who was raised in America. You are raised on a diet of 3 meals a day. You would be eating every 3 days if you lived in one of those countries. They're hell on earth. And America has never rebuilt anybody it has had a war with. It has crushed them into the dirt and salted the earth so nothing would ever grow there again. It took Vietnam generations to recover from beating the Americans. They defeated the Americans militarily, but they lost economically. America had only lost politically, really, because to defeat America militarily was impossible for the Vietnamese. So the Americans lost politically at home, withdrew from Vietnam, and because the Vietnamese were able to claim a propaganda victory and say, oh, we drove off the Americans, well, obviously it's a lie, and obviously they lost because, or certainly never defeated the Americans, because they couldn't force the Americans to give them money to rebuild. So if the Vietnamese had truly defeated the Americans, they would have forced the Americans to the table where the Americans would say, okay, we open our markets to cheap goods made in Vietnam, even rattan rice hats or something. But nothing. And Vietnam starved, died of early deaths of cancer under all the Agent Orange that was spilled all over Vietnam. Nothing was done to help the Vietnamese, and it took them generations to get to the point now where they can finally deal with Asia as a kind of tourist destination. And that's basically it. It took years and years. In Iraq, because of the myth of the Allied victory that was propounded by a book called The Mouse That Roared, which anybody can look up. It was made into a movie. There was a sequel to the book. I don't believe that was ever cinematically interpreted. But in The Mouse That Roared, the myth was cemented home to the Allied peoples that whoever loses a war with the United States will get filthy fucking rich. This is why I brought up the Albanian woman, Leanne Prifty, who I was intimately familiar with. And when I asked her at one point, just casually, we were just holding conversations, and conversations inevitably turn geopolitical when you're talking to me. When we spoke of, oh, gee, I can't remember which nation it was. I said, why is that nation in such poverty? And how come they're doing so poorly? And she said, because they didn't have a war with the United States. And at first I was just dumbfounded. I couldn't believe I heard what I had heard. Like, what do you mean? What are you saying? And then when I asked her to clarify, first I asked her to repeat herself, and when it turned out she said exactly what I had heard, well, because they didn't fight a war with the United States, and I asked her to clarify, says, oh, well, when you fight a war with the United States, then you get defeated, and then they give you all the money in the world, and then you're rich, and then your economy can boom, and you become an economic powerhouse. And I said, where on earth did you ever get such an insane idea? And she said, that's what happened in World War II, like when MacArthur rebuilt Japan. And it was this lunatic. I said, do you really believe that? Do you really believe the Americans defeated Germany and Japan, rebuilt their economies for no goddamn good reason other than to produce competitors which would beat them out of the steel industry, the automotive industry, and everything fucking else for no other reason than that they won the war? Hey, we won the war. Let's do this. Is there any logic to this train of thought? This is beyond madness. But what she said was a product of her indoctrination of all Americans. All Americans, including economists, believe this. So what happened was when they wiped Iraq off the map, destroyed its economy, and took it back to the Stone Age, nuked it, using enough depleted uranium so that it was the equivalent of thousands, tens of thousands of Hiroshima-sized atomic bombs. That's how much radiation peppers Iraq. That blows all the way into, on a daily basis, Dubai, which is why people who move to Dubai, as I've discussed with George Edward Knight, wind up dying early of leukemia, blood cancer, and everything else that they get from all that radiation coming out of Iraq. The hot rumor became the Iraqi dinar. If you buy into the Iraqi dinar, it's gonna grow, grow, grow. It's gonna be like Germany and Japan after World War II because they got an allied occupation coalition and they got totally nuked, so everything has to be rebuilt. So with everything being rebuilt, everything's gonna get investment. It's gonna be big, big, big. And that's how everyone, including Judith Hager and her husband, purchased the Iraqi dinar. And then what happened? There was no investment. There was no development of the oil. It was simply strategically denied to the rest of the world and made the oil prices go up for the fucking Saudis, who said, big, big, big. The Saudis, who the Americans fought the war for as infidel mercenaries, they got big, big, big. But Iraqi dinar went nowhere. So that's the Iraqi dinar scandal. And millions of Americans pumped into that just like they did into cryptocurrency later. And they lost everything. Everything. The Iraqi dinar, they would sit down all day waiting for the Iraqi dinar to go up. And it went nowhere. So that was the tragedy I remembered from Judith Hager. I would have happily have told her all about it, but it was really presented as her husband's problem, so I really didn't give a shit. But since Clarice Claudet asked, well, there you have that. And hopefully that puts that in some perspective. If anything else comes to anyone's mind, Aristides, if anything else comes to your mind with that, by all means.
Not with that. I found that the Mouse that Roared book.
Yeah, great. Yeah.
So I'll have that.
Thank you. Just so everybody knows, the Mouse That Roared book should, Aristides should be able to put like a link to possibly even a free PDF into the chat room with that. But they made a movie out of it, and the Mouse That Roared film was pretty true to the book. It really wasn't any difference. I think they actually did make the sequel into a film. So it has a sequel both in book and cinematic format. And in The Mouse That Roared, it's this former British colony that says, we need a great influx of money, or we're going to degenerate in lifestyle because of decolonization and the British Empire pulling out. And they said, so what do we do? And they said, oh, we know, go to war with the United States. They'll defeat us, and then they'll have to rebuild all our infrastructure and, give us millions of dollars. It's just peanuts to them. And then the joke of the book is they arrive in the United States during some national, federal, or at least urban metropolitan level nuclear practice event where they're holding a war game where they're involving the public. Now, bear in mind, this book was written in the 50s, early 50s, when people were holding bomb drills, and entire cities conceivably could get to the point where they held a metropolitan or county level bomb drill. And so these people from this ancient British colony, they invade the United States, trying to declare war on it. They're wearing knights' armor. They're dressed as armored knights. They have no intention of winning. They are attacking the United States during a bomb drill, and somehow everyone gets the message that they've got the bomb. And so they say, oh, this little island's got the bomb. And then what happens is that all the joke, it becomes a satire, a political satire, where the United States and the Soviet Union are then catering to placate this stupid little island of former British, I don't know what you'd call them, colonial expatriates, and then their economy goes up, and then the next book is they wind up winning the moon race. They wind up on the moon. So it's like it was all satire all the way, but nevertheless it served its purpose as a piece of Allied propaganda to deliver home the message, which became indelible, which is that if you go to war with the United States, you'll lose, and then then your economy grows exponentially after that, because you're so lucky to be beaten by the U.S. and then they give you all kinds of money to rebuild you, which the United States has historically never done unless it's been defeated. So hopefully, again, that puts that into some perspective, and it brings us back into another point to be made before I get back to answering the question about the thumbnail embedded in live stream tonight, and that has to do with America's revolution. The Iraqi dinar, for instance, the revaluation scam, as it was called, all of that is something that you can investigate independently, but you'll probably never get the in-depth analysis I've just provided you with. Here's Heather Holman. She says, the dong and dinar. We love you, Heather. And you shouldn't retract your messages. We love your messages. Welcome aboard, Heather. And did you call Heather? Did you call her?
No. Let me check.
Yeah, see if not, call her again. See if she'll respond. She's welcome aboard. And the American Revolution. Now, other nations will hit you over the head with their revolutions, as I brought up in the past. And so let's see now. Something came up, the video here. What is this? Aristides video.
Oh, no, I hit a wrong button.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Like the record button by accident.
Oh, no worries. Okay.
But I stopped it.
Yeah, no worries. And just like our man Troy Bellamy, he hit the record button.
Maybe, what? Heather, maybe she didn't come up. Shit.
Yeah, when somebody does, yeah. Just see if you can.
She usually would.
Yeah, okay. Anyhow, we'll try and bring you on, Heather, see if you can respond and see if you can join us. There, you're at it, Heather. You can jump on bandwidth anytime you wish. And now, such being said, when you take a look at other countries' revolutions, other nations' revolutions, they will try and export their revolutions. Now, for those... Oh, do you need to say something, Aristides?
No.
Oh, okay. So when you take a look at historically what happens with a revolution, one of the things I pointed out was it takes a certain amount of time before a nation is pushed to the breaking point where it will revolt. And when the people revolt, then they're going to establish a new government. And usually at that time that they establish a new government, they're so excited about what they've accomplished they try and import their revolution. And before I go into historical examples of that, I'm trying to answer a question here that was asked about the city, and I'll see if I can find it. Okay. For those of you who want to know what the scientific prime meridian would be, the zero meridian timeline based on the metric measurement, it would be the city of Florentinoa in Italy, or Florentino. So let's take a look at the Florentine prime meridian. Let me look that up. Florentino in Italy. Map Florentino on the map. Oops, shit. And I was, here we are. Let's see if I can find it. And I'll bet I cannot. Because they are totally trying to hide this shit from everybody. And therefore, they've rendered it effectively inaccessible. This is outrageous. How can I not find a city on map of Italy? Florentino on map of Italy. Here we are. And let's see if we can find it. So it'd be through Florence, Spain, essentially. So look up Florence. You'll find it. And it's basically through Florence in Italy would be the Firenze district. So it would go through there, and that would be north of Rome. And so I'll do a screen share here, just so I'm sure Aristides can find a similar map and place that link to the map in chat. But this would be the prime meridian as it should stand, would be Florence in Italy. It's north of Rome, or northwest of Rome. So it would go through Germany. The scientific prime meridian would go through Germany. Would go through the western tip of Austria, go through Florence, then go through the Tyrrhenian Sea, and then down into mainland Africa. I mean, it's a long way from London to Florence, Italy. It just goes to show how wide the divide is when you do it scientifically and divide between the Bering Islands. Big Diomede and Little Diomede, and that goes to show how much of Siberia or Alaska get cut off when you use this anachronistic prime meridian.
I'm here.
Yeah. Oh, so honey, yes, there we are. We can stop talking about things that are so obtuse. I can go back to the revolutions, of course, and answering questions about the photograph soon enough. But tell us a bit about yourself. Catch us up on how things are going with you, honey.
Oh, it's okay. The wedding's off.
What? Why? But you've done this before. You've done this before, right? And then sometimes.
Well, no, it's the thing is they'll take away my Social Security if I get married.
Oh, okay. Now I understand. Fuck that shit. Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. The wedding is off.
So I cannot publicly present myself as a married couple.
Oh my god. I'm still happy for you.
Thank you.
There's unofficial things that can be done. We can have unofficial wedding ceremonies. We're
still gonna have the wedding party and stuff. It's gonna be fun.
Yes, that will not be legally recognized. It will not be legally recognized. That sounds good. I love that. Yes, and that's just delightful. And well, honey, thank you for sharing that with us. And yeah, and so that's important, and that's like is Vinny with us?
Otherwise, I'm waiting for an MRI, but I'm just getting back on my feet.
Oh, right, the automobile accident. Oh my god, I'm so sorry, I forgot all about that based on what you told me about the wedding. So whoa, now I don't want you to relive the horror, but what are you willing to share about the accident?
Just that I heal incredibly fast. I'm very resilient.
Yes, I would expect that, and that makes sense. And tell us a bit about your healing, if you would be so kind. Well, which parts of your body, if any, in particular, were injured?
Oh, my knee, my leg, my ankle, and my hip.
Okay, and sorry to hear that. What about the other person? You hear the jokes about...
They were okay. The car damage wasn't that bad. It was just me that got hurt.
Oh my God, I'm so sorry. That's awful, but I'm glad no one else was hurt. Like this other car, I mean, they just came out of nowhere, or what? How did this happen?
Well, no, the lady was stopped. Everyone else was going, and then she just suddenly stopped. So it wasn't that bad. She didn't have a license, and then she left before any police or anything were called because I didn't have my phone. So it was just the whole thing was hairball.
You mean they've never found her?
No, nothing ever happened with that. There was no police report or anything.
There's no police report? Well, I guess
No.
that means you didn't suffer any repercussions and therefore have no
Oh, no, my insurance is still paying for it.
Okay. Well, that's good, right?
Yeah, that is good. That my insurance paid for it. It's good that I had full coverage. Yeah.
Yeah. Wow. That's what an incredible. It sounds almost like it was a conspiracy. This individual.
Almost, but it was just my fault. I wasn't paying that close of attention. It was all my fault.
Well, I think sometimes you're really hard on yourself. I don't know about it all being your fault, but oh my goodness. And do you remember anything at all about this car, this individual? I mean, did she come out of the car or just drove off?
No, they were from Russia.
Jesus Christ, that adds to the suspicion.
Right.
Holy shit. How did you find that out? They actually came out and said that?
Well, no, she was on the phone the whole time and she was speaking in Russian, so.
Oh my God. Honey, that's appalling. I'm so sad you've been through that, but the insurance is covering you. And at least you were.
Yeah, no big deal. Where's Brandon tonight?
He'll be on soon enough. He's at some meeting that at his school he's working, or he had to do a meeting after school. Like he said, it was some big Asian Indian holiday, and they actually tipped him because, you know, he speaks their language and understands their culture profoundly. So,
but he's not Asian.
No, not himself. No, he's Asian.
Oh, that's neat.
Indian. That reminds me. Remind me to share later my experience with my gang brother Beaver, because I was asking him for $100. Oh, V sent 68 United States dollars, and like I said, Brendan had told me it would be impossible to get money back from any of these track phone type services, but I did it. It was only $19, I think, $16 or something like that. Yeah, but I finally got it back, so that helps. Every little bit helps. But, you know, that plus the...
How come Beaver never comes on the show?
He wants nothing to do with me after years and years of working with me. It's Beaver and we're like real brothers in the sense that we really do not like each other. That's and I don't know if that's the case with Aristides. I never hear Aristides say much about his brother. I presume that they're I don't think they're enemies, but I don't get the feeling they hang out very much. Is that
No, we're on good terms. We're on good terms. We're just, I mean, we're not in the same town, so.
Okay. Yeah. And Brendan, he is with us now, Heather. Oh my God.
Hi, Brendan.
Yes. Let's see if he can talk, if he can come off mute.
Yes, greetings, Heather, yes.
Yes, so I'm happy to get back to my story about Beaver, because that's always morbidly entertaining, but let's have Brendan help handle what Heather's talking about. Now, the first thing I would suspect, Heather had this accident. Get this shit. Heather, tell him what happened.
Oh, it was nothing. I just hit somebody. I wasn't paying attention. And they were Russian.
Okay.
They left the accident and they didn't have a license or anything, but I'm still paying for the damage to their car.
Right, but okay, Heather, when you learn to tell a story, you've got to learn to tell a story so that people understand immediately who have not heard you before. You would say something like, I was in a car, they were in a car, how the cars intercepted each other, and then you would add the part where throughout this time, the woman in the other car was on the phone, and she seemed to be speaking Russian. Okay,
yeah, she was just I think she was talking to her husband, trying to figure out what to do, because she didn't have a license.
And he just told her.
So why didn't you call the police and just tell them
I did not have my phone on me.
So how does that happen?
Yeah, I mean, I'm not gonna, it already happened, so I'm not gonna like.
Well, yeah. Understand this is not an admonition, but we're just curious. How does it happen that you get into your car without your phone? Does this sometimes just happen?
Yeah, I was just going to pick up lunch.
Oh, you're very sweet. Oh, bye.
What was that, Brendan?
I was going to pick up lunch.
I'm trying to like befriend this cat. Sorry.
Oh, okay.
But it's one of those skittish ones. Hey.
Okay. That's right. Thank you.
Brendan, the wedding's off.
Yeah, Brendan.
Oh, it's a shame. Is it because of the accident or something else?
No, it's something else. And all the Vedic astrologers that I've gone to, they all say don't.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, tell Brendan the practical reason why the wedding isn't going to happen.
Because I won't. They'll take my Social Security away, my disability.
Oh yeah, then just do it. Don't do the paperwork. Just do a union. Do like a Celtic union. Just tie a knot.
Yeah, we're going to.
Yeah, you don't need to do all the extra. Like the paperwork's irrelevant, honestly.
Yeah.
It's just a business contract.
Yeah.
I was thinking about changing my last name, but then I figured that might cause problems too.
That would. Yeah, let's not do that.
You could still do it. You just have to pay. It would just be like an extra cost, unnecessary cost.
Oh.
For a name change?
No, but what I would argue, Brendan, is that if she does that, it would just confuse her paperwork with her benefits.
Yeah, then I'd be presenting myself to the community as a married couple.
Or it could be interpreted.
Well, it would complicate things. It would just complicate.
Yeah.
For sure.
Yeah. So.
Well,
no,
that's the reality of the world. It seems like.
Yeah, we live in a fucked up world, and
Wait, I don't understand how that how does that affect like if you get married to someone,
because it's a joint income, it would be like you can only make so much or else they take mine away.
Yes. Yeah, let me.
That's some fucked up shit.
Let me explain it.
All the disabled people can't get married and make it.
Yeah, what's up with that?
No, it's awful. No, it's awful. Brendan, let me give you some further details on that. I mean, to show you just how crazy the whole system is. It's like I said with my parents, when my mother had been married to my dad forever. But when I got my dad, when they closed the Presidio military base based on my exposing all of the scandals, that didn't just fuck up everybody in the economy of the city, which would have dried up, and withered away if it hadn't been for Silicon Valley. San Francisco's entire economy was really dependent on the Presidio military base until Silicon Valley began to develop ancillary to the Presidio. So it was almost like a bud out of a navel orange that helped San Francisco rebound and change its economy completely once the Presidio military base was forced to close due to my expositions. However, one of the things that happened collaterally to my family, among many, was the fact that we no longer had access to medical care, which we had gotten all our life for free at the Letterman Army Medical Center. Now, once I turned the legal age of 18, maybe it was even 21 at that time, is when care at the Letterman Army Medical Center ceased for myself and for my sister. But in the case of my father and his wife, they would have gotten it free until the day they died. However, once the base closed, the closest military base, which offered free medical care, well, they all began closing. The medical enlistment processing station in Oakland, the Coast Guard station on...
Is that when they switched to the VA system, where they started to try and like get people to do that instead?
No, the VA had always been there, and this is what's confusing to many people. The VA was at Fort Miley.
But they had like dedicated hospitals, right?
Well, the VA has dedicated hospitals, but then again, to explain to people, there's no such thing as a VA doctor. VA contracts these days with local student hospitals. In other words, like UCSF in the case of San Francisco. The University of California at San Francisco is where the VA gets its staff. So that, by the way, is fairly recent. Now, that was all after I got my dad transferred into the VA system. Once I got my dad transferred into the VA system, and just so people understand, VA is not a military hospital. It's like if you're a veteran and you're in the VA medical system, you will not have access generally to Bethesda Naval Medical Center, where, say, Dick Cheney went to. Now, if you're someone like a politician who's like a quote-unquote public servant who gets past a certain political level, believe it or not, whether you've been in the military or not, like Donald Trump, you will get treated at Bethesda Naval Medical Center. That's if you're Dick Cheney or Donald Trump. However, your average veteran would not be going there because they would be going to a VA. They wouldn't be going to a military hospital. They're completely separate. Just so people understand, I know this is difficult for most people to grasp, the Veterans Administration is a civilian hospital. They are literally a welfare state that has nothing to do with the federal government's military. So a military hospital is just that, a military hospital, meaning all the doctors are military doctors. So that means they all have rank. Every doctor that you would be seeing would be hold a military rank. Every nurse would be a corpsman, so they'd all have a military rank as well. So a military hospital is an honest-to-God, no-shit military hospital. And that's where we were going as children. And as Judith Ager pointed out, they would also take people who were injured on site the Presidio military base, who were civilians, out of quote-unquote grace or generosity. For instance, they would treat suicides off the Golden Gate Bridge. The suicide jumpers off the Golden Gate Bridge would be rescued by the Coast Guards, who had a Coast Guard station on site the Presidio military base, which was closed, and then became the think tank because the building was leased by Mikhail Gorbachev. It became the Mikhail Gorbachev World Peace Think Tank. And as for the, after that point, nobody rescued the suicide jumpers. Believe it or not, people used to jump off the Golden Gate Bridge and have a good chance of survival because the Coast Guard would pick them up, bring them to Letterman Army Medical Center for immediate treatment, and half of them would live through the ordeal. But nowadays, everybody...
Wouldn't they have died on impact?
You would think, but it's like basically a number of them would and a number of them would not. Because the wind is so powerful. It would blow them for so long that by the time they impacted the water, like all the blow and force was taken away and shit. So,
I think it was mostly the currents that would get them.
Yeah.
Essentially.
Yeah, I think
like
so
you
too.
can't swim underneath it. Like it's tough currents.
Yeah.
Oh,
But
so you literally just drowned.
oh, it was awful. Just awful. Yeah.
You basically get hit unconscious and then it would just drag you.
Yeah. And so you would hopefully die unconscious by drowning. But with the Coast Guard gone and Letterman Army Medical Center gone, nobody rescues the suicides off the Golden Gate Bridge anymore, so they have a 100% fatality rate now. And so for those of you who don't know, the Golden Gate Bridge is a great human sacrifice
I think they
machine.
put nets. They put nets up. Yeah.
Yeah, theoretically, you cannot get past the nets, theoretically, but I still think there's ways past that.
Yeah.
I haven't tried it myself, and I don't intend to, but it used to be really bad. It was really bad. They only added the nets because, people who didn't even want to commit suicide were falling off that goddamn bridge.
Yeah, because they were trying to grab their stupid cell phone when they tried.
Oh, no, seriously. Yeah.
Literally.
Yeah.
I saw it when I was there.
Yeah. Oh, did you see one fall
cell
off?
phone.
Yeah.
Pretty much every time you go there, you'll see some idiot tourist drop their phone.
Yeah. Oh,
And then then if it like lands on a ledge, then they like try and grab it. It's like, you idiots.
Oh my God.
They deserve. If they fall off, they deserve it.
No, it's so awful. It's so awful. But one tragic
Like,
case.
why would you do that? Like,
Thank you. I mean, seriously. Oh my God. It's so awful.
like I get it, accidents happen, but like, come on.
Oh, it's awful. It's awful. It's just more people die trying to retrieve their cell phones than you would fucking believe. I mean, they find bodies everywhere.
Or
Remember
those influencers that'll take photos on a ledge and fall off. That's literally happened
Oh yeah.
dozens of times.
Yeah, Darwin. That's Darwinian selection.
Yeah, what do they call it? The Darwin test or something?
Yeah. It's the Darwin Award. They won the Darwin.
The Darwin Award. Thank you.
Yeah.
Darwin Award.
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh, it's just awful. But they for instance, the stupid hollow dinosaurs. You ever see those big hollow dinosaurs? And they're just statues, giant statues, and they find bodies in those because people will go inside the dinosaurs, take selfies, and then they drop their cell phone inside the dinosaur leg, try and retrieve it, and they wind up falling inside and they die. Because nobody knows they're in there. It's just awful. It's just stupid. Honestly, it's they ought to like just me. I don't even want to go there. I was gonna say they ought to just give everybody access to the Pokemon game so they can all die hunting for Pokemon creatures, you know, walking off cliffs and shit. But yeah. So that being said, about the so there we are, an image of a nice big plastic dinosaur or giant dinosaur statue from Heather. Thank you, Heather. That's adorable.
Thank you, Heather.
You're welcome.
Yeah, and there we are. Thank God. She's got the echo now. So make certain to arrange your earbuds like you did last time, Heather. So when you talk, we don't get that echo. Now, Brendan rejoined us, and Heather left. Well,
Yeah.
hopefully she'll come back. Hopefully she'll come back with her thing restructured there. So she has
How's my
the.
card now?
It's bad. If you just asked us how's my audio now, it's bad.
Yeah.
Where you were before, wherever it was better. Now Heather's back. Good. Test it out, Heather. Let's see if we get the echo.
Yeah, how about this?
Okay. Respond to him, Heather. Tell him how it sounds.
Good morning.
Okay. Good. That sounds beautiful.
Good morning.
Beautiful. It's beautiful. Thank you, Heather. Thank you. And Brendan, say good morning.
Getting a call.
What is he saying? He's getting a call. I guess he said he's getting a call. So again, hopefully everybody understood my long-winded explanation, but these are very complex and difficult topics. They are layered and they have multiple facets that I need to contextualize because your world is not a simple world. So understand that when the military has hospitals, they're different from the VA. And most people who have access to the VA do not have access to a military hospital because a veteran is not in the fucking military. Get that through your head. A veteran is a welfare recipient. They're a welfare bum. They are living off benefits based on your tax dollars where they get all their medical treatment for free. Whereas the military is someone who is theoretically in service. They are technically employed. They are employed military as opposed to unemployed military. The people in their hospitals, who are military hospitals, wear uniforms, bear rank, whereas VA is a bunch of students from the local hospital that would be the equivalent of UCSF, or University of California at San Francisco, in the greater Bay Area Metroplex region for their area, for their VA, and their doctors would be fulfilling the role of the care providers for the clientele of that particular system. And that all started, they used to have, apparently, VA doctors, which no longer exist, technically, theoretically. So somebody's saying, be right back. Let's see who that is. And I believe that's Heather. Okay.
I just need to step away for a minute.
I understand. Yes.
Okay.
Yes. And so our lovely Heather will return soon. Now, this is all because we brought up benefits and how they take benefits away due to marriage. So when the Presidio military base closed down and Treasure Island Naval Dispensary closed down, Coast Guard Station closed down, when the only military hospital that my parents could have received free treatment at would have been Travis Air Force Base, which is, it's too long a driving distance away to be of any use to us. We would have had to have moved into that area. And my parents were too old and established to move. And therefore, my dad had to transfer into the VA, but they would not take his spouse, my mother. They would not take her because she was over the age of 65. If she had been under the age of 65, we could have transferred her into the VA, but she could not transfer in as the spouse to receive care over the age of 65. That was their stupid rule, and there was no way around that rule. That's why I had to argue with the state of California to get my parents insured. And that required several hearings, the equivalent of, court of law being held in my own home, where we had representatives of the state representatives of the city and county of San Francisco, and my family's representatives provided by Bay Area Legal Aid, or BALA, BALA, Bay Area Legal Aid, which was very leftist to the point where they had like busts and statues of, well, at least a bust of Fidel Castro and various other like Latin American communist leaders inside of their legal school. So they were extraordinarily politically correct, to say the least. But the reason why it took that kind of lawyer to represent myself in cases with the state of California was because at this point we're talking about Soviet law. We're not talking about, this isn't like law where you have a jury. This is not in front of a jury of your peers. This is like in your home, and it's a kangaroo court held by a state official who then decides, just based on caprice and whim, whether or not they will give you a benefit. And I was trying to get my mother covered by the state of California through Medicare and Medi-Cal, which she did not have access to because she had been a military dependent all her life. The term is dependent. D-E-P-E-D-E-N-T. I spell that out because a lot of people don't even know what that means. Got very confused. And all I can say is that I have to spell it out and they can look it up, but a military dependent means like a woman who has married a military man and then is supposed to get free medical care through the military the rest of her life. Now, because I had to get them both represented, they say the state's original defense was they would only allow my mother to receive Medicare and Medi-Cal if she divorced my dad. See, this is where the marriage thing comes in. She had to divorce my dad to get Medicare and Medi-Cal, and she refused to do that. My parents refused to get divorced, and as a result, I had to make certain the state took them both on for insurance. Now, this was unprecedented, and it was a legal first. Therefore, I had to go through years of legal arguments with the state until they finally recognized both my parents as receiving medical care from myself as their legal care provider, and then they put them both on insurance, Medicare and Medi-Cal, at their age, which was over the age of 65, into their 70s at that point. And then at that point, theoretically, I was getting paid to be their care provider, and that saved the state money because they didn't have to put them in a state-sponsored rest home. And but the reality was I was never paid, and yet still had to pay taxes.
I'm still not sure how you did that.
You mean legally?
At all.
I did the impossible. Like I said, it was.
Yeah, you did.
Yeah, I did the impossible, and it was a legal precedent. It was a landmark case. It was monumental. Then, of course, I had all kinds of quote unquote. There's no word for it. All I can say is, it's just. Yeah, it's indescribable. And then, again, the situation was still untenable because I was never paid to be their care provider, but still had to pay all the taxes on it, which I've gone into before. All of this might be confusing to people, but here's the bottom line is that if my parents had gotten divorced, it would have been much easier. My mother could have been insured. My dad would have just gone to the VA. But as it was, my dad got to go to the VA and civilian hospitals because he was insured via both. He could go to UCSF, or he could go to his choice, the VA. And we did that for a while because his old doctor from the VA was a Dr. Joshua Adler, who then became his doctor unofficially at UCSF. And we went to see him for a while, and then we went to see his normal VA doctors. In the end, of course, they all killed him anyway. Combination of what happened at both VA and UCSF. But basically the VA killed him. But they worked hard at it. They had to really do everything they could to kill him. In my case, my mother's case, the UCSF killed her. And UCSF also killed me once, but then again saved my life. And by the way, when I use this term killed, I mean literally killed, like I was flatlining, like clinically dead. And Brendan Zoge has rejoined us. So Brendan, may we ask? Yeah, who was the call? What was that guy calling? Who was it calling?
Oh, it was I was just talking to my mom. She was calling for something.
Okay. Your audio is very bad. Are you driving? Are you in the car?
Yeah.
Okay.
I can't plug in my phone because the new phones don't have two plugs anymore.
Oh
so
man,
I have to charge.
Oh, that fucking sucks. Oh, well, certainly, you're gonna be home soon, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, good. Well, stay safe. Keep your eyes on the road, and then as soon as you get home, plug that phone in so we can get better audio from you. That would be appreciated. Wonderful.
Better?
Oh, that's infinitely better. How did you do that?
Just through the phone instead of the Bluetooth speakers.
Oh, thank God. Yeah. Oh, Jesus. Don't use that Bluetooth shit. Yes. And, so that explains the marriage bit. I don't know if you caught everything I was saying about, my mother and father, how they had to get divorced if they wanted to get her insured by Medicare and Medi-Cal. And once I was transferring him into the VA, it wouldn't accept her. And, so that's one example. The other example is that when my dad died, they cut off the concurrent receipt from my mother. And they said that she could only get the concurrent receipt back if she married again, because in that case, she had to be married to get that benefit. And so that led to...
That's ridiculous.
Yes. 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 Yeah. That led to a series of misadventures where I was looking for a husband for her.
Federal government terms, that's almost like... That's like the least of... That's almost them being benevolent.
Yes. Yeah. Yeah.
Like they're so bad with just think of the IRS. I mean, it's like that. They're just so evil. Like,
yeah.
Bureaucratic that nothing gets done and everything's backwards.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. And in all fairness, at the time I was dealing with what was supposed to be a kindler, gentler IRS, it was still you can't win. I had to wind up paying money I never received money for, taxes on money I never received. The system is, it certainly is meant so that nobody can care for their parents. The system, but you know what the end result will be? They'll kill off all the seniors, because none of these kids are going to take care of their seniors. They're just going to dump them, literally in the bay and shit.
Well, look at what they're doing.
It's like a genocide of the elderly.
Yeah, yeah.
Well, some of them, no offense, but some of them deserve it. Like, look at my family. It's like I wouldn't care for them. Look what they... Like, I wouldn't even skip it. Like, I wouldn't even waste a tear on them. It's like.
Thank you.
Oh, yeah, you're dying alone and sick. Oh man.
Yeah.
Probably should pull everything.
Well, in Brave New World, if we had that utopia, we wouldn't have to think about those things.
What happened? What happened in Brave New World, Heather?
In Brave New World, they just euthanize people before they get old.
Yeah, yeah. That's what. How is that a utopia?
And we make them into vitamins.
Yeah.
It's called what?
Dystopia.
Dystopia. Yes.
Maybe you have to do on the world, but yeah.
I love that movie.
Okay, there you go.
Yeah. Wait a second. That may be what happened in the book or the movie, because in all fairness, I've never seen the movie, and there's
you have to see it.
I'll try. I've been meaning to.
It's very long. It's a long movie.
It's because it's a mini series that was spliced into a film, right? Isn't that like a?
No, I'm not sure. It's got a bunch of famous people that star in it, like Saturday Night Live from it was made in 1978 or something like that.
Yeah, it was made in Britain. That was a British mini series that I think was kind of spliced into film form that I should be able to find on YouTube.
I'll find it for you.
Okay, thank you. I'd like to sit down and
Orwell wrote it, the Brit.
No, Orwell didn't write it. That was Aldous Huxley wrote Brave New World.
Oh, excuse me. Yeah, okay, got it.
Yes,
Which he's not a peach either, I think. Yeah.
What's that?
I said he's not a peach either. I mean, Huxley was pretty crazy. I mean.
Oh yeah, no, Huxley was an idiot, and he was out of his mind, and he was an elitist, and
he was like the prototype for MK. Like, he was doing all the acid and shit.
Oh fuck yeah, he was.
Or as a perception open.
Oh yeah, he was awful. He was awful, and not only that, for those of you who do not know, Aldous Huxley's family, because they were all nobility, they were all morbidly inbred, and he was born horribly disfigured. Aldous Huxley was fucking hideous. He was hideous. You will not find any footage of him or photographs of him that have not been heavily, what would they call it in the old days? They would alter a photograph. It was through some photo edit. It wasn't Photoshop. That's a program. It was
airbrushing. But
it was airbrushing. They would heavily,
the impression I got is that they like dressed him up and with like a fedora or something to where like you couldn't really see much, like sunglasses and a fedora. It's like
everything they could. I mean, he went out looking like the Invisible Man.
Right.
Yeah. And
it was like that vibe. Yeah, you could like barely see him.
Yeah, and when he took off his
like what was that one movie like Deep Throat where like the guy's in the parking garage?
All the President's Men. All the President's Men. Yeah. It would be like that. When you did get to see him, he was just this side of the Goonies character, poor son of a bitch, and
was he really
what's that? What's it?
Was he really that bad? Was it like that fucked up?
Oh, it was that bad. It was that bad. Yeah, it was like he's just completely disfigured. It was like which is what Peter Moon looks like now after his series of strokes, which is why and of course he sounds like that too because of the because that's why he won't take calls. Yeah.
We I mean, this isn't like an attack. It's just someone should ask him to get on camera and just be like, I'm kind of curious about the toe dips. Can you do a video on that?
Believe me.
I cure 1,000 diseases.
Yeah. I want to see you cure your 1,000 diseases with that. Yeah, we'll get to him.
That's not a recommendation. It's just a request. Like, can you,
Yeah.
Is that possible?
Yeah, just ask him. Yeah, come on, Vinny. Come on, Vinny. Get out there. Stand on your toes. Don't even get me started on him. We'll get to him in
Douglas, do you have any insight on the Star of Jacob that's been sighted in the sky?
The Star of Jacob? Brendan?
Yeah, it's this flashing star that's been in the sky in the last couple days, and it hasn't been seen since Jesus.
Wow.
I mean, people say this like every couple months at this point. But I know what you're saying.
It's on the news.
They're just trying to pierce the firmament. That's all it is. It's like, it's different.
Okay. Let me see if I can find this. Thank you for putting the link to Brave New World inside of the chat as well, Heather. Let's take a look at the Star of Jacob. I'll look this up and see what comes up on the... I haven't had luck with the internet today very much. God damn, there's a fucking sandwich. Jesus Christ, I just saw the biggest sandwich that... oh my God, look at that. Cold turkey. Yeah, is it time to go cold turkey on your cold turkey? What that sandwich is doing to your body. Apparently now they're saying, turkeys are bad.
I mean, cold cuts have always been horrible for you. I don't know where.
Why they're just noticing that? Yeah. I guess there's waves of die-offs.
Are you talking about the meat recall?
There is a meat recall. It's the Big Mac recall. They're recalling all the meat in the Big Macs. Yes. Yeah.
I like how
the boar's head. There's a recall too.
They tried to blame it on the onions. Those fuckers.
Oh my God. That's
I hope Donald Trump is okay.
What? Why? Because he likes Big Macs?
Yeah.
Oh yes. Tell him.
I hope it kills off all those fuckers.
Yeah. Tell
Warren
Heather.
Buffett and the other idiot.
Yeah.
Bill Gates.
Yes, Warren Buffett, Bill Gates. Tell Heather about how Trump visited your man's neighborhood and brought politics into business.
Oh no, this was another friend of ours. But her town is the literal town in Georgia where he went and served French fries, out of the McDonald's and then like just like that meme of like Walter White where he's like screaming in the back of the truck. That's like this is JFK like watching Trump dip fries into seed oils and shit. He's like screaming. Why did I fucking endorse you? Now you're just gonna push seed oils and shit.
Yeah, he was flipping burgers and shit. It was like,
Yeah.
Did
you see the Rogan trip? Everyone was like going bonkers. He was on Rogan.
Oh yeah, tell us what you thought about that. He said. Now, what's interesting is Trump said there's life on other planets in the solar system we don't know about, which is what I've been saying. Yeah, it's funny that he said that.
Yeah, but it's just to get more. Like he'll say anything to get a bite. He's a salesman.
Or just because they're going to stage the alien invasion.
Yeah, maybe that's what
I
he's
mean,
planning. So.
Good luck.
Yeah. I mean, honestly, your average American.
Like at this point, it's just.
Yeah.
At this point, really. You know?
Yeah. Yeah. Seriously, your average American wouldn't care if aliens were flipping burgers. I mean, fuck, they don't give a shit if Trump's flipping their burgers, let alone an alien.
Yeah, I mean, like, yeah. I think that's the irony is like they would, you know, they'd be like, at least they're not coming from the southern border.
Yeah.
Some stupid. They would say some really dumb stuff like that.
Yeah, like, I trust these aliens more than I trust my fellow humans and shit.
Yeah, literally.
Yeah, of course they wouldn't say that those people south of the border are fellow humans. They would say something else completely, you know. But
I mean, we can have discussions about the cultural issues with that, but
they go on, and you know, I will get back to him. I'm looking up the Star of Jacob. I'd like you to look that up as well. Both
it's just a Bible passage that references a star, and they're saying that these stars being spotted are that.
Okay, interesting. Okay.
But I mean, it's just different. Like, it's different cosmic traffic because we're in like the end of an age, so the cosmic traffic is going to be tough. Like you'll be able to see more stuff happening.
I guess it looks like the star that keeps changing colors. Like if you see a star blinking and it blinks different colors.
Yeah, they all do.
That's what it is. Yeah.
Yeah, I understand what they're saying, but that's just more. They just want content. These are just content pushers. I mean.
Yeah.
Like I've been talking about that for like how many years, Doug? Whereas like if you go look at Sirius through the telescope, you can see it strobe all the colors of everything. So it's just people aren't looking. And then now that they're looking,
so what do you think that the stars are then, Brandon?
I mean, I can send you a video.
Do you think that they're diamonds?
No.
No, well,
no. They're plasma. They're plasma entities. They're plasmatic reflections of beings in higher dimensions.
So it could be just us when we don't have a body.
Not. I mean, you would have to get to that level. Like your spirit has to move on to soul level, and then when you become a soul, then you become like a sun.
Or
so
star.
Not everyone has soul. Yeah.
Not everybody has a soul.
Yes, I believe that.
Yeah, soul is sun. Soul is like not everyone's on the level of the sun. Like
everyone's born with a soul, but they don't retain
spirit.
it.
You have spirit. Everyone
has spirit.
Like the anima, as they call it.
Anima with an A, not E.
Yeah. Yes, anima. Yeah, everyone has that, the spirit, but no one has soul because soul level is like a whole other level. It's beyond.
Well, in Krishna consciousness, they call it the spirit soul.
That's Atma. Atma is, like Atma is Atma. Like Jivatma is just a piece of divine. Like soul level is something farther. That's why they call it Jivatman. Jivatman is like a piece, like a shard of divine.
Okay, so the soul is immaterial, but the pneuma is the spirit is actually material.
It's inside of all the bodies. So the Atman is the breath of life, like the life force. The spirit that's inside of it. And then there are bodies, like even the ethereal or the astral or the causal body, and then the physical sheath is like holding all of those. So yeah,
and the soul is just invisible. You can't grab it or nothing like that.
Yeah, Atma is beyond. Yeah. I mean, there's people like you can weigh, like, you know, like there's like something inside that weighs 21 grams that comes out when you die. That's like not physical.
Yeah, I know that should be true.
So that's like the close, you know, that's like the closest you can get to measuring it, but it's not physical, no. Yeah.
Is it misty?
Huh?
Is it misty?
Misty? Like
misty.
Like nebulous or something? Like a nebula?
Misty, like
a cloud? Like vapors?
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know. I haven't died yet, so at least not this life. Doug, did you see any mistiness when you died?
Oh yeah, let's put it this way. To bring us back.
No, it's not nebulous. Like when you're a being,
and you die, you're still you're still the same being. Like, it's the same. Like, it's not as mysterious as people think it is. It's like you're still the same being. You just don't have a body. Like, that's why people, when they come back, they say, like, I saw my body. You know?
Yeah, but
Like,
nobody
you can
comes
still
back
see-
to complain.
Well, people do come back to complain. Yeah, there's hauntings. Yeah, people out there who feel. Yeah, but go on. Yeah.
Yeah. So there you go. What were you gonna say, Doug?
It just so to get back to the question before I handle anything about the soul or spirit or the like, because we've gone over these we've treaded these grounds before and we can tread them again happily. But I do want people to understand that basically
More of a Wednesday topic.
Yeah, or could be. What I want people to understand is that there's no way anybody could see Earth's new temporary moon. We've got a temporary moon that is, aside from the other moons we have, which are not visible with the naked eye, and these are minor moonlets. One of them is Kruithne, that's spelled Kruithne, and this is where Peter Moon would freak out completely because, you know, our man Brendan is making some tea or something, or he's making tea, and then Peter Moon would go...
Ice. That was like probably the loudest thing I've ever done. I'm
Yeah, no, that's fine. That's fine. I don't give a shit. It's Peter
I
Moon.
wish Peter Moon was here to
Just to hear him freak out. Just to hear him just...
Crisp Kringle.
Yeah. Yeah. But at any rate, just so people understand, Earth has more than one moon. These moons are called moonlets, or they are even some of them artificial satellites that are large enough where they count as larger than your average satelloid or particulate matter object that falls into the detritosphere. The detritosphere is the artificial layer of atmosphere, our stratosphere, outside of the atmosphere, that is extra-atmospheric, extra-stratospheric, but is in low Earth orbit, that is permanently in orbit until it's removed. And this includes all of these satellites that just die and don't fall down to Earth, but maintain a permanent orbit. And if they break up, then they create all kinds of miniature little satellites. And all of this is a really big problem. And someday we're all going to have to, as a culture, clean it all up, because otherwise it will impede us from going into space at all. But in the interim, we have a meteorite that has fallen into Earth orbit that can't be seen without specialized equipment. So we know it's not that. But there are these twinkling stars that are probably Capella Arcturus or Sirius. They sit a little lower on the horizon during the fall, and as a result of that lower angle, they have more of the Earth's atmosphere to pass through. And so the colors of their light get split apart in terms of the spectrum, and they appear to twinkle in different colors. So this is something people have known for a very, very long time. So a lot of these videos are just capitalizing on the fact that a lot of people don't know these things anymore. That we've gotten so much more ignorant. As for the Star of Jacob, that's from 2417, the Book of Jacob, of course. I think, if I remember correctly, I know that at times I have to rack my brain, and then I have to fall almost into, it's Numbers, the Book of Numbers, 2417. The Star of Jacob is mentioned. So the Book of Numbers, chapter 24, verse 17, that says a star will come forth out of Jacob. That is actually, some people interpret that as a reference to a human king that takes up the kingship and leads a campaign of conquest for the nation of Israel. That would essentially, theoretically, be a Davidian king, or it could be, say for instance, an anti-Christic inversion like Netanyahu, launching a Greater Israel campaign. That would actually be more along the lines of a dark star of Jacob interpretation. So these are not invalid interpretations, they're just potential interpretations for what might be referenced, as opposed to, say for instance, a literal star. So hopefully that puts some things in perspective. Basically there is, in a very real sense, no Star of Jacob, not as people are trying to present it. They're trying to twist a biblical verse for the sake of...
Yeah, besides, wasn't it the Star of Bethlehem anyways?
Well,
No, that's different.
The Star of
He
Bethlehem.
just read the quote or the passage.
Yeah.
Named the passage.
Yeah. The star. Just to clarify, there's no Star of Jacob that has suddenly appeared, but that doesn't mean that what is being referenced is the Star of Bethlehem either. The Star of Bethlehem did not really exist as people understand it as a star, because the Star of Bethlehem is something that all kinds of scientists and biblical scholars have been pursuing forever, and sometimes what they come up with can be quite compelling, but it's not really...
They tried to say the Jupiter-Saturn conjunction was that.
Some people say
I
that...
think it was
the
a
case.
comet.
Yeah, well, let's
No,
put...
Douglas has revealed
Yes.
through
Thank you.
revelation of the Magi that
Thank you.
it was a psychic phenomenon. It wasn't
Yes.
Oh, I thought it was a comet.
visible to everybody.
No. Basically what happened was the Magi could see the Star of Bethlehem, but nobody else could. We know this because the Magi were following the Star of Bethlehem that no one else could see. And everybody who's like a biblical scholar or a scientist, and you'd be surprised at the types of scientists who get involved with this sort of thing, they try and look for a literal interpretation. And in a sense, by the way, that's a sign of madness, because the first thing they do to test for sanity, or one of the first things, or basic things that they do to test for sanity, is they will ask a person questions based on concrete interpretation or the potential for concrete interpretation. They'll say things like, if thine eye offends thee, pluck it out. What does this statement mean? And a truly insane person will say it means pluck your eye out literally, which some crazy people do. And believe it or not...
If it's rotting...
Well, honey, I mean, you're bringing up situations that have validity, like necrosis, and yes, of course, if your eye's injured, like you're in the Wild West, and a Native American plucks an arrow through your eye, and it's becoming infected and necrotic, then yes, you might consider plucking out the eye, yes, if thine eye offends
smell
thee.
is what's
I'm sorry?
The smell is probably what's offensive.
Well, I would think the pain would reach your brain long before the smell. By the way, I haven't been checking into the call. I don't believe Aaron jumped on. He says, sleep calls. I'll do my best to report on this travesty of a movie next broadcast. So he said, early bedtime for me. Currently watching the 2004 flop Van Helsing. It's like a train wreck, but we haven't turned it off yet. So then he says, sleep calls, I'll do my best to report on this travesty of a movie next broadcast. By the way, our friend...
Yeah, it was pretty bad, but I loved it when I saw it.
It was...
But I was very young.
Yeah, I was about to say, yes, if you're young, I could understand it. It's, I, of course, don't really have, I'd say there's parts of it that are likable. I don't think they did anything with the Frankenstein's creature that they could have. It was like he was almost not in the film. It was like he was totally peripheral. He was there in the beginning and then there in the stagecoach and then kind of like really played no part in the plot other than that. Do you remember that as well? Or
yeah, I don't
haven't
remember
seen it.
him. I don't remember anything happening to him. What happened to him?
Yeah, I don't remember.
Right.
He disappears out of the film. Yes, it's very bizarre. It doesn't make any sense.
I think I got the impression that maybe they were trying to do a sequel, but it just sucked so bad no one gave them the money.
Yeah, it was sad.
Does that make sense?
Yes.
Like they tried to set up a sequel or something.
Yes.
Because at that time it was all about sequels, like Spider-Man 2. You know, they were trying to get lineage films. Yes,
which is sad, and but there's several elements of it that were just fucking sad, and it was anyhow. We can always go back to that. That's just fun stuff, but not really. I was gonna say, our man Brendan, you brought up something about fucking Seth Garfield or whatever the fucker's name is, who's like basically taken what I've told everybody forever and put it into his cartoons now. Like what was it?
Seth MacFarlane.
Yeah, Seth MacFarlane. Okay, so Seth MacFarlane, that's not the guy who did Spawn, is it? That's not him, is it?
I have no idea.
Todd McFarlane. That's Todd McFarlane.
Todd McFarlane's different. They could be related. I don't know.
Yeah.
But,
so what did Seth MacFarlane say?
Seth MacFarlane's the guy that did Family Guy, and he did a lot of those early Cartoon Network shows.
Yes.
But he's famous for Family Guy. He does all the voices on there.
Yes, and he also did
But
yeah, go on.
Yeah, go ahead.
No, I was just going to say he also did, what was it, the stupid thing with Star Trek, the Star Trek parody that he brought Bruce Wayne on to do, or what's his name? You know, the guy who played Batman 100 years ago. He brought him on to, like, do his retirement.
Adam West?
Yeah, Adam West.
Futurama?
Yeah, no, not Futurama, but somebody was involved with that.
No, it was a live action. It was, but I see clips of it all the time, and I don't know the name of it. No idea.
Okay, yeah, same here. I never followed it.
But those, like, the Klingon stand-ins were kind of funny. You know, they were like smoking. They were like getting addicted to cigarettes and shit. They were like, "What is this?" And then they like start like 3D printing a bunch of cigarettes. You know, like materializing them, and they're like all hooked on it and shit.
Yeah, well,
I thought that was funny.
I'd have to see it, but I get what you're saying. Yeah, so with the you said he did something about Dracula that was essentially
So that era, like, I guess it was from what, like 2012 to like 2015. Whoever was writing in that era of those episodes, they like referenced your work multiple times. Like they did the Japanese balloon bit.
Yes, that's true.
Where where he's like floating away, and then he's like, "Oh, look, it's a balloon," you know. And then it's like, "I'm Japanese." The balloon was like talking.
Yes, that's
right.
right.
So it was a Japanese balloon.
Yes, because originally he said, "I'm in a Chinese balloon." That's right. And
Yeah. He said, "Are you Chinese?" And she's like, "No, I'm Japanese." Yeah. Or something like that. Like they referenced the Japanese balloon.
Yeah.
And then in this one, it said there was some dude watching TV, and it was like Dracula in San Francisco, and he like flies through the window, and then it's a dude sleeping, and he's like, "Ooh," you know, like right before he drinks his blood, he's like, "Ooh," and then he like takes a vial of it, sends it off on a bat.
Yeah.
And it, like the bat reports back like within a second. Like it's just comedic, but he's like, "Ooh," you know, like it came back with like an STD or something. He's like, "Ooh, that's why we have the lab." That's why we have the lab. And, so you gotta watch it. It's funny.
Okay.
But it almost was like a reference to you and the Blood Boys or something.
Interesting. Though I thought
like the vampires are doing, you know, blood tests now in San Francisco. You know, like something like that.
Right. I thought that based on the picture I saw of Dracula bending down to suck blood from some man, that I thought the man was going to say, why do you want my blood? And he would say, well, because I have sex with women and I'm heterosexual and I don't play with my food. It's all bullshit. Of course I take blood from men.
Well, that was almost a reference too. Yeah. Usually Dracula's attacking chicks. Yeah, that's a good point.
That's right. So it's almost like that's the direct reference.
It's very subterfuge. Subtle.
Yeah, no, it's kind of subversive. It's subversive.
Subversive,
yeah, to the normal public assumptions that they're indoctrinated into. Well, we've got a number of people here now, so I might answer some more questions. But in terms of the Star of Bethlehem, again, just to reemphasize, that was never a physical star, which is why no one can find a planetary conjunction or an actual astronomical event like a supernova that explains the Star of Bethlehem. They saw it inside of their mind's eye, and they followed it because if you take a look at it scientifically, no matter where an astral phenomena would happen, whether it was a supernova or whether it was some kind of planetary conjunction, none of that holds up astronomically or physically, because the Magi traveled all the way from China across the circumference of the Earth to Israel. And that means that they would have lost track of a physical star in the sky because the sky would have changed. Literally, as they went across the circumference of the Earth, they would no longer see the star that had originally been guiding them, if that makes sense, so people understand that. That's how you navigate.
It makes sense if you just watch the sky, you know, during the course of the year.
Yes, thank you.
Because the sun goes into different signs, so you lose the 15 degrees around the sun. I mean, that's astronomy. Yeah.
Thank you. And it was a wide enough circumference of the Earth where the skies would change on them, so they could not be guided by the same star throughout. So it was the star definitely in their mind's eye that they had seen. That's how they wrote it. That's how they expressed it. And the problem is the revelation of the Magi was not integrated into the Bible due to the Council of Nicaea. And then as a result, people are looking at just elements of the context, and they don't have the context, and therefore they draw really stupid conclusions or just strange conclusions that are totally unnecessary. So hopefully that clears that up for a little bit. And people, you should stop just dwelling on the Star of Jacob thing. It's just not worth your time. It's just
can I just say this?
Please. Please.
All these freaking TikTok, Instagram, BCC, the Black conscious community, and the lower level people on there, there's all kinds of crazy, tarot, all these, they call it witch talk. All these people, they're just they get interested into the occult, and then they just try and sensationalize and just make money off it. So it's just turning into another bullshit factory.
No.
Well, they'll say, "Oh, this is a
the way that
prophecy.
they do tarot readings isn't even the traditional way of reading tarot. They just flip through the
all for
cards and
clicks.
whatever
It's
flies
all for
out,
clicks.
that's what they think their card is.
Yeah, and it's nonsense. You pull one card and it applies to the million people watching you. It's just nonsense, and they're just tricking people. It's honestly disingenuous. And then they're saying this
That's
is the
not
Star
how you
of
read
Bethlehem.
tarot cards.
Yeah, and then saying this is the Star of Bethlehem and this is the prophecy and this is this. It's really not cool, but they do it because they can make money off it.
Thank you. Yeah, and now I would argue that young lady Amalia Willard was doing real tarot, real astrology, but it was killing her.
She didn't get views. She didn't get views.
She didn't. Oh yeah, she didn't get views. Yes, that's right. No, I noticed that. Yeah, she. So
the real people don't get traction because people just want this soundbite of sensation, star. They're piercing through the. Elon Musk is piercing through the firmament, and then they go on this tangent about misinterpreting the flat Earth phenomena, or the actual, or we don't even want to call it flat Earth, the actual cosmology of the realms. Then they go on a tangent, and they create such a soup that it makes everyone go crazy. It's so bad for the brain.
Thank you.
You can't syncretize to the point of just losing. It's like you mix all the colors and it turns poop brown. It's like that.
Thank you.
That makes sense?
Yeah, well, that was Peter Moon's astrology. Peter Moon kept doing that level of astrology. It was just like newspaper astrology. So
cool. Well, that was some 60s shit. Someone referenced that the other day. Oh yeah, Creedence Clearwater Revival. That guy John Fogerty.
Yeah.
I sent you the video of he was talking about how he wrote that song, and his story started with, I went to Oakland to the new recording studio of Fantasy Records, and someone threw a brick through my window and stole all my equipment. That was I was telling you, Oakland hasn't changed in 65 years. All he did was park, and and then it's funny because now they say, people the people that I know that live out there, these disowned scum, they're like, oh yeah, all these black people came and they're horrible. And I'm like, dude, Oakland's always been like that.
Thank you.
And they're like, no, it's all the libs destroying San Francisco. I'm like, dude, it's always been like that. You guys are just freaking watching Fox News, dredging,
yes.
Dredging shit.
Yes, my God.
Floating in the sewer.
Yeah. The cyber sewer is shit. Yes.
And listening to Trump lie about the getting nicked thing. He's like, yeah, I got nickered. When Joe Rogan's trying to say, can you show me the scar? And he's like, it's here somewhere. I got a little nicker,
Oh, man. Yeah, my ears.
He's trying to, play it off. It's dude, there's no scar.
Yeah, yes, yes.
Even Rogan knows, there's no scar. It's
Oh my God. Well, it's just awful. It's just
He was,
awful.
trying to out him. He was trying to out him, and he, as a typical narcissistic, just...
Yeah.
He's an actor. He's a salesman. Let's give him credit. He's a salesman. He nickered his way out of there.
Yes, yes. So
Yeah.
they're all. Just put it this way: I didn't watch the Joe Rogan thing, but I did hear what the direct quote of what Trump had said. So that was surprising to me. Trump said, because Joe Rogan said, "Hey, we've sent these probes, these other planets in the solar system, and there's no life there," and Trump just said, well, we just can't see it. He had something going for. Well, he had something going for him there, at least. We can go into that another time. I've talked about relic populations in the past, But obviously,
But you ain't gonna hear it from any of these guys. I'm telling you.
No. We started hearing it from that Daryl James guy who was using my fucking terms because he's been listening to all my old episodes before they prepped him to come onto my show.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Or whoever writes his like his shit.
Yeah.
They just give him a pamphlet and they're like, they probably got pissed when they found out he was on your show. They're like, no, don't go on his show. Fuck.
Yeah, because we
took all his shit.
Yeah,
you know?
Yeah, we stole all his
Why'd
shit.
you talk to him?
Yeah. And not only that, it's just the fact that I asked him, which apparently no one ever does and no one ever has. You know, he just goes on there and says, I saw kids in cages, and then when they're bad, we'd throw them into wood chippers.
Yeah, because in the days of Coast to Coast, you remember people would bring up crazy shit, and he would, Art Bell and the other guy.
They never questioned George Norrie.
They would just be like, wow, tell me more.
Yeah.
You know, they wouldn't even question anyone.
Yeah, there'd never be a challenge. There'd be a challenge of, hey, all these kids, you're feeding them other kids. It's, Heather Holman saw through it right away.
And he's like, I was drugged.
Yeah.
But it wasn't real drugs. It was mind control mind control. What did he call it?
I forgot what he called it. Shit. I don't even think he
side effects from the mind control.
Yeah, he's so full of shit. But the fact is that, he gets all kinds of money for what he does, lives in a home, all by himself, 3 empty bedrooms, reminds us of someone else we know. Then, beyond that, he's going to buy a new home. Yes. Oh, by the way, just so you know, believe it or not, I got my money back from TracFone, so $16, but I got it back.
I heard that earlier. It's like, I mean, they're really going downhill if they're refunding people now. They're just like, fuck, Like, was it kind of like that when you called them? You're like, the phone never worked, and they're just like, fuck. Sounds likely.
It's all I can say is these companies that provide the service, they have nothing to do with the phones. Not that I'm defending TracFone, I'm not defending TracFone, but it's like that's a non-issue. I just tell them, hey, the phone does. This is what I wanted to tell Aaron. I was hoping he would come on tonight, but remind me to explain it to him on Wednesday. I tried to return the cell phone, but the day I went, UPS was closed. Fuck the world.
Oh, that's weird. Yeah.
Yeah, and so. It's like you just can't win. So now I can't return his cell phone because it's past the deadline. But I tried, and it's like he said, it didn't really matter that much. But when it comes to bringing up certain points, I do want to bring them up. When it comes to the topics that Heather brought up, I want Heather to know that we always appreciate you bringing these topics up, Heather. You're one of the people who keeps us on the cusp of what is going on in the internet, because Brendan and Aristides and I just don't tend to explore those regions of the internet, and you present it in such a way that's much healthier than Ian West, because Heather presents her...
It's all out of speculation why I ask anyways. It's not because I'm believing it.
Right.
Yeah, well, beyond that, Heather, you present it as a question as opposed to Ian West, who will just present it as a fact. Ian West will just, he
was doing with Daryl.
Oh, no, you got to make your own opinions on if you believe something or not.
Yeah. Or, I mean, if there's a fact, there's a fact, but there's no facts when it comes to Ian. It's
just, when it comes to Ian
West. It's real. He just kept, you can't just repeat it's real and it's not, be real.
I mean, let's have a little fun here. This was... I thought it was... Now, I had no idea who this Liam character is. I don't even remember his last name. I had no idea who he was. Ian could have pulled it off. I knew that much. I knew that much. That was all I knew. But I didn't know his last name. I had forgotten it. I remembered the first name, Liam, only because
Payne.
It was...
I think Payne or something.
Yeah, Liam Payne, poor bastard. Yeah, what a name. Anyhow, this poor guy gets thrown out a window. And of course they just say it's suicide when obviously it's not. And the funny thing was, it's not that Ian would necessarily have sold me on this, but it sounded, he came off where your average person would have just taken it as truth because, why would somebody lie about that? But it was just so weird that he came out with it when normally Ian will go the conspiracy route. So it's almost as if he's just being contrarian when we brought up Liam being thrown out of a window and that we felt it was a human sacrifice. It happened on Aquino's birthday. Then, Ian West comes out with this. Like, he made it sound like he and Liam had been personal friends since childhood. Like, he knew this guy inside and out. Like, and I think that's pretty much what he said. I knew Liam in school, and he would take any drug you would give him, and all this stuff. And I would not have known to have protested that, but it was both Brendan and our man George Knight. They both said, no, this guy grew up in England. How would you know this person? And then, then he fell back on.
That's when he went on that whole tangent.
Wait, was it Steve? I'll call Steve. He said, like, I guess that's his handler? Maybe that's his handler.
That was just some shit he made up on the fly to make it sound cool.
Yeah, or reasonable, yeah, to make it sound like, I'll call Steve. His fallback. Yeah. Yeah.
That was ridiculous. Yeah.
Oh god, it was funny. It was funny though. It was, but yeah, it's like what drives a person. It's almost like he has a compulsive need to make himself part of the narrative. So I noticed that with some people.
Basically.
Yeah, and so that's interesting and that's bizarre, but it is what it is. So
Can we do? Ian.
Yeah, what was that?
So what can we do? It's just Ian.
Yes, that's just it. So in terms of the other thing that was brought up about, say for instance, revolutions, a point to be made before I make maybe go into a more personal territory that we'll probably cover again when Aaron's here on Wednesday night, but do remind me to bring up some aspects about Peter Moon's personality or Vinnie Barbarick's personality that I think are profoundly important to emphasize when we reconvene on Wednesday night. But when it comes to the American Revolution and what I was pointing out about the mouse that roared and all that, did you hear all that part, Brendan, when I was talking about the mouse that roared and all that crap about how the Iraqi dinar, when I was talking about the Iraqi dinar, did you hear me respond to Clarice Claudet about the Iraqi dinar?
Was this tonight?
Yeah.
No.
Okay. Yeah. Well, you can always replay that later if you're interested. But in a nutshell, she was asking, what about the Iraqi dinar scandal? And I presented to her the entire sordid history of why Americans bought into the Iraqi dinar scandal, which was that when Iraq was obliterated, then a whole bunch of Americans began investing in the Iraqi dinar. Do you remember any of that at all? Any of that going down?
No, I had no idea.
Yeah, and the reason they did this was because of the bullshit myth that had been started by stupid satirical political novels like The Mouse That Roared, which also had a sequel that was also made into a movie. And the movies may be mildly entertaining. They should be available on YouTube. The books, Aristides could probably find the PDF and link them both to the, at least the first book in particular, into the chat. But everybody was under the impression through The Mouse That Roared, which drove home the Allied propaganda belief that, we're a poor country, we need investment in infrastructure. What do? And we're also decolonizing. In other words, it's this stupid little British island that the Brits were leaving, they were withdrawing from, and it was too expensive to maintain. So they just left all these British...
What was this?
It's a fictitious island. It was a fictitious island in a novel that the British were withdrawing from. They were decolonializing, and the British said, well, this island, rather than fighting to keep it, the British were saying this island, it costs more money to maintain than it's worth. So they were just withdrawing. And so they said, what do? We're all going to starve. And they were all white British people so that the audience could relate to them, as opposed to, colonialized blacks or something. So these white British people...
Hawaiians.
Yeah. Those would be just as alien. But anyhow, so all these British people said, let's declare a war on the United States and lose, and then they'll have to rebuild their infrastructure. And so that was the this is where the myth started. And people bought into this shit. because this woman I was sleeping with for a while, Leanne Prifty, who was the Albanian chick who worked with the State Department and would broadcast propaganda behind the Iron Curtain because she spoke Albanian language, Illyrian, the Shqiptieri. And she, like, one time I was in a conversation with her and I was speaking of some nation, I can't even remember which one. I said, why are they so poor? Why are they so, you know, undeveloped? And she said, oh, because they haven't declared a war against the United States. And I was like, what? I, like, was so appalled at the insane stupidity, the crazy stupid answer she provided. I had to ask her to repeat herself, and when she repeated the same thing, I had to say, what do you mean? And she said, oh, in order to get rich, you got to declare war against the United States, and then when they kick your ass, they give you all the money in the world, and that's how you rebuild. And I said, are you fucking crazy? Look at every nation America has ever had a war with that they've won, from the Philippines to, you know, any Latin American nation to, you know, Caribbean nation, etc. Yeah, and they're all hellholes. They're all shitholes with no development whatsoever. And I said, where did you get this lunatic idea? And she said, oh, in World War II.
Was this pre-Iraq? Because look at Iraq. Yeah.
Oh, it was pre-Iraq. It was pre-Iraq. Yeah, and look at Iraq. But that was the whole point. So when the Americans bulldozed...
Libya. We didn't even go there, and it's fucking... I said Libya, Tunisia, yeah.
Oh, yeah, and anywhere that America's been involved.
America touches. Look at you. I guarantee you Ukraine's not going to last. All that money's going to get squandered.
Well,
give it a couple years.
It will be different if Ukraine can integrate into the European Union, obviously. But then, even then, it just needs to become a satellite state of Germany. It would be... Its economy has to be reflected by the German economy. But the whole point is that when I was pointing out... The myth that she was getting off on was the Allied myth that, oh, we defeated Germany and Japan, we rebuilt them. And I said, that's not what happened at all. You had to pay reparations, and they rebuilt...
they paid everything back.
And they rebuilt themselves.
And even Russia supposedly paid everything back.
Well, Russia is like, fuck, I don't even want to go there.
From the Lend-Lease, not from anything else.
I don't, not my impression was they never did. I don't think anyone's ever paid anything back from Lend-Lease. No one's ever paid a dime back for Lend-Lease. That's from what I understand, but I'll look into it.
So that was like some propaganda shit that I saw?
Probably.
I think I'll send it to you.
Yeah, go ahead and send it to me. I'll look at it. Yeah, because, you know, Lend-Lease is so absurd. But at any rate, the point was that after the Iraq conflict and it was bulldozed, everybody thought, now the Americans will pour all the money into the infrastructure and the Iraqi dinar is going to be big, big, big. And so all these Americans invested into the Iraqi dinar and they lost everything. That's what happened before Bitcoin. That was the scandal before cryptocurrency was the Iraqi dinar. Yeah, the Iraqi dinar was the cryptocurrency before Bitcoin. Was the Iraqi dinar.
And the Vietnamese dong.
Yeah, and the Vietnamese dong. Yeah, the dong and the dinar.
Is that really what it's called?
They're so cute. Is it called that? It is called that, isn't it?
Yeah, they wanted to reevaluate it so it'd be worth so much more.
Right, well, that's because they were all fucked up because the Americans didn't invest in Vietnam, and it took them generations to get over that war and recover themselves. It was so tragic.
Yeah, why would they want to
they're doing well now.
Yeah. What was that, honey?
Why would they want to reevaluate it? The dong and the dinar.
Because it's failing.
Yeah, because it's failing.
Just a strange combination.
Because like the Brits have never changed their money.
Yeah.
It's still strong. I mean, it's the strongest currency still.
Yeah, in many ways. Though I was explaining to Aristides, it was the apex of the economic food chain until 2 world wars knocked it off, and then the United States dollar became such. But I said it'll take something.
But they let that happen. They made the agreement, Bretton Woods. Bretton Woods was in England. Yeah. Yes. So there you go.
Yeah, in Canadian.
They allowed the Americans to do that.
Yeah. Well, that was like they were all making deals at that time with each other, the Americans and the Brits. But you know, the Brits really have to pull out of that. So that brings us back to the revolution, and then I'll get into maybe some personal things that people were asking about. Again, the photograph in thumbnail of live stream. I'll get to that eventually. She says, "I feel like Brendan is my brother." Heather, that's so cute. That's so cute.
I do. It seems like he's my brother. And I only have one brother, and I don't say that about anybody else.
Yes, that's adorable. That's adorable.
Yeah.
Yes.
Brother from another mother.
Yes. Yes.
Or the same one. I don't know.
Yes.
Just a brother.
Yeah, he's been through what you've been through. I mean, I still can't believe it. Just so people know, the woman who you might have had the accident with might have been Ukrainian. She could have been speaking Ukrainian, and you would not
That
have.
crossed my mind too.
Yeah.
That really crossed my mind too.
Yeah, but
I
either.
mean, there's so many of them now. Like my school is filled with them.
Yeah, and what's it like?
Some of them are hooligans. You know, what can you do?
Oh, that's so funny.
Yeah, her children were very unruly.
She had kids?
Yeah, because they come here and the parents like just tell them, "Oh, you can do whatever you want."
Yeah, no, but I mean,
Yeah,
Heather.
they have some entitlement. Yeah, people were just picking up their kids from school, so their traffic was so bad because of the parents that pick up their kids from school.
So this woman who you experienced the accident with had kids?
Yeah, and I'm guessing that he wouldn't put a seatbelt on or something because he, after like she was on the phone and the accident had happened, he came flying out of the side of the van. Like she told him to stay in the car, but he had every part of his body outside of the car with just barely his tiptoes in the car. Like he was just so defiant.
How old was this kid?
He was like maybe 8.
And so she's on the phone with her hubby, and hubby just tells her, just get the hell out of there, and she jumps back in with the kids and drives off.
Well, at first she wanted to call the police. She says, I'm not leaving without the police. I'm like, okay, well then let's exchange information.
Oh.
And she wouldn't give me her information, and I asked her again, and she wouldn't give me her license, so I'm assuming she didn't have one.
Right. And then she just drove off.
Yeah, she's like, no, I'm waiting for police. And that I thought she was calling the police, but she wasn't on the phone with the police. Nobody called the police.
Oh, of course not.
So I guess when she says, I want to call the police, she was trying to bluff you into giving her money.
I don't know what she was. It sounds like some kind of an insurance fraud, whatever they're doing.
Yeah, they do insurance fraud. Yeah. That's famous. They're famous for that.
And it seemed like she was backing up when our cars had contact. It was weird.
So then that's why I have a dash cam.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's exactly why people should have a dash cam.
Yes, so set up a dash cam. Oh my fucking God. Honey, you've got people out for you. You know that.
I know that. But it's the thing about the dash cam in the Mini Cooper, they have the camera set up. It's just mine doesn't work, or it's not hooked up to the mainframe or their network or whatever.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so when it comes to the all right. So just to get back without losing my train of thought on the American Revolution, because we were bringing up the dinar, the dong, and what did we bring up about Africa? We brought up something, and then we brought up it brought us back to the American Revolution by my train of historical thought. We were talking about, of course, biblical things that people are misrepresenting online. Of course, Heather brought up Brave New World as an example of something that she found very intriguing. She found that now in the series Brave New World, are you sure you're not conflating it with Logan's Run and Soylent Green?
It's a 3-hour movie, Brave New World.
Okay. No, but I mean, there's certain concepts you brought up, how they're turning all the people into vitamins, which was the concept of Soylent Green, was that they were grinding up the bodies and turning them into nutrients for the public to consume. Is that actually in this version of Brave New World as well? Yes.
Yeah, they do. They have a thing where they push a button and they go on a vacuum tube after they get euthanized, and then they just get recycled, and they make more babies, test tube babies. They don't have vivacious birth.
Right. Okay. Thank you. I appreciate that descriptive. And so very good. And as for the early deaths, they, at a certain age, euthanize people or mercy kill them. So this was in that film as well, not to be confused.
Yeah, they're
with
eager. They're eager to find their death because they see themselves in the mirror and they're like, "Oh my God, I'm old," and they're so disgusted they want to throw up at someone who looks old.
Right. So then they volunteer for death almost. It's almost.
Oh, they just look forward to it. They know what's going to happen when they're 35 or whatever.
Wow. Yeah. It's Well, that's incredible. I mean,
And
so
it's okay. It's okay.
in the context of that film, you mean?
Yeah, in the movie. Yeah.
Oh, no, that's incredible. Thank you for sharing that. So with that having been said, do you want me to go on with the historical thing that came to my mind about
Yeah.
America's revolution? Okay, so let's put it this way. As I've said in the past, other nations or cultures will make their revolutions the centerpiece of their new cultural system. Generally, what happens when a revolution is held, we tend to identify it as a leftist revolution because of the 20th century, shall we say, confrontation with communism. The reality was that most communist revolutions failed. For those of you who do not know, there came a communist revolution in France that came very close to succeeding. This started off with the students at the Sorbonne, and they occupied the Sorbonne. And at that point, France was on the precipice, and France could very easily have toppled into a communist revolution. That would probably be an example of how extreme it got in Western Europe. That's extreme. It's one thing in Italy, where you had successive governments that were basically electoral communist systems that were so pronounced that the Pope seriously considered at one point relocating to the United States, which of course we do not have a Roman Catholic population in the United States that would have been really would have been a strong base for him. But the situation in Italy was so precarious on the verge of a violent communist revolution that the Pope seriously considered relocation anyway, or at least seriously considered, not relocation, that would be a bad way of expressing it, really considered an American Pope. In other words, the election of an American Pope to the status of the papacy, so that that Pope would have the fallback of United States citizenship, and with the Pope would go the church. In other words, then the church would have the capacity to relocate under a United States citizen Pope, an American Pope, as opposed to any other nation's Pope, if that makes sense, if you understand what I'm saying. The Vatican City State seriously considered that at the time of the 20th century's, late 20th century, when it looked like communists were on the verge of a revolutionary or violent takeover. But the reality is that the overwhelming majority of communist revolutions failed throughout the 20th century. The only way that the Soviet Union or communist China actually expanded generally was through violent invasion. And that included North Vietnam. North Vietnam expanded through violent invasion. It did not expand through a revolution happening in South Vietnam. But nevertheless, despite the fact that revolutions would generally fail, we tend to identify new young nations as leftist and as promoting their revolutions as the centerpiece of their culture. Now, even when they are not communist in the way that we understand them, the forerunner of communism, in a very real sense, believe it or not, in its own strange way, was Bonapartism, or the Napoleonic Empire, with the French Revolution. When the French Revolution took place, they started an entirely new calendar system that did not last. And it was people can look this up, the French Revolutionary Calendar. And you had a situation where they then tried to spread their revolution, the French Revolution, by eradicating the other crowns of Europe and establishing all of Napoleon Bonaparte's dynasty as the single ruling court in Europe. This would have been a united Europe under a single monarchical court system. So this was revolutionary for its day, and it was the idea of revolution being spread through violent conquest. So when nations are usually spreading their revolution by violent conquest, the historical question has been forever avoided, but among professional historians of any sense of consciousness or cognizance, the logical question is, why has the United States not used its own revolution as a propaganda asset and propagandized its revolution as something to spread. Like, why don't you people hold a revolution American style and establish an American Republican system? And your average person, of course, never thinks of that and thinks of America as reactionary to revolutions as opposed to starting revolutions. But what most people don't understand is, of course, and what people cannot perceive because they really have no knowledge of politics or civics, they think that America tries to spread, quote unquote, democracy. But America's not a democracy. We have an electoral college. We are a constitutional republic, which is the opposite of a democracy. In fact, Beaver, my gang brother, who Heather asked why he never comes on the show, which I'll be happy to get into later, because that's just morbid entertainment, and I had to contact him recently to ask if he would give me $100 towards rent, and that's always painful, because, it always turns into just a long bullshit discussion with somebody who's like, how would you say it? Agitated and intrinsically hostile in his own way. It's like, he's just, he just is what he is. But like I said, we're like real brothers. We don't really like each other at all. We just have history. And so the history between us is such that we barely tolerate each other. But at any rate, as far as I'm concerned, he owes me. And as far as he's concerned, I owe him. And so it becomes this dickering. All that being said, when it comes to, say, for instance, what he brought up, he said that he's got this cousin who, to give you an example of just how fucked America is and why I grew up fantasizing about leaving America, his cousin was, as you might imagine, Chinese. Is Chinese. He's still alive. And this Chinese guy was part of the only Chinese family in Carmel, California. So I'm gonna need Brendan Zoget to help me out here because he can back me up. He can back me up with this bullshit.
Carmel by the sea.
Yeah, let me tell you about the sad short story of this motherfucker. This poor son of a bitch grew up, as I said, part of the only Chinese family in Carmel, California. Now, by the way, now, I was born in 1966, Beaver around the same time, this cousin around the same time. So guess who was mayor while this cousin was going to school in Carmel? Brendan, help me out here. You know who was mayor?
Clint Eastwood.
Clint Eastwood. So,
he still is, basically, but he's like obviously not functional or as functional as he was.
Yeah. But
for a time, he was.
Yeah, and I never understood why the fucker never ultimately ran for president. I don't get it. Why go into politics as mayor and then, try and just go nowhere with it? What was that about? That little jaunt into politics. But I'll tell you what he did involving this Chinese kid. So this Chinese kid in Carmel, California, enters this contest for reading the most books. And the library said, whichever kid proves they can read the most books, and, you had to pass a test, like they would ask for the book review, and they'd ask you questions about the book, and then you would prove that you read the book. So he won the contest. He accomplished, it's like winning a spelling bee. He read the most books of his school year in Carmel, California, and the prize was you get a photo op with the mayor, who's a Hollywood superstar, Clint Eastwood. Now, Brendan, help me out here. Take a guess. What do you think Clint Eastwood said when they said, hey, you gotta live up, this Chinese kid won the contest, you gotta have...
We know what he said, man.
He said, fuck that shit. I don't want to take a photograph with some gook nigger yellow motherfucker son of a bitch. I'm not going to be seen next to some goddamn chink niglet. And I guess this is why he couldn't run for president. This is one of the factors as to why he couldn't. But think about this motherfucker later makes a movie called Gran Torino, where he's
Yeah, it's almost like they forced him to do that just to clear his name up.
Yeah, what was that? I mean, it's all just bullshit. It's all a fucking lie, you know? It's like, oh, here he is making this movie. Remember Daniel Arola kept referring to that film? Daniel
that
Arola.
was like his bread and butter.
Yeah, he kept bringing up Gran Torino. He always kept bringing up Gran Torino. It's the big white man saves the little yellow man. We've got a big white friend in Clint Eastwood. You haven't got no fucking friend in Clint Eastwood. Clint Eastwood thinks you're a fucking yellow nigger, you son of a bitch.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah, well, with fucking Daniel Arola, he would have thought even less of him. He would have thought, you know, he's not even Chinese or Japanese.
He's Filipino.
Yeah, he's a Filipino. He would have thought of him as just a piece of shit. But
well, what were they in that movie? I think they were Hmong.
They were some extraordinarily small Asian minority like Hmong or Montagnard, something like that. I think that was supposed to be part of the Big Brother feeling because he was in Vietnam. Wasn't he supposed to be like a Vietnam veteran? And that these kinds of tribes, people he used to work with in special forces, or I would assume that would be part of the plot line. And I
don't think they got that deep.
Yeah, they probably never even got that deep.
But...
Yeah, it just instead he sacrifices his life to help this immigrant family from basically other immigrants. So it's like the other immigrants are portrayed as preying on immigrants. So, but anyhow, so that was so this cousin was traumatized. It was basically he did this thing where he said, "Oh, I'm gonna read all these books and I'll meet Clint Eastwood." And then Clint Eastwood, he got the message, "I don't want another photograph with no fucking yellow nigger." Yeah, so this guy was traumatized. I mean, but he's no one to weep for. This fucker became a super. It's like he couldn't beat the system, so he joined it and he attained what's called cultural whiteness. Now, understand,
of course.
Yeah, this is what I defined it as, and I had to drive it through my gang brother Beaver's head. Now, my gang brother Beaver doesn't like the son of a bitch, but he tolerated him barely. But what happened was the guy came up recently because he, basically this fucker, he became part of some company as an accountant, and he then became a CPA. And he's not my gang brother Beaver's brother, Terry Wu, who's a CPA, and somebody else, somebody different, who has his own, you know, weird ass eccentricities and neuroses. But this other guy became part of a corporate accounting and then got into financial investments, where he even went beyond Terry Wu and just became very wealthy and moved to Florida to avoid taxes. Of course, I mean, it's just, can you imagine, that's all that they're all the same. So he goes to Florida. Yeah, he goes to Florida to avoid taxes. And then what happened was he called Beaver up to basically, let me take you to dinner. Haven't seen you in a long time. And Beaver just said, you know what? Fuck you. I don't like you. Let's skip dinner. And, yeah, let's see here. Troy Bellamy says, I met a retired actor here in Florida who claimed that John Wayne was into young Mexican men. I don't know. Maybe I know he hated blacks. I know that much. We know that much from what he said. John Wayne was a flaming racist. We know that. As to whether he was a flamer, who knows? He definitely had sex with Marlene Dietrich, who kept him out of the war. Marlene Dietrich, he hid behind the skirts of a woman so he could avoid conflict in World War II. So Marlene Dietrich, yeah, she kept him out of the war. She shielded him and shit. And I forgot how it happened. What was that?
He married her or something? Or
No. What happened was Marlene Dietrich was able to say that she needed him for her war effort. Now, remember, Marlene Dietrich, they assigned her to kill Hitler. So when you get the assassin who's going to kill Hitler saying, I need this fucker for my war effort, they just said, okay. And they signed off on it. Remember, for those of you who do not know, all of this is true. You can look it up yourself. Don't take my word for it. Marlene Dietrich was going to have a weapon implanted in her vagina, and she was going to have sex with Hitler and kill him vaginally, basically by, defenestrating him. Eviscerating him and poisoning him simultaneously, which could very well have been a suicide mission, and she was willing to do it. So That's how strong her politics were. And so Germans are very ambivalent about her. She's buried in Germany. For those of you who do not know, she's buried in Germany. But she's a traitor. She's a traitor. So it's like the Germans have a real ambivalent feeling about her. The Americans, on the other hand, they've just co-opted her. They've appropriated her as the good German. She's the good German who's pro-American. Yeah, and all that shit.
Tokyo Rose.
Yeah. I mean, she's an American Tokyo Rose, but I guess that's okay. Yeah, there you go. And Peter Moon was saying some other bullshit about Tokyo Rose the other day when he was on towards, as he was spiraling, some other bullshit that didn't make any sense.
The other day.
Yeah, it feels like, believe it or not, it hasn't been that long since the fucker's been on. It feels like months and months ago. It really hasn't been that long. If you take a look at, say, for instance, let's share a screen. If we share screen right now, I'll show you that when you look at it live, just at all the live episodes, these are the live episodes. And when you take a look at the live episodes, literally, this episode, DDD Calaccio Trifecta, that was the first episode he was not on, in which he claimed, don't tell anybody I'm not going to be on, and don't tell them why I'm not on. And if you go from there, it's just these episodes, they take up a block of 3 times 4. It's 12 episodes only since he's been on. And that may feel like a while, but, in terms of my broadcasting history, we've got 700 fucking episodes that are left up on YouTube. That's after they took, a number off, at least 100, or half 100 episodes probably 100 that they've erased. But, it's like, it's only been a while since he's been on it. It feels like a long time, but it hasn't been long at all. The trauma is still very real. the trauma of Peter.
Oh yeah, I can't imagine getting it right. Yeah.
Oh.
Over that. Yeah.
No, it's awful. For those of you who don't know, before I get back to the reasons why this fucker who's a cousin of Beaver, why he hated him and why really dislikes him, and what I had to drive home to him. Vinny Barbaric, his idea of a contract in my case was, and he said it to me privately multiple times, but there were several times we were privately on call after the show ended with Brendan Zogit, Aristides, Amy Como, number of other people, and it was Amy Como and Aristides who both heard it. Maybe Brendan was also there. Certainly George Knight was. The time that he first started denying that Dr. David Lewis Anderson would not eat food. And then I had to keep pushing him, and I said, you said he would not eat food that was catered to the home this whole meal, and you were diving into it while he just stood by and watched you, and then he finally copped to it.
No, he was like, oh, maybe he ate something, or something.
Right.
He was saying stuff like that.
Yeah, and then remember I pushed him
I'm sure he ate something.
Yeah, no, but remember I kept pushing him until he finally admitted it? He finally admitted it. No, he wouldn't eat anything. Yeah. He said, I never eat food. Yeah, and that son of a bitch. But anyhow, just like that, I know that you can also put this into context for people. Vinny Barbaric, his idea of a contract in my case was as a marriage contract. When he felt he was crediting me, Douglas Dietrich and Peter Moon, he felt it was like a marriage in which he had, like a husband, control over the property. Yes, thank you. Yes, he expressed that.
Well, it made it clear. He made it clear.
This was like a marriage contract. And another aspect of just how intolerable his personality was how he would discredit the victim. Now, this is why I want Aaron on tonight. We can bring this up again on Wednesday, because Aaron, I'm sure, remembers this more than anyone. But you might remember, Brendan, that time that Peter Moon brought up that Paula got this $700 parking ticket, traffic ticket, the speed ticket, the $700 speed ticket. Remember, he said it's well over $5,000. It was something like, you remember that vaguely, right? He kept bringing it up and said, I had to get a Jewish attorney. Remember, he said that specifically, I had to get a Jewish attorney. Always get a Jewish attorney. Get a good Jewish attorney. Yeah. And we got her off. Remember all that shit? He never brought up the fact of what happened was that when she was pulled over by that cop was alone, and he said, oh, hey, I stopped your car. Then he tried to physically assault her and she kicked him in the balls so hard he was on the floor and crying and shit. That's how she got the $700 speed ticket. He never brought that up publicly. And when the whole thing was, it reminded me of the time that I called the paramedics. And when the ambulance came, and then they said, and in this case, it was the black paramedic that fucked me up by saying, "We have an alcoholic." And he kept saying that, and then the hospital refused treatment because I got this other fucking yellow nigger house doctor, the Asian Indian, who said, "Oh, well, you're an alcoholic. We're not going to give you any treatment." And so I couldn't get any treatment because I was victimized by the black paramedic. And when I brought that up, Peter Moon said, "Oh, I know this paramedic is this neighbor of mine, and he would never do that." And it's like, that had nothing to do with my experience, but it's his way of discrediting my experience. And that's what he said to Paula. Paula told me that, that they had the neighbor. He was always referring to the neighbor who's a cop. For those who have listened for a long time, Peter Moon was always saying, "I have this cop who's a neighbor." And I asked him about different things going on in the school system. And then he said, what he said to Paula was, "Oh, this cop's been my neighbor for longer than I've been married to you. And he would never stop a woman and then attempt to physically rape her or sexually assault her." And it's just like, this was his way of discrediting everybody.
Yeah,
is that
that's bonkers.
Yeah, the authorities are all unassailable, and they're all like saints and would never do these things. But you know what?
Where does that come from?
Well, for one thing, he's a tall, wealthy, white male. So of course,
that shit he did to Abdul Karim Haq as well.
Yeah, it's just where he can fantasize he's a persecuted minority, which makes it even more offensive. Whereas a black man could never reverse that fantasy and say,
it's almost worse that he not only does he think that, but he thinks he's like an elitist version.
Yes,
he's
yes.
Like, I'm a pure Moor.
Yeah,
pure Moor.
Weird shit like that. Yeah. Whereas saying that all these blacks who are liberal, like BLM, Black Lives Matter, that really stands for bird.
It almost is like that. Kind of like how Africans consider American black people to be like lame.
Yeah.
He was going on that trip.
Yes. He would say BLM stands for burn, loot, and murder. This is the kind of, we're talking about this kind of scumbag. There's always a way out where there's no need to confront a corrupt system that's full of miscreants that are exploiting and abusing their power to take advantage of vulnerable people. So it's like, this was how, by the way, Paula was able to get off the $700 parking ticket, was because when they called on the cop to appear, the cop never showed up, because then of course she would just say, he attacked me and I kicked him in the balls. So
and they never show up. They claim they do.
But in her case, especially not. And
I had one cop tell me, he's like, "I get paid overtime. You think I won't show up?" And then I did it, and he didn't show up.
No, of course not. But with Beaver's cousin in Florida, here's where the trip comes in that I had to set Beaver straight on. I always hate this when people do this, because most of the time people indulge themselves when they say something like this, like, "I had to set my brother straight here in this case," or something like that. But people are usually indulging themselves. But seriously, this is one case where I had to set Beaver straight on this. It really was. He like said, first off, he's complaining about his cousin. He says, "Look, the guy's this elitist." In fact, their reason the cousin didn't talk to him for a long time was 9/11, because what happened at 9/11 was the cousin said, was visiting San Francisco. He drops in on Beaver and says, he brings up 9/11. He says, "When they attacked us." And Beaver raised his eyebrow like, "Us? What do you mean they? Who's they? And who are us?" But this guy, his cousin, has totally bought into the system. He feels like he's American, and he feels that whoever attacks America is the enemy they. And Beaver, of course, could not relate, and no more than you or I could, because you and I obviously have a greater cultural context than somebody who's decided they were going to go all in and attain cultural whiteness. But with Beaver's cousin attaining cultural whiteness, when he's complaining about this guy goes to Florida to avoid the taxes.
Well, I mean, I'm like presenting as white. Like, people are shocked when I tell them I'm like mixed.
Oh, not only that, they probably feel betrayed. They probably
That happens a lot, believe it or fucking not.
Tell us, give us some examples.
Oh, I mean, every time they feel jaded or something, like, oh, we thought you were one of us. You know? An example would be, I was having some issues at work, one of these like Safeway type jobs, and the dude was like some total creep that was running the store. So all the petty managers were like petty tyrants. And so I raised a row and said, look, you guys got to stop treating me like shit and all this. And then I went to the manager, like the general manager, like the full store manager, essentially the main guy. And I said, look, you guys, this is just like, all this started when I started telling them I spoke Arabic, and I think this is bullshit. It's just like, I was trying to confide in him, and then this fucker says, I didn't know you were that. How was I supposed to know? He was like, how were we supposed to know you were that? Yeah.
Wow.
Shit like that. And so I filed a report with like the
Can you imagine them
the
saying that? Can you imagine them saying something like that to a Jewish person? Imagine if somebody said,
yeah, it would be instant. It would be instant
death. It'd be instant like
karma.
Career death. It'd be like
career
death. You would be blacklisted. You'd wind up on a terrorist watch list. You'd wind up on a terrorist watch list.
Yeah, the what is it? Not ACLU, but the others would come after you.
Oh.
Anti-Defamation League would like fucking light you up.
Yeah.
Yeah, they would light your ass up.
Yeah. Oh man. Yeah. But
the Anti-Defamation League.
Yeah. But yeah, with this Arab thing, it's like they feel like they're betrayed, and they're like
So he was like trying to make it my fault. We would have never known if you didn't tell us or something.
Yeah, like why didn't you tell me?
Like it was my fault for bringing it up or something.
Yeah. No, I get it. Yeah, why are you bringing this up? Yeah, why are you bringing this up? If you hadn't brought it up, your life
if you just kept that secret, then they wouldn't have got mad at you. You know, it's like some shit like that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So it's on you as the victim. It's on you as the victim. Yeah.
Of course. Yeah. So that fucker. And then someone that worked at the store with me, he knew him personally somehow, or somehow knew of him personally. And he wouldn't tell me. He's like, I know something really bad about this guy. And I'm like, well, why don't you say, what is it? And they're like, we can't say. I can't say. So it must have been something bad. This dude was like a molester or something.
Yeah. Jesus Christ. They're all they're all the same. It's like, but anyhow. So, two things to point out about the, Heather brings us up. The cowboy spirit is a way of life. Kinky Friedman. Who the fuck is...
We were talking last time about how there's no Jewish cowboys, and there are in Texas.
I don't remember ever saying there's no Jewish cowboys.
Anyone said.
Yeah, I didn't.
Yeah, I looked it up.
Something Ian would say.
Yeah, but maybe Ian said that.
One of us?
Yeah, it wasn't me.
No, I said that I didn't know of any Jewish people who liked country music.
Oh, you said it.
Oh!
Yeah.
Well, that's
Oh, okay. Yeah, you mean with...
Yeah, do I call the Anti-Defamation League now, or...
That's when we were talking about Xena.
Oh, we were talking... Yeah, thank you, Douglas.
Yeah, Xena and... What's her name?
Taylor Swift.
Taylor Swift, thank you. Taylor Swift, and then Heather pointed out, because I said, it must be Taylor Swift's Jewish blood is why she's given the superstar pass and groomed to be a superstar when Xena turned her over to the Hollywood cult set. And then Heather said, country music. She said, what kind of Jew listens to country music? And I said, touche.
It's a valid point, but they control the industry, they just,
Yeah.
They run it. Yeah, they run it logistically or monetarily.
Yeah, media period. Nemo's typing. Here, Nemo's going to give us his wisdom.
He gets summoned every time this happens.
Yeah, every time we get on this.
Kazarian. I mean, I'm not.
Nemo, jump on the fucking call, Nemo. Ian's not on. Daryl James isn't on. Go ahead and jump on the call. He says Texas is known for black gold. Of course, Jews are going to be all up in that shit.
Oh yeah, guaranteed. Yeah, exactly.
Okay, point
a valid
well taken. Yes. Yeah. So that's like, and the Texans worship the fucking Jews, man.
Thank
I
you,
mean,
Douglas. Yeah, thank you. Bring this up. Yeah.
Yeah, that's the cowboys in Texas.
The red heifer.
Yeah, they worship the fucking Jew. They breed red heifers to bring Jesus back, who they think is Jewish, and they, equate him with like these posiers in the Holy Land. We're in the time of Antichrist, and this red heifer shit is Antichrist shit. This is like a religious war of the Antichrist against the. If you want to hear about Star of Jacob, it's kind of like talk about satanic inversion thereof. Bibi Netanyahu and Greater Israel. You would think it was all just paranoid fantasy on the part of right wingers until you saw their plans for this expansion to the connection to Neom, the connection to Lion City in Saudi Arabia, through a depopulated Gaza. It's all real. Yeah, they plan on,
which we unfortunately revealed. Yeah.
Yes. Yeah, and they hate us for it. And
I haven't heard anyone else talk about it. Yeah.
Oh, no one dares.
Where's Joe Rogan now?
Oh yeah, no one dares. It's like, can you imagine if he brought?
And
that
I can't. Like, it's so offensive. Like they always say, "Oh, I learned so much from Joe Rogan." It's like, what has he ever taught anyone about?
Thank
like
you.
DMT and testosterone therapy, and then fighting and like everyone's blowing their brains out, hitting each other in the head. I mean, it's like none of that is good. It's just. But he's like this cultural hero. He speaks his mind. It's like, yeah, his demented mind. It's spoken. It's spoken out loud. Can't deny there's free speech, but it's not for a good reason.
Is he in Texas?
He may as well be.
Oh, he is. He is in Texas.
Oh God,
He's
that
in Texas,
figures.
Douglas.
That fucking figures.
Yeah.
Yeah,
like,
that stands to
literally.
reason. Yeah,
They all moved to Texas. Guess who else lives there? Elon Musk.
Oh shit! Yeah, that's right. Elon Musk bitching about illegal immigrants, and it turns out he is one. He never filed.
Oh yeah,
fucking...
thank you. That's what I was trying to bring up, actually, not the Russian thing.
Yeah.
Where it was like, it turns out he illegally came to work in Palo Alto, but the elites don't have to follow that shit.
No,
that's always been like that.
Yeah. That's
guaranteed.
But he's still an illegal immigrant, and he ought to be fucking deported. There you go for that. So fuck that bullshit. This is what I gotta send to our man Brendan while I've been thinking about it. So let's take a look at this. See if I can find this here. Waymo. Here we are. It says, I went to Palo Alto preschool. Says Heather. Is that you, Heather? Heather?
Yeah, I
That
did go
would
to
explain
Palo
a lot.
Alto.
How did you came from a rich family or something?
Well, we weren't rich, but we weren't poor.
Yeah.
My grandparents
Alto.
and stuff, my great-grandparents, they had money.
Oh, got it.
But you
That
see,
makes
she paid a price for that. Satanic ritual abuse and MK Ultra. I'd rather be poor.
Naughty.
Yeah. No, that's true. That's a good point. It's like, it seems like it all stems out of that like Stanford area.
Yeah.
Which,
Palo Alto
speaking of
preschool,
that,
the only reason I remember that is because they made a record of songs, and I was on the record.
Holy shit. Yeah.
I still have it.
So they had you pretty much picked out for a while.
Groomed. The word is groomed. She was being groomed.
Since I was born, I was 2 days old and maybe a week old, and I was flown to San Francisco. That was my only time in San Francisco that I can recall being there.
Wow. That's so cute.
Yeah. Wait, you remember being 2 years old?
A week old? Yeah. Well, just because I have pictures and stuff.
Oh, I got it.
Yeah. So let me share something with Brendan before we get back into what he was saying, and before I get back ultimately to Beaver's cousin, which I'll get to. I want to share the fact that when it came to this motherfucker, the governor of California, whose name was John Bigler, he was the guy who hired all the Chinese instead of Irishmen to build the railroads, and that's how he became a rail baron and the governor of California. And then after exploiting all these Chinese, he instituted state legislature to pass all the laws to stop Chinese immigration.
To deport them.
Yes, to deport them with the Chinese Exclusion Act, which he put into the California Constitution. So he's not just a rabble-rouser who was demagoguing, exploiting anti-Chinese paranoia, or xenophobia as it's scientifically called, but he legislated it into our very constitution that Chinese must not be allowed to live in California, and this governor, John Bigler, established Stanford, which is not unlike, yeah, which is not unlike,
self-explanatory.
yeah, unlike other Ivy League schools. Other Ivy League schools are government contractors. Stanford is somehow exempt from obeying government demands towards equal, what do they call that? Affirmative action for students.
Affirmative action type thing, yeah.
Yeah. Stanford is immune from that.
No, Stanford is money. You pay.
Yeah, that's it. And that's the only way chinks get in there, or Asians get in there, is by paying. But they're immune from all those like equal rights. Even though they're in California, yeah, and so they're established by John Bigler, who instituted the Chinese Immigration and Exclusion Acts. So there you go. What a piece of shit, and what a piece of shit pile of shit Stanford is. Yeah, back to Brendan. Yeah.
That makes sense why it produced like that German lady, the Polish lady.
Yeah, the Polish bitch who was.
And then she's calling me, "You're sent from the dark side," and I'm like, "You worked for them, you dumbass."
Yeah, you worked for the dark side, bitch. And then they
stupid. Yeah. So and then there was what you sent. Also, what was the other thing you sent?
Oh, I forgot. What did I say?
We'll have to get back to it.
Well, here's what I'm going to send you right now. Here, take a look at this. I'm going to go on screen share. This is what Brendan Zogit needs to wear for Halloween. Here we are. You see this, Brendan? You need to wear this.
Let me look at the screen share.
The glitching...
If it's some gay shit, I'm going to get pissed. All right.
No, it's the glitching Waymo costume. You need to wear this for Halloween.
Yeah.
It's the glitching Waymo costume.
The murderous Waymo. Let's see it.
Yeah. So I'll mail this to you. Here we are.
Let's see it.
SF inspired costume ideas. Yes. And so I'll email this to you right now. So let's forward this to the Brendan Zogit email. And let's see if you receive that, because you can find it. I don't know exactly what it looks like, but you should be able to find it through the links in there. Let me know if you get the email.
Well, I think it might have just been satire, but yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah. I mean, I think they got something set up, because it's like so many people have been bitching about it that the fucking Waymos are out to kill them and shit. But in your case, I think it was programmed. In your case, I think it was targeting on your fucking...
Oh, it like honed in on us. I mean, it didn't even give us a chance. Yeah.
Oh, yeah. They've got your fucking cell phone they keyed onto, and they used your GPS.
And Michael would have just been a bonus. It would be like a 2-for-1.
Yeah.
Two people that know the truth, and then just kill them off at the same time.
Yeah, so if you got the email there, open it up, reset your email page, see if you got it, then open it up, then hopefully you can find the glitching email.
Yeah, the glitching Waymo costume, yeah. Fucking ridiculous, yeah.
Oh, so tell people the story, tell them what happened with the Waymo. What was going on?
Oh, I see. Oh, you can build it yourself. Cardboard box with a square hat, represent Waymo's sensors. Orange traffic cone and a sense of helplessness.
Yes. Okay, so Troy Bellamy, just a quick request. If you won't use Jewish tropes, please refrain from using the N-word in any form. So what he's saying is he'll give us a pass on the N-word if we start using the word kike or various other terms like,
Ruthless.
Yeah, okay. All right, that's fair. Taken into consideration. We'll use the K word a lot more, and I don't mean just Hazar. Troy Bellamy, I agree. Netanyahu is a word that shouldn't be said. Says Al Nemo. To him, the N-word is Netanyahu. Nemo responded to Troy Bellamy. He said, Troy Bellamy, I agree. The N-word, Netanyahu, is a word that should never be said. Okay, and then Heather says honky. The problem is that what is an anti-Caucasian slur that sounds truly offensive? Honky just doesn't cut it. Cracker just doesn't cut it. They just don't have the same effect as... How come nobody
I can't think of one, actually.
It's yeah, I don't know of any that sound really abusive. There's nothing for other than, you know, you have to really like extend it and say something like fish belly way.
Or I would say Nazi or the Nazi.
Oh, that's overused and it's silly anyway. Yeah,
Those
yes.
slurs aren't offensive at all, and those terms came from a very old era, like the 30s and such, like honky.
Like honky tonk?
Yeah.
No, honky stems from because black people couldn't afford cars back then, so when they're walking around the streets, all they would see is white people in those cars that had the horns that go honk, 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 so they just constantly see white people going honk, honk, so they call them honkies because they can afford a car. And the cracker, that stems from the slave master cracking a whip on their slaves, like calling them a cracker. But that's not offensive. That's more like a compliment, saying you're rich and you have
I thought it was
wealth,
crackhead.
and you can afford land and slaves. So yeah, none of them are offensive terms.
That's so interesting. Aristides, did you have any observations there?
I want to let you know I'm still here. And hey Nemo, how's it going?
Hey, how's it going? All right.
Okay, yeah.
Thanks for coming on.
Yes.
No
thank
worries.
you. Yes.
Yeah.
Welcome.
Yeah.
I wanted to share some info on the history of those words.
I appreciate that. Aristides, were you Whoa.
I believe him. I don't have anything else specific about that.
Okay, I was going to add something myself. Then Brendan left.
I'm sure other people will give you different stories.
Yeah, then.
But that's the most logical.
Yeah.
That makes the most logical sense to me, where those words stem from, how they were used towards whites.
Yeah, it has a logic to it. This was my understanding. Brendan has just left because he's rushed to build himself a glitching Waymo costume. He's getting started on that for Halloween. Hopefully he'll be rejoining us soon. Something's definitely going on there. But when it comes to, the cracker I never understood. You've just said something that makes sense. So that makes historical sense to me. That makes sense. I always thought, I just assumed, it was because they were all white like crackers. Like, you know, they all looked alike and they were all white.
No. It goes back to the slave days, yeah.
Okay, that makes sense. Now my understanding, and this is because I grew up in San Francisco, my understanding about the honky term was that, from what I grew up hearing, was that there were whites, particularly in the South, but also in San Francisco, because of Oakland and because of the San Francisco being one of the few places where you had a lot of cultural exchange, as opposed to, say, for instance, New York. In New York, for instance, going into a black neighborhood, a white person going into a black neighborhood is like extremely dangerous. Certainly at certain times, at certain historical periods, it's something that no sane white person would do. And then there's other, and things change with the years, of course, and things, certainly there's been periods of time when that wouldn't have happened, but San Francisco's always been different. And San Francisco, like the Deep South, was famous for bordellos because of the 49ers and the gold rush. So my understanding was that whites who really preferred to use the services of black prostitutes would go into these areas of the bordello and they would call the prostitutes out by honking their horns. And because they didn't want to go inside the black bordello, because they were afraid they would get photographed or ambushed, or maybe even like
big taboo.
Yeah. And so that's why the black prostitutes would call them honkies, because they'd wait outside with their cars and honk, like, I'm here, and then the black woman would have to come out and then go to them in the car. And they'd drive them off to some place isolated where they'd have sex. So that was my understanding of that. And
that could be it too. Could be a mix of things like that.
Probably.
Because it relates to the horn, the honking of the horn.
Yeah.
Like what I said.
Yeah.
They're just all honking their horns back in the day.
Yeah, that would make sense too, because then you would, if you were a black person and then you hear the white people in their cars honking their horns, then you could always make the joke to each other, they're calling on a prostitute, right? That's the, yeah. Oh, there he is calling on another pro. He's calling another pro, and
I take that as a compliment too, because that's saying, oh, you got money to afford a prostitute.
Yes. I mean, certainly, I know what it's like. Because when I was young, growing up in San Francisco, you have no idea how many assholes would be honking from their cars just as this obscene gesture of, hey, you're hot, and then I'd turn around, after a certain age, I wouldn't even bother to turn around and look. But yeah, turn around, look, and it'd be some sleazy white guy who's drooling and, shaking his hand and like, hey, come here, like I was a hustler or something. It's just sickening. At any rate, let me ask Brendan what happened to him. Ask him if he's okay. In the meantime, in terms of what I was going to say about Rhodesia, because I was talking about the American Revolution, what do you know about Rhodesia? Nemo.
I just remember hearing about Rhodesian Death Squad and, all that stuff. Not a lot, just a little bit.
Yeah. Okay. And
I haven't researched into it. Just heard stuff about it.
Okay. So I'm still typing this out to Brendan here and trying to.
And I know the Rhodesian Ridgeback dog is a real cool dog.
That must have been bred, of course, during the time when Rhodesia existed.
Yeah, they're a tough breed. Yeah.
Yeah, and of no doubt they were probably bred for police and riot work, I'm sure. So let me make certain I have the right question marks here before I ask Brendan a question. Now, Heather, you were talking about Palo Alto, your trip to San Francisco. What other memories come up with that? And let's see if she responds while I try and get this written.
What other memories come up with that? I just remember it was, it was hard to walk because the hills were so steep and the inclines,
Yeah, it sucks. Go on.
I don't know what I was doing in Palo Alto or why they brought me there when I was born, but it might have something to do with all my things that I'm involved with, whatever it is. I don't even know. But I am having an MRI, and so when they do the MRI, I'm thinking maybe they can get me the serial number off of the RFID thing.
Are you going to ask them for that?
Well, I'm going to tell them that it's there before I have the MRI in case it might interfere with it or something.
Right. No, that makes sense. Oh, shit. Yeah, that's a legitimate concern if you are implanted with something. And then we'll see if they go through with it. And have you ever had an MRI?
I don't think so.
This would be then the first time. I hate to sound redundant, but I'm so sorry. This then would be the first time, to your knowledge, you've ever had a magnetic resonance imaging scan.
Right. Well, I did go through the TSA scanner, and it picked up on that at the airport in 2015.
Okay.
It's there. I know it's there.
Where is it?
Like in the back pocket. It would be like where my back pocket would be. It's just like on my, like under my, like at the top of my thigh, under my butt cheek.
Wow.
So it's like as if it was in my pocket is where it is.
Okay. And when it registered, did they tell you to empty your pocket?
Oh, no. Yeah, they searched me and everything. They were brand new pants. I didn't have any pockets. They had pockets, but they were like faux pockets.
Right.
They weren't even real pockets.
Right. And
and they just showed me the spots that it came up, and then there were also like electrodes in my shoulder.
Okay. And so when they showed you this, what did they say? They just said, go ahead?
They just wanted to know what it is. They said, you have electrical devices. I'm like, no, I don't. I'm like, and they, down to the strip search, I'm like, listen, I go, I don't know what this is. And I was just as confused as they were at that point. Even though I knew, I didn't want to like let on to some weirdness,
Mm-hmm.
I didn't have proof. So I just didn't say, I said, I don't know. I played stupid. I don't know what it is.
Well, I appreciate you sharing that because I'm trying to think of the worst thing that could happen to you. If you have an implant in your butt and you have an MRI, then hopefully if that gets ripped out of your body, it won't be fatal.
Well, the only
Unless,
thing that I would think of is it might move if it's magnetic, because I don't know, it's magnetic resonance. So it might move or it might like burn or something. I don't know.
Well, let's put it this way. Let me give you an example. When I was care provider for my parents, and I had to take my mother for an MRI. Now, I myself have had an MRI, but that was before the Gulf War. And my entire chronology is outlined for people who want to know. It's on the LinkedIn. So you can take a look at LinkedIn for the chronology. And I had gone through the San Francisco Police Academy prior to the Gulf War, but did not serve as a San Francisco police officer till after the Gulf War due to the Fajita Gate scandal, where the cops finally went so far as to kill a gay man for no other reason than to steal his fajitas when he stepped outside of the bus stop bar, which is the actual name of the bar in San Francisco, Bus Stop Bar on Union Street. I don't even know if it's still there. But at that time, the gay community really put it forward that they wanted gay cops, and that's when they were so desperate they would take anybody, and I just stepped up and said, I'm gay, which I am not. But they didn't give a shit, and they just hired, and I told other guys to do that. I said, because other guys wanted to be a San Francisco cops because it's one of the highest paid constabularies in the fucking world. And so when I said, if you want to be SF cop, just tell them you're gay. They're hiring people. Oh, yeah, they just couldn't do it. They were just too, I can't, They came up with all these, what if they find out I'm not? And I would like tell them, I would just get right into their face, just nose to nose. How on earth will they ever fucking prove that you're not gay? How on earth would they ever do that?
Yeah, you could never prove it.
Yeah, you can't prove a negative. And it's just, they just couldn't go through with it because they were just too, stuck. They're just too insecure. They're just too insecure and just too silly. It's like, what if they see me with a girl? I said, tell them that you switch, you dumb shit. I've decided to go
by. Isn't that a matter of like personal, isn't it personal information?
No, it not in a situation like that, because when you're caught in a situation like that, then San Francisco Police Department was desperate to prove to the community of San Francisco, particularly the gay community, that they were hiring gays. So they definitely had to Jesus Christ, somebody entered just something enormous.
Yeah, no, that was when I asked AI about the MRI and the RFID, and that's all the information they gave me and resources to try to figure out where it came from.
Okay, well, thank you for bringing me back on track because, just to answer the gay question about the San Francisco Police Department, at that point, it's not personal information because they're trying to represent a community that's underrepresented. So when you're trying to represent an underrepresented community, then the question becomes obvious. You do have to ask something like, are you gay? Are you a lesbian? Because you're trying to establish rapport with that community. And if your organization is unable to do that, well, you can't get anywhere. So they have to ask that at that time. Now, where it became funny, which I actually brought up while Vinny Barbaric / Peter Moon was on my program when I was explaining to him when he said, oh, were you ever a San Francisco cop? And then after I explained everything, went into full denial mode and said, so you never were a San Francisco cop, to show you how insane this individual is. But one of the things I was trying to do was just brush it off by a humorous aside. I brought up the humorous aside was when I applied for LAPD. And then San Francisco called them and said, Douglas Dietrich's not gay. Because at that point, I had gotten out of the San Francisco Police Department. And LAPD pays much less. But, I just was applying for other jobs.
Isn't that discrimination?
Yes. Yes, it is, by the way. But anyhow, but what they were doing was they were trying to claim I was lying, which I had been, to get employed. But the word was out that I was not gay. So when they called LAPD, when I was going through the process of applying for LAPD, then I literally was there in the room with an interviewer when he got the call from SFPD, and the guy shouting over the phone, that's Doug Dietrich. He's not gay. He's not. And then the cop who's interviewing me said, I remember a time when that used to be considered an advantage or a positive.
It's like opposite world over there.
It's the whole world's
Well,
upside.
San Francisco's a whole nother planet.
Oh, yeah. It's like I always said, California is part of the United States strictly by geography. When you enter California, you've left European America. The overwhelming majority of America has a European descended cultural spectrum that stops dead at the borders of California. You enter California, you're in Zen territory, and once you go to San Francisco, then you're not even. San Francisco is Oz.
Yeah, it's a whole nother planet.
Yeah, it's the Emerald Kingdom. It's you know what they used to say? The joke used to be, "What's the longest bridge in the world?" And people would try and give a technically accurate answer, and then you'd say, "No, the joke is the longest bridge in the world is the Oakland Bay Bridge, because it leads from Africa to Fairyland."
That's a good one. Because when you go to Oakland, it's like you got to lock your doors and roll up your windows.
Oh, yeah, it's all black. And like I said, for people who think we're being racist, when I was working security in Oakland, the cab stopped on a curfew. After a certain hour, there was no more cab service. They just stopped cab service after a certain hour at night. Then the other day, like I said, it was that crazy day when I had that crazy fucking Virginia Tech Korean shooter clone, wouldn't let me into his cab because he's all bummed out because I yelled. And then he's like, "I have a family. I work for a living." And it's like, what do I care? We all have that issue. We all have that problem. So fucking what? And then he wouldn't let me in the cab. Goodbye and shit. Anyhow, the guy who picked me up after that was this black guy, and he lived in Oakland. And I asked him about the cab service in Oakland. He said, "We don't have cab service in Oakland anymore." And I said, "So it's no longer even on curfew?" He says, "There ain't no curfew. There ain't no service." He said, "There's no cabs. Well, you can't drive a cab in Oakland. You'll fucking die. In minutes." He said, "In minutes." He said, there is no cab service in Oakland. So it's outrageous. It's like...
Is there an Uber?
I have no idea, but
that would be suicide.
I think that would be
Uber.
just, yeah, I agree. If there's no cab service, there's no Uber.
Yeah,
that's because it's the same thing. Uber is just another cab service.
It's just so treacherous, the inclines to walk.
Well, that's San Francisco. Oakland's all flat. Oakland's all flat, but it's a nightmare environment. I know that if you go there in the daytime and you work there, it may not seem that bad, but it's bad. It's always bad. And
it's beautiful, though. You got to admit that.
Oh, you mean San Francisco?
Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you. Not Oakland. Not Oakland.
No.
Yeah.
It looked better when there was less homeless people and drug junkies.
True enough. Yeah, no denying that.
People just poop on the ground in San Francisco.
Ugh, fucking shoot them.
They do. No, it's awful. It is awful. And
like in the daytime.
Yeah. No, it's true. It's true. And it's undeniable, and it's horrible.
I'm surprised America, like the American state leaders, all haven't just decided to come up with an idea. How do we get rid of all these homeless people? Like, I'm surprised I haven't started calling them yet. Like, I'm not saying they should. I'm just surprised they haven't started. It's because homelessness is just rising and rising, and they're not going to be able to tolerate that much longer. And
they have a
going to do
bigger
something
problem
about
in Los Angeles.
Yeah, but just overall,
Yeah, just overall. Let's put it this way. I think the biggest problem is, first off, there's so many Americans that are just going to become homeless more and more so as our economic dislocations continue. It's how much of the population, it's a sizable amount of the population. It's so sizable that it would require a major operation. I mean, we're talking like military scale operation to deal with the homeless. And by the way, Deanna Fraser is in the chat room. Shout out to Deanna.
They can trick the homeless saying, "Oh, we're going to relocate you to a safe haven where you can rehabilitate and get back on your feet, like a big camp." But then they just, it's a death camp really in disguise.
Yeah.
Yeah. What do you know, Douglas? I'm reading this thing about black dandyism. I didn't know that was a term. Do you know about what dandyism is?
Yeah, dandy would imply that you're a kind of a wealthy playboy. It's basically wealthy playboy status, where you're kind of like a spoiled fop. The term in the Middle Ages would be fop. You're a fop. FOP, they would use that term.
So its antonym would be like the pimp. It would be a pimp, and then the opposite is a dandy.
Well, antonym. Well, antonym is the same as an opposite, but a pimp would not be an opposite of a dandy. The opposite of a dandy would be like a tough guy. Would be a macho, basically. Some kind of.
Thank you for clearing that up. I was reading about dandyism, and yeah, I didn't know anything about that.
Okay, so the difference between, think of it as a Western movie. And if you ever see a Western film where you've got the archetypal tough guy with the gristle, the 5 o'clock shadow, and he's like killing people for bacon and beans, then that's your average toxic male in the Old West frontier. When you think of the man who's got the ruffled collar and he's gambling and he's a card sharp and he maintains this tiny little prostitute-sized derringer, which he uses as a last-ditch defense of last resort when they find out he's been cheating, then you're dealing with the Western cowboy frontier version of a dandy. That would be like the gambling hall.
Somebody who's like fashion. If they're into fashion and
yes,
they're cute, like Vogue.
Cute,
okay.
Pretty, fashionable.
Fancy.
Yeah, fancy. And the card sharps, cheating all the toxic males of the card money.
That makes it okay for men to wear ruffles.
Yeah.
Hey, I want the prostitute-sized derringer.
Yeah. They're cool. They're cool. Yeah.
Oh, hell yeah! I want that for sure.
Yeah. They're cool little things, and they can be very fancy, and or they can be simple. But they tended to be all fancied up. In those days, people would like their possessions. Yeah, to be.
If you were a high class prostitute.
Yes. That's right. Well, the dandies.
The kind that Douglas sees.
There we are. Yes. Or I'm thinking of the dandy card sharp. The card sharp would have something that would probably have engravings on it. An engraved derringer would be what they would prefer, something like that. And so now you have the difference between a dandy and what its opposite would be. When it comes to. That was so weird what happened to Brendan. I wonder what the fuck happened to him. That's really unsettling.
I hope he comes back because I have a question for him. Sure.
If not, we can save it till Wednesday. It's like what I'll save for Aaron on Wednesday. I'll bring up some things with Aaron about some of the things that I had said about Peter, and he can bring up his own memories of that because it is important. I know he would remember the time that Paula got that $700 speed ticket. And how Peter never went into how she got the $700 speed ticket. Because you don't just, it's not just a speed trap where you get a $700 speed.
She must have been going really fast.
She should have just blown the cop to get off the ticket, then immediately kissed Peter after that.
Yeah, but
enjoy this pictures.
Heather, in terms of the speed trap, no, she wasn't going fast. She was stopped by a cop who then tried to rape her. At which point, Peter said the same thing to her that he said to me. In this case, he was talking about, he has one neighbor who's a cop, another neighbor who's a paramedic, both retired after. These are blue-collar mafia motherfuckers. That's how, you notice they may make their killing, and I won't call it a living, they make their killing in major cities like New York City or San Francisco, but they retire.
They're not saints.
Yeah, and then they retire into places like, fucking Long Island, which is all white, you're not going to have black neighbors in Long Island. No.
Well, that just means less crime.
Yeah.
What about in the Hamptons?
I don't know, honey. I don't live there. Is the Hamptons part of Long Island?
I don't know. It's in New York, I think.
Well, if it's in New York, then, it is what it is. But Long Island is pretty exclusive. Long Island.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
It's mostly wealthy Jews.
Yes, that's why I couldn't understand it. As Aaron Tice pointed out, when Peter Moon started going all Judeophile on me and saying, Douglas's hatred of the Jews will be his downfall, as if that were like any, like, as I said before, I'm the moderate in this group, as opposed to what direction I could go in. But when I bring up facts, they're facts. Talking about the Jewish genocide of other peoples, etc.
You just hate all people equally.
I try to present that front. Yes. When it came to the thing with the Long Island, Aaron said it was the point where I said we need massive relocations of certain populations in the United States. Certainly a lot of land should be given back to the Native Americans, but I was saying much of the Jewish population, or the diaspora, should be concentrated in the Atlantic Northeast, mostly around Long Island. Definitely centered on Long Island.
I don't think you really hate people anyways. I don't think you're a hater.
Thank you. I appreciate that profoundly. Well, that should be obvious, I would hope. I mean...
No, you're not a hater.
Only the people that deserve it. I mean, there are people you gotta hate. I mean,
oh, well, I hate individuals. There's individuals that I hate.
Yeah, individuals you hate, but you don't hate people.
Yeah, I don't hate different peoples. Yeah, but there's individuals that, yes, you really need to. There are people who deserve to die, yes, and there are people who deserve to live in agony. Like Peter. Yep. I hope that Peter lasts long enough where we see him die one cell at a time and just disintegrate slowly in agony. Oh, yeah, this stupid fuck. But when it came to, say for instance, it's not the same without Brendan here. Hopefully he comes back. I'll bring it up again Wednesday, because the point I was trying to make about the Chinese individual, Beaver's cousin, was that when Beaver's cousin attained a level of economic success and essentially a cultural whiteness, which is what I was explaining to Beaver, then Beaver comes at me and says, but he married a Chinese woman. His trophy wife is Chinese. And I said, that makes him part of this culture of whiteness more than ever, because so many of these guys who think they fucking make it as white people marry a Chinese woman. And look at Mark Zuckerberg, who's, I understand, is Jewish, but he's obviously presents as quote unquote white, and would try and present himself as white if it were advantageous to him. So obviously he couldn't get away with trying to say he was colored. So Mark Zuckerberg, what the fuck does he marry? A Chinese woman. And all these guys, so many of these white guys, they get into a position of financial success, but they're so socially retarded they can never make it with a white woman because they're just too neurotic and crazed, and their behavior is too obscene or just plain.
Didn't you say one time, Douglas, that Asian people date outside of the race because it feels like they're dating their family?
No. What I said is that I personally, I personally don't prefer to enter into a long-term relationship with an Asian woman in general, or it's hard for me to envision that happening. Never say never. I'm not saying it won't happen, but I find it hard to imagine, simply because it does feel rather incestuous to me.
That's what it was.
Yeah, but when it comes to Asians, this was the triangle of tragedy that I grew up with. The triangle of tragedy that I grew up with in terms of sexual relationships, as I would see manifest in major cities, certainly in San Francisco, but definitely major cities everywhere. Throughout the 80s and the 90s, this is what I saw. I would see white women, for whatever reason, usually, I would presume, hatred of their fathers and their families and themselves, because they would wind up in abusive relationships. They would date black men and wind up in these long-term committed relationships with black men that usually did not seem to be happy. They seemed to generally be abusive, or just wound up,
domestic violence from black men is very high. That's a fact.
Well, all we need to do is look at O.J. Simpson, and it's like, look at what resulted
Proof is
there.
in the pudding, yeah.
Yeah, and then you have like what I would see white guys do is they'd constantly be marrying Asian women. So you've got the white woman would be going for all the black guys, and white men would be literally marrying, not just long-term relationships or dates, so that would happen too, but oftentimes actually marrying and having kids with Asian women.
It's common over here. You'll see old white dudes with Asian women nearly half their age they're married to.
Yeah, there you go.
In Australia?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I saw this one dude look like in his 60s, big, fat, ugly fuck with this good-looking fuck, not top tier, but still good-looking Asian chick, half his age. I'm like, why the fuck is she with this cunt? It's like, it's got to be the money. He's got to have some money to keep her around or some shit.
Don't forget the citizenship. Don't forget Australia.
Oh, that's true. Yeah. Like, that's how desperate they are. They'll hook up with some fat fucking walrus-looking cunt just to stay in a different country.
Dude.
Yeah, you sign up online.
Yeah. It's like signing up for a military. It's like signing up for a stint in the French Foreign Legion.
Yeah. I'd just rather kill myself.
Hey, yeah.
Don't say that.
No.
If I was an Asian chick, I'd just check. I'm not fucking some. I would fucking come. Yeah.
Dude, I get, but hey, half the time these guys can't even get it up. So it's not a big deal. Half the time these guys are, you're just there's an ornament. You're just basically there as an ornament. You're there.
I thought it started from back in the military when we would go overseas, and then the servicemen would find Asian spouses and things like that.
That is a big part of it, and a lot of that has to do with social retardation. Most of the men who join the military are socially retarded. They're completely incapable of employment, any conventional employment, and certainly incapable of any healthy relationship with a woman of their own culture. This is generally the case of men who go in the military. Many of them are gay, and they prefer the company of men. This is, of course, this was balanced out back in the days when we had a draft. Then you would be taking a full spectrum of men from all walks of life and throwing them together. That, of course, was never a fully equitable or just system because the wealthy people in America would find their way out of it, pay their way out of it. But in general, it was a hell of a lot better than the shit we got going now with the so-called professional military, where you have a cult of the biggest losers in the world who generally want to fuck children. Now, let's get this straight. Why do most white men marry Asian women? I can tell you...
They got tight pussies, like a child pussy.
Not only that, they don't even develop along the lines of a Caucasian adult female. They, in many cases, never fully develop in the sense that a Caucasian female...
tiny.
They maintain this tiny porcelain doll physiology, and their physique is generally childlike. So it's like a porcelain doll effect. They're childlike. They maintain, they age differently than white women as well. They don't age as extremely. So
maintain their youth longer,
but basically it's frustrated pedophilia. It is frustrated pedophilia. Most of these white men who marry Asian women, it's frustrated pedophilia.
If they go out their way to, then definitely.
Yeah, it's what they call yellow fever, etc.
Yeah.
But in terms of the reason why Asian men just go gaga over white women, they love the hell out of white women because they're all exaggerated. They look like blow-up dolls. White women look exaggerated in every feature, and so they're like a blow-up doll fantasy to an Asian man. But Asian men usually don't have the social capacity to pursue them, or any shall we say, ability to act within the norms of of white culture because they've never been raised in it. Like I said, even that Beaver's cousin who attained this cultural whiteness never wound up marrying a white woman. So wealth does not help It's not like the wealth helps them. It's they might get a prostitute, they might get escorts, but as to marry a white woman, that would require like relating to her, and the culture is so different, having nothing to do with Asian culture in the sense that Americans might think, but having to do with these people are so socially undeveloped. There's only one thing they did in childhood, was they educated themselves to such an extreme that they could mechanically perform a skill with a capacity that enables them to succeed in a certain profession and then ethnically dominate it, like accounting or doctors or dentists, which is what Asians tend to dominate. Mathematics, accounting.
You're never going to hear an Asian husband coming back from work saying to his wife, "Oh, how was your day, dear? Oh, I love you so much."
No, they just have not even a clue.
None of that.
Not even a fucking clue.
When's dinner? When's sex?
That'd be
I
about
work
it.
out now.
That'd be about it. Is where's dinner, where's sex? Yeah, it's like, and if asked why, it'd be like, that's what I married you for. That's why I earn money. That's so your average white woman is not gonna put up with that. Not for a moment. It's like, so Brendan is back with us. So Brendan, what the fuck happened? Good Lord. I told everybody you ran out to make that glitch-in Waymo costume that you... It's like...
What's a Waymo costume?
Waymo is this... he says... Is he saying be right back or Heather's saying...
Heather.
Heather's saying be right back. Okay. So can you get off mute, Brendan? Then you can help me explain the Waymo. Let's see if Brendan can get off mute. If not, I'll explain it. Basically, Waymo is an automated driverless vehicle system.
Yes, I'm here.
Yes. So what the fuck happened, dude? What the fuck happened? What?
Well, I was
I told everybody you ran off to make the glitch in Waymo costume. I said, fuck that. Shit.
Yeah.
Explain to Nemo what that is. Explain to Nemo what a fucking Waymo is, so that he.
Okay, so it's a driverless taxi that they've only ever piloted, like the pilot program, the initial program, only ever happened in San Francisco because they have like a freaking radio antenna, which is the Salesforce tower that runs it off AI and shit.
Yeah, but, plus it's the perfect place to test the cars because of all the hills, so the terrain. But go on.
Yeah. Theoretically, Douglas.
Theoretically,
yeah.
That's right.
So what happened is when I visited SF recently, because my friend's going out of town and we did this like California experience, the highs and the lows. So San Francisco was the low. But yeah. So the second we get off the Bay Bridge and like the first exit, literally First Street, San Francisco, the market district, market sector, the business center, sorry. I don't even know what it is. There's not much going on down there. It didn't look like anyone was working. But anyways, the second we get down there, I went off course and I accidentally followed a taxi. So what they have are these like taxi only lanes. So by the time I navigated out of that, because it's for trucks and trolleys, buses, stuff that is not passenger vehicles. And the second I got out of that, a Waymo was like tailing me and I didn't realize it was behind me. Pull up to a red light where it's like, 4-way stop. Cars are barreling at us 50 miles an hour and the Waymo's honking at me. And I almost went. I thought it was like my green light or something. Some people will honk at you if the light turns green. Yeah. So it was basically malfunctioning, quote unquote, It
was trying to kill you.
Yeah, it was basically, it could have killed us if, say I was not paying attention and I assumed it was a green light. I would have just darted into oncoming cars. And then it repeatedly did that and was following right behind us on the bumper. So I was looking in my rearview mirror and all you could see is this black thing on top with a spinning array of laser beams, something out of Knight Rider. and Michael, my friend that was with me, was like, "What the fuck is that? What is that?" And we're like, "Oh shit, it's the fucking Waymo." Yeah. So it has no one pilots it. Yeah.
All right. I was going to say, though, wouldn't those cars easily be hackable?
Yeah, that's what they did with a car that was following him and trying to kill him.
Yeah. Presumably.
You could easily hack those cars, definitely.
Basically, it assumed that we were going straight to Doug's house.
Yeah.
It just was he's
you know why they assumed that? Because he sent me the Skype. Because you sent me the Skype. You said, Doug.
What's up?
You did. That's. You sent me the Skype.
Oh, that was after. That was after it tried to kill us.
Oh, okay.
The only reason I called you is because we were literally like at your house, essentially.
Yeah.
You and Doug got to get a pager and just communicate through that shit.
A pager.
Yeah. Well,
Yeah.
it's an idea that's like Hezbollah
Something
was
that's
doing
not
that shit.
yeah. Something that's not detectable. Use
Yes.
something like that to
Yeah.
communicate with.
Yeah.
It's okay. We already have our own method, but we won't reveal what
Alright.
it is.
Yeah, don't. Yeah.
Yeah. But yeah, definitely.
Carrier pigeon.
yeah.
Good luck intercepting
That's a good one.
that.
Yeah, but with
You just start seeing pigeons getting shot by the police and special forces. We can't let that message get the dog.
tell Nemo about
Well, in
the
San
fucking.
Francisco, they wouldn't be able to.
Yeah. Tell Nemo about the fucking aerial surveillance with a drone at my address. They
Yeah,
keep-
he keeps getting the email that says 1242. You will be getting these aerial inspections of these power lines, so be aware of drones in the area. First of all, the power line, and I've been on Doug's street, it's on the other side of the street. It's not on his side of the street. So what are they
Yeah.
flying drones over his house for?
and
And then on top of that,
yeah.
I heard people talking about it out here, but it's only in rural areas are they doing the drone thing. So it's
Is
like,
it because it's going to be flying at a very high altitude, and it would just capture like the whole block?
theoretically, if like if a drone is flying around, it's going to be higher than your house, but you'll see like
Yeah.
a blinking light, and it'll scare people because they don't want people like peeping tomming them or something, scoping through their window. So they have to warn people if you see this like blinking light,
But it's
This is-
specific
that's-
to my address. It's
Yeah.
specific.
So the only other people they do that to are these like the red Californians out in the country, because they'll shoot it. They'll just straight up shoot it down if they
Yeah.
see a drone on their property. So I think that's their thinking with Doug. They're like, well, we got to warn him, because if he sees one of these, he's just going to start blasting.
Right, and it has to come low in my neighborhood, because there's no other way it could surveil anything. So it's
Well,
gotta
that's
come.
what I was trying to say,
you
Doug, is
hear
that
it?
yeah, it sounds like a little bzzz.
Yeah, like a little helicopter. Go on. Yeah. So Brendan, what were you?
But I consulted some people that work for PG&E, and they were like, we wouldn't use that in like a city like normally.
Thank
Alright.
you. Thank
And
you.
granted, these people work out here, but they were perplexed. They were saying like, yeah, like in a city, you could just have a dude just walk under the power line and inspect it. Like
Thank
it's not
you.
like
Well-
you don't need someone to fly it. Like, okay, in the rural areas, sometimes it's remote wilderness where they're passing through, or
Yes.
certain property lines where they can't get permission quickly enough.
Yeah.
So then they'll send a drone to look at it to see if it's like sparking a fire.
Yeah.
So the fact that they're doing it in a city is, like I said, perplexing.
Yeah, it makes no sense whatsoever. And it's from PG&E, which, as I've explained, is known in California as Murder Incorporated. It's legally held responsible for
Yeah,
hundreds.
they're gonna like Black Mirror you basically.
Yeah, it's legally held responsible for hundreds of deaths, but because they have no option to breaking up the PG&E monopoly as a utilities monopoly in California, it's still allowed to work. And I mean, that's insane.
Oh, yeah. Oh,
And to give you an example of how deadly they are, they had that one woman who I always brought up, and I always have to look up her name, but this poor woman was a whistleblower, and she
The San
was...
Bruno explosion.
the San Bruno explosions. Okay. And if I look up San Bruno PG&E explosions, PG and E.
They'll scrub. Yeah, they'll scrub her name, I'm sure.
Oh, in the past I've been able to find it, so it's not easy. It's not easy. It doesn't come up immediately. But if I look up woman and daughter who died, woman and daughter died, San Bruno PG&E. Fuck. Gotta hit the right keys. Gas explosion. So let's see if that gives us two other women, aside from, mother-daughter killed in San Bruno blast. Remember, Jacqueline Grieg, 44, and her daughter Jessica, 13. So what happened was Jacqueline Grieg, surname spelled Greig, proved that PG&E pipelines were all old and broken, and they needed to be replaced, and that if PG&E...
Gas pipelines, by the way.
Yeah, gas pipelines, and said that if PG&E replaced them, it would cost billions of dollars, but they had ripped off billions of dollars from all of their clients over the years. They'd overcharged their clients, ripped them all off. So she proved that PG&E were completely corrupt and that they were, needed to replace their entire system because all the money they had ripped off from their clients to replace the system was never spent on replacing anything in the system. And so, bigger than whale shit, all the pipelines exploded under her home and killed everybody in her neighborhood who was home. It was a working man's neighborhood, so most people were away at work, but every senior citizen was killed, which was about 14 people, and herself, and her daughter. She was 44, and her daughter was 13, and she was home to take care of her sick daughter. So the day she was home to take care of her sick daughter, bigger than whale shit, they blew all the pipes and killed her along with 14 senior citizens at the very least.
The whole neighborhood.
I hope they go to the lowest depths of hell for doing that.
Yeah, they blew up 200 homes. 200 homes in a single.
That's fucking. That's just insanity. Oh, we'll do this much damage just to kill.
It was one of the biggest explosions, I think, domestically, right? It was up there.
Yeah, at that time, it was one of the largest explosions in American history. Yeah, they were slapped with a $1.6 billion penalty for that explosion, but it was worth it to them because they still saved billions of dollars more because they killed the whistleblower and didn't need to replace the entire infrastructure. See what I'm saying? So that's they call them Murder Incorporated, and they're sending like drones in front of my fucking home and shit. So
you need like a radio jamming dish on your roof that just focuses in the air to shut down any drones.
Damn, that would be nice. I mean, I'm still in one of the safest places to be in the sense that, there's nothing they can do without taking out a whole, neighborhood that's inhabited by lots of people. So they might be willing to do that, as we've just proven, but even then they had to wait till...
Get your own drone and fucking kamikaze the fucking gun when you fly
well, that's why they send the warnings, because like Brendan said, they're afraid I'll just go out and shoot it. So, that the PG&E is...
That's presuming it's actually a real maintenance measure.
Oh, it's not.
That the only reason they send it to Doug is because they know that they basically know what you're like, that you're a targeted individual.
Yeah.
And they're like, he's the only guy that'll fucking shoot at us. Like we got to tell him ahead of time.
Yeah, that's why it's address specific. It always says specifically on 1242 Green Street. Nobody else gets any of these emails next to me. I ask people, do you get these emails? Yeah. Anyhow, that was 2010 when this mother and daughter were killed. And it was like... Jesus, it's 24 years ago. But I was just becoming a whistleblower at that time.
14.
Oh, 14. Thank you. Yeah, it's 14. Yes. And,
I was gonna say I'm not that old. Shit.
Yeah. So let me see. What else did they say about that? Janessa was the name of the daughter. They were waiting Thursday evening in their San Bruno home for Dad. And Janessa's older sister.
So he survived? Holy crap.
Him and her older sister survived, yeah. I mean, they came home to nothing. Just the whole neighborhood was gone.
The whole neighborhood was gone.
Yeah, imagine coming home and the whole neighborhood is gone. Holy shit. Oh,
that's fucked.
Yeah, it is fucked. Yeah, these people...
Did the survivors who got their homes destroyed, did they get compensated?
Theoretically, that's what they were slapped with the fine for. They were supposed to... Matter of fact, you know what? They gave us all a debit card in California as sorry for the explosions. So we got a debit card for $40. I got a debit card for around almost $100 United States dollars because these poor people...
That was just the Bay Area because they had to...
Okay.
They had to shut the gas off or something.
That's right. Yes.
Yeah.
So everybody in the Bay Area.
That was part of the settlement.
Yeah, we all got a debit card for $100 to go spend on anything we wanted. Holy shit.
Which isn't going to buy you much in San Francisco.
No, that's for sure. But it still went further then, 14 years ago.
Oh,
yeah.
Yeah.
Than it does now.
You can buy a pizza.
Yeah. No. You couldn't buy a pizza even then. You could. Right. You could buy a pizza. Medium pizza, that's right. But like
a Pizza Hut or something.
Yeah.
Fucking hell.
Yeah, so during that time it wasn't, these boutique places weren't around. There was a lot more mom and pop stuff going on.
Yeah, that's true.
That's good.
Still, but yeah, that shit's
It
all
was
gone.
good until they destroyed it with that farm to fork shit.
Yeah, that and COVID. You know, that 1-2 punch that killed them all. That killed everybody.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, shut down a little local owned business.
Yeah. So sad. Now I don't know if Heather's back with us yet, but so
I was gonna ask Brandon.
Yeah, ask him.
Because he was talking to Heather about difference between spirit and a soul. Like a soul's something you have to develop, and like at the stars that you see, they developed souls. Like this is what you're
they're like
saying?
higher beings. I mean, they're like projections of higher dimensions. Yeah.
Like you're seeing, like a light shadow, some reflection of them. But you can't actually see the being because we're 3-dimensional. But
exactly.
What does it mean though when those stars actually implode and turn into a black hole? What does that mean for that being, that star, when it explodes?
I mean,
novas are black holes. When novas are collapses. Yeah.
So what does it mean for that being?
It's just like a change of state. I mean, it could go higher. It could.
So it's not dying or being wiped out from existence.
No, it's not like annihilation. Right. I mean, even
good.
if you go by the normal astronomy, it's like that creates other, that creates all the elements.
All right.
Does that make sense?
It helps create different life.
Yeah.
I guess.
Yeah, it's a form
like those
of
beings, like even immortal beings, like they don't just stick around doing nothing. I mean, they move on. They do things. They help. Like you can think of it as like the bodhisattvas. Like there's like a Buddhist allegory where it's like thousands of universes. Like each dot, each bubble is a universe. So you can go by like a bodhisattva theory.
That'd be so fucking boring. You're just sitting in one spot in outer space for billions.
Yeah, exactly.
Years.
Exactly. So the reality is that higher beings are doing things and moving forward with evolution, moving forward with creating new things. So that's
all right. So
that's what it is.
A collapsing star and black holes, nothing bad about it. Nothing bad happening.
Well, let me contextualize that for you. So understand, first off, and of course, Brendan will also explain this, these stars are not sitting still. They're circulating. They're rotating.
They're always moving.
They're always moving. So our galaxy is rotating, and as our galaxy is rotating, it also is going through seasons. So a lot of people don't understand that we have galactic seasons, and that these seasons are thousands of years by our perspective, but they are true seasons. And the galactic seasons are such, with this spiral, that much of what hinges on the existence of galaxies and therefore ourselves is based on these black holes, the black suns. And the black suns are what, of course, lie at the center of our galaxy, that the rest of the stars are congealing around. They are adhering to the gravitic force of the super black hole, the black sun, die Schwarzensohn, at the center of our galaxy, at the center of every galaxy. So at the center of every galaxy.
Everything has an axis. Everything has an axis.
Yeah.
The axis mundi.
Yes. Axis of worlds. The axis of worlds.
Yes.
Or the axis of the world. And so
our world has it.
Yeah.
The universe has it. The solar system has it. Everything has an axis. The body, the cell, the magnets have their axis. Everything has an axis.
Yes.
That's how the universe functions. So it has to have the negative polarity and a positive polarity to create the spin, which is the spin of the electron. So it's all there. I mean, it's all there.
Yes. So, in other words, the black hole is one of the most important states of existence for a star, and especially for the supermassive black holes that exist at the center of galaxies. These are the actual black suns around which galaxies form. So, when a star collapses infinitely into itself, it becomes a black hole. That is entering an incredibly important state of existence. For a star to go supernova, then it's essentially reproducing, because it's the elements of that supernova that become the building blocks for other stars or impact other worlds. Sometimes, potentially, if any conventional life as we understood it existed in the path of a warping or a exploding supernova, then basically it would wipe out all life in that area.
Oh, yeah, of course.
So it would be serving a kind of...
It'll take life and give life.
Yes, so they take life and give life.
But that's the principle. I mean, the universe.
Yeah, that's just like our sun. It gives life and takes life.
Yes.
And the Trimurti, I mean, it's like the three states of being: creation, sustenance, dissolution. That's just inherent in nature. It has to be.
Yes.
Because you can't have something just forever just stagnate.
Yes.
And then you can't, destruction is very important. I mean, it's one, that's why Shiv was considered like one of the highest states, like the destroyer god, Shiva.
Clean up duty.
Clean up duty, yes. Yeah. Which brings us
because it creates new life. It creates new life.
Yeah.
Yes. Yeah. That brings us back, of course, to the mass extinction on Earth, which happened with clockwork regularity. So,
Well, we do for one.
well, we're in the middle of one we're causing ourselves. True. Yes. That's not the part of the clockwork regular mass.
And if you
extinction.
hear lighters in the background, I'm not lighting spell candles. Don't worry. It's just some incense. Just as a caveat, it's just some incense to keep out any kind of entities.
Yeah, and for anybody who thinks that, go on, Nemo.
Do incense work keeping away spirits? I thought they used to bring spirits, attract them.
It depends on which ones you're using.
All right. Yeah, I don't know much about it. Like, how does that shit work?
I mean, some entities can be drawn by smells. Like
what are the
veil,
smells? What are the smells you want to use to repel them?
Oh, things like camphor, like really like powerful smells like that. Certain types of incense, like sandalwood, is very positive charged. Like any kind of pine or evergreen, is a very cleansing energy. Anything that's cleansing.
Okay.
Also, you could go like, if you want to amp it up and like just really, it's like it's not going to smell good, but it'll really amp it up. You can do like artemisia or wormwood, and that'll really like de-ghost like a region. So those are anti-magical herbs, is what I would give them the name anti-magical herb, where they can neutralize magical / ghosts. And I don't want to use the word de-ghosting like his like the other, the witch doctor that Pete was saying, because that's not even a word.
Thank you. I thought of that instantly. And,
I had to caveat that too. It's like now we have to just caveat shit because he was so just demented.
Thank you.
Like I'm just
better off saying
incense,
Yeah. Better
I'm
off
not
saying
smoking crack like he was.
Yeah. What was it, Nemo? Better off saying what?
Just better off saying the occult equivalent of debugging. Or defragging.
Oh yeah, well, de-ghosting is fine. It's a fine term to use.
Yeah,
he was misusing the term. That's the problem. He was misusing the term in an inappropriate sense that made no sense. And and worse yet.
Yeah, and like a ghost versus anti-god. Good luck.
Yeah. Thank you. No, worse yet, he was using that. Yeah, not only against the anti-gods, but against me personally. He was trying to imply that he was trying to de-ghost himself of myself. Douglas Dietrich, who he then equated or projected the concept of the anti-gods onto, which, like I said, the next time Brooke is with us, I would go back into that whole calendar thing with her to explain the whole anti-god trip that Peter Moon was on and what the fuck he was doing. That was something that, again, like I said originally, I'm going to, after we close down the show tonight, which could be anywhere between, we're already over 4 hours. So we could be on for another approximately 4 hours, but it won't be much longer than that. We're going to wait till George Knight comes on, speak some more. If Brooke Gibson does not join us, then we'll probably get back into a more heavier conversation on Wednesday, though I intend to go back to some fairly heavy topics tonight that we started onto, such as Rhodesia, or say, for instance, also the what I was saying about the triracial tragedy, the trifecta that I saw of who was dating who all the while I was growing up, or who was marrying who, in these various, shall we say, hybrid couple social developments that I saw all the while I was growing up. Somebody actually in the chat room wrote, dude, while I was talking about that, the various relationships that people had that were essentially not healthy, and but he may have found that offensive. But truth is
Like
truth.
you were talking against it.
No, I was speaking about what I saw, and I'll certainly repeat it because I think it bears repeating. Because if people don't get it, don't get it the first time, I hope they get it the second time. Now, understand, of course, I don't come at it from the same angle as some Asians that I've seen that were hybrid Asians. Cosmogenate, the term I use is cosmogenate because the old term was misogynate. For those of you who don't know, that is a negative. The very term implies a negative. Misogynate means like misinterpretation or misinformation. And miscegenation
Misanthrope comes to mind.
Yes,
because of
yes.
Some other people we knew.
Yes, yeah. Misbreeding. It basically means misbreeding, downbreeding.
Yeah.
And,
Downbreeding.
Yeah, so the term misogynate was often applied to hybrid people such as myself.
Miscreant.
Yeah, that's another term that uses that kind of suffix.
It's a prefix.
Prefix, I mean. Thank you. And so when it comes to the term I use cosmogenate, meaning people who are more universally bred, like cosmopolitan, but it's genetic.
Yeah, it means incorrect or badly. There you go.
Thank you.
Misinformed, mishap, misnomer.
Yes, thank you. Incorrect
Misogyny.
or badly. Right. And the other term for that would be dysgenics. Dysgenics with a DYS. Yeah. Dysgenics would mean downbreeding or bad genes. And the opposite of that is eugenics. And eugenics means upbreeding. Just like the Greeks had a term eudaimonia for positive demons, meaning positive spirits. But when it comes to myself, I use the term cosmogenate, and I consider myself proudly as a cosmogenate, but I've seen examples. They aren't that common, but they're common enough. But there was one guy who took it to an extreme, and I feel he probably represented a certain subculture of Asian Americans or Amerasians. In this case, I'm pretty sure he was Amerasian as opposed to Eurasian, meaning he was half American, half Asian. And he hated himself. He hated being alive. He thought that most people like himself were suicidal, because I guess he was. And he was emphasizing that, this is all a negative. It's an unhealthy relationship. And you can see examples that he was pointing out. I could see what he was saying. But I certainly never felt negative about myself or that this was a burden. But a good example that he brought up was...
We all the son of Hitler, so...
Yeah, that's right. But the example he brought up was one of many. But probably a good example that would stand out to me would be the woman who wrote The Rape of Nanking. What was her name again? Amy Tan or something? What the fuck was it? We could look up The Rape of Nanking and we could look up the name of that woman. But she was Chinese and she married a white guy who killed her, essentially. And this son of a bitch is stuck with two half-Chinese kids. Iris Chang. Thank you. I couldn't have gotten that out without you. And like I said, that's not her most important book, but that's all anyone remembers her for. Poor bitch. So
this is The Trail of the Silkworm as well.
Yes, thank you. That's the most important book she ever wrote, was Trail of the Silkworm. Read that instead of the goddamn Rape of Nanking. But that, unfortunately, became the alibi of her white husband who murdered her. He said, she was all suicidal because she wrote the book The Rape of Nanking and never got over it. And
if you try to look up that book, it says you're looking for the Silk Road.
Yeah, I know. They'll hide the Trail of the Silkworm. They'll obfuscate it.
Asian women stay away from American men.
Yeah, seriously. Generally speaking.
What about the Aussies? Don't they go?
We're not as fucked up. We're not as bad. We're bad, but we're not as bad.
Tell them the example you saw, Nemo. Tell them the example.
Oh yeah, you just see old dudes hooking up with Asian chicks half their age, marrying them.
Talking about
pretty
Americans.
much ugly old fucking.
Yeah.
He's talking about Australians. Tell him, Nemo.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, in Australia.
True.
Yeah.
through
Yeah.
that.
But they'll go for not the white. They can't go for the Japanese ones. Like
No.
they got to go for the Filipino and Vietnamese and Indonesian ones
Yeah.
because they're poor as fuck.
Yeah.
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 And so what happens is you get these
They
really.
just pay for the wives. They just pay for the wives.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. They just basically buy them. It's like Heather said, they sign up online. The women are just signing up online.
Yeah,
It's like
well, because mail order brides don't exist. You just find them online.
Yeah.
Nowadays.
Yeah, nowadays, yes. I mean, the mail order brides, that was a different time, a different place, and oh my God,
Yeah,
the world is.
Where is that, Brendan? So I can make a note not to go there.
Wait, where?
Where do you find these mail order brides?
Yeah.
Pretty much.
Where
Southeast
exactly
Asia.
is that? So we can, make sure to avoid that suspicious location.
Well, if I know anything about my disgusting family, then Thailand.
Yeah.
No, but he means the site on the
Just
web.
give me the link, man. No.
Oh, online. You're saying? No, I'm saying they just talk to them like via Instagram or something,
Yeah.
Eat some broccoli.
or they just creep
I
on
mean,
them.
you
Or,
just look it up online, really. I don't know how Aristides hasn't gotten this yet. Ever
well, it's
since
because he's not a creeper. You just go on there and you creep on all like
maybe
18-year-old
maybe it's because you don't cruise for enough porn, Aristides. But I cruise for porn, and all I get are commercials of, hey, Asian woman, Ukrainian woman, Russian.
Yeah, well,
woman.
those are more like scams. Where,
Yeah, but
Where they want you to buy the OnlyFans first.
Yeah.
And
But
then
now
they'll-
there's actual Ukrainian women looking to get the fuck out of there because of the war.
Oh, of course.
Well, that's why Tate and his brother went and picked them all up and shit, and then they got
Yeah,
caught up.
for sex slaves. Yeah, pieces of shit.
Yeah. And,
Tate.
yeah.
I'm pretty sure Tate is a hermaphrodite. There's a picture of. I'm sure you've seen the image of him sitting in his underwear on a couch, and he's got his legs spread out, and there's no bulge at all. So he's either got a vagina or he's hermaphrodite, and he has
That
a really.
would be kind of a funny.
He has a clit-sized dick.
twist.
And
That
that's
would be a
why,
twist.
and that's why he hates women so much, because he has a vagina and he resents that, and he's a woman, half a woman. That's what I'm just thinking in my head.
I mean,
that's
I
what he
wonder
is.
about that because wouldn't those chicks have come out by now and just railed him a new one?
Because when I
Yeah.
think if he's of him being hermaphrodite or actually having a vagina, I'm thinking of the episode of South Park, the where they do a 300 parody of Lesbos being taken over by the Persians, and the leader of the Persians is a chick in disguise as a man.
Yeah.
And he hates women. Like that's why he's attacking the lesbian bar. That's Andrew Tate right there. The Persian
Shocking,
leader
shocking.
with the vagina.
I suspect. Look, I hate Andrew Tate, and Andrew Tate, as far as I'm concerned, he needs to suffer. He needs to bleed every time he walks. Just make certain he suffers as much as possible in this lifetime before he dies. My problem is that I don't truly believe in hell. So I mean, even though I've been there, it's just I don't think it's enough for these people. You really need to build. This is why dictators build hells on earth. It's because they have the same idea. But when it comes to Andrew Tate, that's probably Photoshop. I would assume that that's Photoshop. But he might have a really small dick. But again, you would think that woman would be bringing that up by now to really just rake him over the coals now that he has taken the fall. So it is what it is. He regardless whether he's got a dick or no dick, he's obviously a piece of shit and just an abusive individual. But this is what I was pointing out, that somebody said dude in the chat room to me, but like I said, it's not like I'm portraying these other racial unions as any better. So when it comes to, in general, what I pointed out all the while I was growing up, I would see white women for whatever reason, but I usually took it out of neurosis, out of hatred of their father, hatred of their family, hatred of themselves, hatred of their ethnicity. They would all basically hitch up with a black guy, and these were long-term committed relationships that seemed pretty abusive in the sense that they never seemed to be happy to me. They didn't seem to be happy relationships. And I said the ultimate example would be, of course, what happened to Nicole with O.J. Simpson, as, you know, the ultimate result of what this can lead to. But when it came to whites, I would see white guys who are like, when they're really socially retarded, completely insane, they or just financially successful, but they're totally retarded, like Mark Zuckerberg. Yeah, then they marry. Yeah, then they marry a Chinese woman, an Asian woman. Well, Asian woman. But see, because Mark Zuckerberg, because he's so rich.
Because they're socially inept.
Yeah, because they're so socially inept. And most Chinese, or shall I say Asian women, they're inculcated with the attitude of, it doesn't matter that the man's crazy or insane because you're never going to emotionally invest in this individual anyway. They're not emotionally invested.
That's why Bobby Fischer had an Asian wife.
Yeah, no, that's true. That is true.
She didn't mind hooking up with him. Like he's a bit crazy, but oh.
Yeah, she was a Filipina. Yeah, she was a Filipina, and so poor as a church mouse. I mean, at least their nation is. They probably come from a higher economic range in terms of their birth. You know, they were probably born into a higher economic range than most Filipinas, but they still are, as a nation, much more poor. But the horror that I saw with this one guy on his Facebook timeline was he was saying all these half Asian guys who are the products of these marriages between white guys and Asian women, they all grow up suicidal and on fucking antidepressant drugs, and they, you know, suicide rates he was trying to claim were higher. All this might even be true, and it just, I just never felt that way. But I can understand what he was saying, that certainly the relationship was almost certainly, I would bet the farm on it, 90% or more, maybe even 95, 99%, they're generally not healthy relationships. Your average white guy is marrying some Asian woman because, like I said, it's frustrated pedophilia. It's because their bodies are never, you know, as developed as a white woman, so they are like just always look like children. And these guys are just releasing their frustrated pedophilia fantasies out by marrying an Asian. Heather brought up the military angle of it. And by all means, that's when maybe that guy was responding, dude, to what I was saying about that. But this is why most men would join the military, is that they're fucking pedophiles anyway, and they want to go fuck kids where it's legal to do so, or rather they won't face any legal repercussions. Yeah. And they can't relate to white women at all. They're unemployable. And as a result, they join the military, get sent overseas, and they rape as many children as they want. Nothing ever fucking happens. And they wind up marrying some Asian woman. Now, granted, bear in mind, my own legal father, was part of this entire class action lawsuit, as I said, with the U.S. military, where they overturned the Uniform Code of Military Justice. It went all the way up to the Supreme Court, and the Supreme Court overturned the Uniform Code of Military Justice, which made it illegal to marry an Asian woman. So all these guys who were involved in World War II and then involved in the Korean conflict, that's where you had the movie that was made titled Sayonara, starring Marlon Brando. So if you ever see that Marlon Brando film titled Sayonara, that the entire plot is centered around how the U.S. GIs were falling in love with Japanese women while fighting in the Korean War, but were not allowed to marry them. And then there was a big rash of lovers' suicides. So these people were emotionally invested. But what happened at that time was the U.S. military said, no, if you marry an Asian woman, you're automatically considered a traitor. Literally, you're considered a traitor. Bear in mind, they were still legally at war with Japan, at least until 1953. So during the time of the Korean War, you could see why the UCMJ had this law. But it went up to the Supreme Court, and probably at the time of the peace treaty in 1952, that's when the Supreme Court overruled the UCMJ, or the Uniform Code of Military Justice, and it became legal for GIs to marry Japanese women, but also Koreans or Vietnamese or Okinawans or Taiwanese or Chinese, which it was illegal to marry anyone Asian until the Supreme Court overturned the UCMJ if you were a U.S. serviceman. So that's where...
And I bet the reason for that is because the dumb Americans couldn't tell the difference between any Asians at all, so they just had to say, Oh, all Asians, even though they specifically probably meant just Japanese.
Yeah, no, they had to say all Asians because of exactly like you said. Yeah, no one could
Yeah.
tell. And don't forget, Japan had an empire, so most Asians spoke Japanese. So that's at any rate so the Americans were I of course was still considered an illegal child. If I had been born in the United States, I would have been considered an illegal child because there were laws against race intermixing. So it was literally within the U.S. federal law. It was federal law, not just state law. It was federal law that you could not have an interracial child. And so that wasn't
That law
overturned.
should only apply to one specific race. I won't say it.
Well, they're self-imposed. They don't know that.
At any rate,
Or they frown upon it.
yeah. So that law was overturned just before my parents relocated to the United States. So we're talking about that law was on the books until after 1966. It wasn't taken off the books till around 1967. That's why my parents felt safe to relocate to the United States. This is how crazy the United States is. And they have, they're all fucked up. But such being said, we can all argue for society being wrong, but I could understand what this guy was saying about the interracial marriages, that in these days, the average American married to a Japanese woman is 0. After World War II, there were almost no interracial marriages between Japanese and Americans. It's almost non-existent. That's like almost doesn't exist. Basically, it was only during the time of the reconstruction of Japan that you had a lot of Americans in Japan. You had enough.
Mostly they're Okinawan. They're mostly Okinawan.
Almost exclusively.
And the one lady I met here that was here, she was from Hokkaido. So it's like these outlying territories, but no one from like Honshu or anything like this.
Yeah, or
even Miyazaki. They're even more racist, or xenophobic.
Yes.
Like they're straight up Japan only, like no Korean, no.
Yeah.
I like their attitude.
Yeah, you can
it makes sense culturally.
Yeah.
Look at, you kept their culture together.
Keep yourself pure. That's how you should be.
Yeah. They but
nothing wrong with that.
That's just going by the laws of nature. Stay with your own people, stay in your own land. That's all. That's so simple.
Oh, no, I get it. Of course, I could point out, this is why I keep saying Japan has to have a war. It's because they've got so rich and so comfortable.
So soft.
Yeah, so soft.
They got to harden the fuck up. Yeah. I like the tough Japanese people, smart and tough.
Yes, I want to return towards that as well. So it's going to take
I need the anime to keep pumping out. I don't care.
Yeah. Yes.
Yeah, keep giving us good anime.
Actually, you have a good point though. Like if they had to do something, then the anime would be like a lot more. There would be like a lot more savants coming out.
Yes.
Like more material. More good material.
Yeah.
Well, trauma brings art. Art and trauma go together. Unfortunately, it's the case.
Yeah. I was surprised
Ask Doug.
Yeah, true. I was surprised at how little an effect 3/11, the Fukushima Daiichi meltdown, had on the Japanese culture, because it really was not that traumatic. It wasn't that traumatic as people think in America.
Well, it was isolated areas. That's why.
Yes. Yeah, it's pretty isolated out there. Remember Abdul Karim Haq visited there. That's what's so funny. That's so ironic because he kept going to places like Japan and Europe where they would just rent him as rent a fucking Muslim.
Yeah, I was gonna say I think they hired him just to see look, there's a cool black guy from Detroit. He must be safe to eat our fish or something. Yeah, it was kind of like an advertisement.
Using him as a lab rat.
Yeah. Yes. That's pretty much what he said. Yeah, they paid for me to go over there. Yeah, the Japanese paid for me to go over there.
And he's too dumb to fucking figure what they're using him for.
Yeah.
What an idiot. Dumb motherfucker.
Oh, yeah. I mean, they're
no
not
wonder
wrong
they're so
picking people
easy
from
to
Detroit,
exploit in the entertainment industry.
Shit. Oh my god. I heard what Nemo said. That's why they're so easy to exploit. What did you say, Fred? What was it you use
I
that.
said they're not wrong using someone from Detroit.
Yeah, that's for sure. Oh my fucking god! Remember that photograph?
Justified.
Remember that photograph, Brendan? That was his banner on his Facebook page of him in his slippers and his bathrobe.
Oh
whipping,
yeah.
Whipping one of the posts of his own home.
Yeah. Yeah, what was that? Was he Indiana Jones? I mean, I thought that was bizarre. It was really weird.
I never saw that.
Oh, you didn't miss shit.
Oh, this
but
was years ago. Yeah, you
in
didn't.
a sense, you missed a world of laughter because that guy, he looked like he wanted to be Uncle Tom. I said, "Look, it's Uncle Tom's cabin," and he's like whipping one of the posts of his home, like, and in his.
Yeah, it was bizarre.
Yes, he's just so fucked up. And
We asked him, and he said something about Indiana Jones, right? Something weird like that.
No. What happened was, he's so fucking high.
Or you asked him because I wasn't involved.
Yeah, you weren't involved with that shit. Yeah, no.
Thank God.
He wrote. By the way, again, he's in these fuzzy slippers. He's like, in a bathrobe. It's like.
And imagine the background is like this rundown Detroit neighborhood. I'm
Thank
not being
you.
rude. That's
Thank
literally what it was.
Yeah,
There's
yeah.
like weeds in the back and shit.
Yes.
Like a broke down like El Camino or a Monte Carlo or something.
Yeah. Yes. And but he said on the header, feeling like Indiana Jones, testing out my bull whip and feeling like Indiana Jones. And I'm like, dude, you're so fucking high on so much pot all the time. In his mind, he's surrounded by Oriental temples and he's in these lush jungles in his brain. And it's like, dude, that doesn't translate into the photograph. The rest of us do not see the Farscape video game that you have going on inside your fucking head. But this is what people think when they get high enough. They're thinking what they see is what everyone else
he smoked pot constantly. Yeah.
I've smoked a lot of pot and never gone that far at all.
Thank you.
You've also never seen these Detroit people.
They must be fucked.
Oh, dude, he smoked so much that he was coughing and wheezing. Because and it's just pot. He wasn't doing tobacco, dude. It was all just pot, but he smoked so much of it.
Straight hash and shit.
Yeah, that's
I wish I could afford that.
Oh, that idiot. He was like, get this shit when he went to France. So when they paid for him, they would pay in Europe or Asia. They'd fly him so they'd have a pet black Muslim to do, art in their parties. So he would just do pictures at parties and then everybody go, ooh, look, the friendly black Muslim. He doesn't have a suicide vest. There's no sticks of dynamite sticking out of his back pocket and shit. How cool, Muslims can be friendly and shit. So he was selling himself on that trip, and he'd go over and draw pictures of people and shit, and people thought he was the shit. And so he's going over, I guess
They got the shit part right.
Yeah, they got the shit part right,
Yeah.
Especially when he pulled his kids out of school. So he could save $600 a month on car insurance. Now I never have to drive my kids to school and shit. That's piece.
You sure he's Muslim?
He gave up on Islam. He gave up on Islam because he went online and he read that Muhammad was a pedophile. So then he said, I am no longer a Muslim. He was just looking for any excuse.
Because when you
He
said
just
he was
wanted to
saving,
bail out. He wanted to bail out,
Yeah.
because when you were saying he was saving $600 a month on his car insurance, it made me think it was something else.
Yeah. Like Sammy Davis Jr. You mean? Yeah.
Well, we never got a confirmation, so who knows?
Yeah, he's such.
But this guy was just totally wonk.
Yeah, he's just totally fucked. He's like Peter
Bonkers.
Moon. Yeah, just totally fucked. And getting more and more right wing because he kept going online. So he kept going online and reading all that shit. So he was one of the guys.
Even though you've explained in full detail that he's he's in bed with everybody, like Netanyahu, Putin, fucking North Korean and Chinese leaders, all that shit.
Yes.
He's a full-on traitor. You're a complete retard and a traitor to your own people if you support Trump.
Thank you. Yes, definitely. But this idiot, Abdul Karim
I think this was pre-Trump, right?
he was pre-Trump, and he was becoming more and more right-wing. He probably ultimately went Trump. I mean, but he was like, Derek Talley was the same way. All he ever posted was links to Fox News. You know, it just. But to show how bad Abu, as he later changed his name to, he was bad in the sense that I severed with him at the time of the Douglas Stone. What was the name of the Douglas Stone High School shooting in Florida, where the half Cuban, half Russian motherfucker went out and shot a bunch of kids at the Stone Martin. It was like Douglas Stone Martin.
Marjorie Stone something.
Thank you, Marjorie Stone. Yeah,
Douglas.
yeah, Marjorie Stone Douglas. Weird ass fucking name. It was this high school, and he believed
Green,
that
Marjorie Green. Well, hold on.
yes, we'd have to look it up.
Stoneman Douglas.
Stoneman Douglas. What a name! What a name! But
Marjorie Stoneman Douglas High School. So she went there.
Yeah.
In March. Harris went there in March.
Okay, cool. Thank you. Yeah, and then started shooting people, right?
I mean,
but at any rate,
she's pathetic. I mean.
Yeah, well, they're all pathetic, but to show how pathetic Abdul was, he hated all the students from Marjorie Stoneman Douglas. I'm sorry, what was it again? Marjorie Stoneman Douglas, right? Marjorie Stoneman Douglas.
Yeah, it's such a bonkers name.
Yeah. Anyhow,
isn't that the place where Putin showed the nuke hitting?
That's when he showed the nuke hitting. He showed the nuke hitting that school. Yes. Yeah. Yes. Anyhow, but Abdul Karim Haq said all the students there, they just brought it upon themselves, and they're faking it. None of it ever happened, and they just.
He went to Alex Jones, right?
Yeah, saying they're all just doing this to take our guns away.
What I don't understand. Yeah, thank you. I don't understand that is like everyone in these conspiracy zones. It's like they're how are they cool with killing us through like fluoride, but not just straight up shooting people? I mean, I don't know where that short circuit comes from.
You're not taking my prostitute Derringer away, right?
Yeah, right.
You'll never get it. It's in my pants.
So bonkers.
Yeah, but this was the thing. I said to Abdul, I said, you don't own no.
Why wouldn't they kill people? Yeah.
Anyhow, I said to Abdul, you don't own no fucking guns. Then he started trying to act like an international man of mystery. You don't know me, Douglas, and all my secrets. And I said, I know enough about you to know you don't have no fucking guns in the house.
Yeah, you can't own a gun if you have a marijuana charge, bro.
Yeah,
especially in Michigan.
Yeah, not only that, he's got 2 kids in the house. His son would have taken it at that point and shot him. I know that fucking much.
Yeah. Have you ever heard about Detroit, Douglas?
Yeah, no shit. No shit.
But no, he was too broke. He was too poor.
Yeah.
We're not hating on him. It's literally, he said that. He was like, I'm broke.
Yeah. Yeah.
Why the fuck would you move there in the first place?
He basically. He's
stuck there.
Yeah. What happened with him was that his mother and father had been successful blacks who, at a time in history when work actually rewarded you with results, they actually earned enough money to build their own homes. So he had no mortgage. So understand this, he's got no rent, no mortgage, and he owns 2 fucking homes. And so he kept his mother, who was senile, across the street and would cash her checks, her retirement checks every month, so that he could live fat while his mother was drowning in her own shit in the house across the street, which he left her in the basement, drowning in her own shit. Well, he just kept her alive enough by hosing her down, and then would keep collecting her checks because he was afraid that if she died, eventually maybe somebody would smell something in one of the adjacent homes or something like that and call on him to report him or something, but nobody cared. Nobody was checking on him. So he was just exploiting his mother and collecting the checks. And eventually, if he died, he would have just left her there and just kept collecting the checks, which is probably what ultimately happened with the son of a bitch. But, he's doing that while being flown all over the world. And then when he's flown to fucking France, he's with this guy. And then the guy, basically when I was talking to him, and I do drugs, it's like that idiot who was on my show, what was his name, Daryl James, when I said, why don't you do something about all the kids in the cages and going into the wood chipper. Oh, I was drugged. I was like, I didn't say it out loud, but I was thinking, I was on drugs all the time while I was at the Presidio, and I still did something about all the kids that were being trafficked. How is that an excuse? It's a special kind of drug. One that,
just say you were on like scopolamine.
Yeah.
Because then it might be an excuse. You got no idea what it is.
No, instead he pulled that bullshit where he said, "Oh, what is that?"
Yeah, what happened there, Brendan? There was a lot of.
I think that was Heather.
Oh, that was Heather.
Her audio is always doing strange things.
Yeah, because of her microchip. She told us it's in her butt. So if she takes the MRI, hopefully that doesn't rip that out of her butt and cause great pain. But
for pleasure.
I don't think it'd be pleasure.
But
yeah. So I'm sorry. What were you going to say, Brendan? For the I guess Heather's microchip. Yeah.
It's not in my butthole. It's like my butt cheek.
I didn't say butthole. I didn't say
okay.
butthole. Butt cheek. Yeah, Sonny.
That's funny. That was funny.
Yeah, that's cute.
I forgot what I was going to say, so it worked.
Sorry.
They tuned in through the butt cheek.
It scrambled Brendan's brain.
Yeah.
From Heather's butt to Brendan's brain, it scrambled it. They channeled it. Now they're sending the Waymo using the GPS that they found.
Right.
Well, it's good. They're going to have to do an MRI right there because it's my hip that they're looking at and my knee and my whole leg.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, I hope that thing is non-magnetic, but if it's magnetic, you've got to tell them about it and say you're concerned, and maybe they'll ignore it. If they ignore what you say...
Well, nowadays, people have that chips inside of them, so they probably have a protocol. I'm thinking.
Well, when you say that, do you mean people voluntarily do that?
Yeah, people do. They pay for things and open their doors with it.
Right. But it's not in their butt. Is it?
No. I pay out of pocket. I pay out of pocket.
But okay, here's what I can tell you. It's you'll have to go mute to hear it, or do something.
Okay.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, this is what I wanted Heather to understand. When I was care providing for my mother, and I had to conduct an MRI, and again, it brought me into the whole story about I had an MRI taken before. I'd have to look at my LinkedIn to look exactly at my whole resume to try and place the chronology of when I had that MRI. But it was after the San Francisco Police Academy attendance, because those fuckers...
I hate LinkedIn.
Yeah, oh yeah, Peter Moon said that because he never has to look for a job, so he hates LinkedIn because it doesn't do nothing for him, because that would imply he's looking for work. But with the whole
he has no resume. He has like that one thing.
Yeah, imagine if he were trying to look for a job. He's unemployable.
I was in a cult, and then I wrote a bunch of weird books.
Yeah,
which I stole from everyone.
Yes, thank you.
Some resume.
Yeah. But when I had my MRI, it was prior the Gulf War and prior the staples in my rib cage. So either that, or it was right after the Gulf War, prior the staples in my rib cage, because they were inserted after 7 lung collapses. So it might have been after the Gulf War, but it definitely was affiliated with hairline fractures that they were looking for, because I had suffered them from Police Academy, where they had loaded up my shotgun so that it blew in my face and created a bunch of hairline fractures that they said would only expand with age and get worse, and all this other evil shit. But when they did the MRI, they found nothing. So my entire body had resealed itself, so to speak, hermetically somehow. But all that being said...
It's those nanos. It's the nanos, Doug.
Yes, I suspect that in my vampiroid bloodline. Yes, thank you. But all such being said, the reason I bring up the MRI with my mother, and I had one myself, but when they conducted the MRI on my mother, I was behind a shield. They have everybody get behind a shield when they turn that MRI on. One of the things I noticed was they said, if you have steel-toed boots, because I had steel-toed boots, I could not get into the trailer where they kept the MRI. So the MRI at UCSF was kept in a trailer off-site of the hospital because it's so powerful. And not only is it so powerful, when I took my shoes off, my socks were instantly caked in inches of dirt. It was like I had walked into an internal greenhouse, botanical hothouse garden or something. It said, why is the floor caked in dirt? And they said, well, we can't have any of the custodians come in here because they don't know how to clean around the MRI, and they leave metal things like buckets and wrenches and shit. And the reason that they couldn't allow custodians in anymore was because of what had happened in Las Vegas, where some young boy had entered the MRI. They turned on the MRI machine, and the magnets are so powerful that some custodian had left a hammer in the MRI room, and the hammer went flying across the room, cracked open the boy's skull, and his brain spilled out, and he died. So Heather Holman left, of course. Maybe she doesn't want to hear any more of that. But my point is, this is why I can't take an MRI anymore, is because of the staples in my rib cage. If I were to take an MRI, I would die horribly. Because they didn't make staples of ceramics in those days when they stapled my lungs to my rib cage, so they would be ripped out of my chest and I would die horrifically. If Heather has something in her butt that the MRI magnetizes and rips out, it depends on whether the technicians take her seriously. For instance, you can't have an MRI if you have a pacemaker. If you have a pacemaker, if it doesn't rip the pacemaker out and kill you horribly, it would remagnetize it. It would somehow make it, it would impede its working. So it's just overall, there's certain people who cannot have MRIs. So Heather's going in there so they could check on how her bones have been fractured. But we'll see what happens. It'll be interesting when she tells them, oh, look, I got some stuff inside me. So it'll be interesting, Heather, whether they decide to go through with it or not. Now Heather can talk without the interference. So Heather, all I'm saying is just tell them what you are thinking you might have inside you and see how they respond. It'll be interesting.
I was switching phones right when you were telling the story, and the last part I heard was about the hammer.
Yeah, so what happened was, in Las Vegas, the reason why MRI rooms, the first thing you'll notice about them is they're filthy. They are filthy because they never allow the custodians in them. They can't because they're afraid custodians will leave buckets and wrenches and things like that. And what happened in Las Vegas was a young boy was put into an MRI machine. They turned it on, and some custodian had left a hammer in the room, and the hammer went flying all the way across the room. Nobody had seen the hammer because it was way out in another corner of the room. But what happened was, as soon as they turned on those extremely powerful magnets, they were so powerful, the hammer went flying across the room into the young boy's skull, cracked his skull open, and all his brains came out, and he died. So it was as if somebody had just taken a hammer and just smashed his skull right open, like an eggshell. That is how powerful those magnets are. So that's why I can't have an MRI anymore, because I have staples in my rib cage. And if I were to take an MRI, I would die horribly. People with pacemakers can't have MRIs because it would demagnetize or remagnetize their MRIs, or maybe even rip them out of their bodies. So certain people cannot have MRIs with certain kinds of implants.
Maybe I'll stay a little more confident. I'm really confident in my body's ability to heal. Maybe, I don't know. We'll see.
Like I said, just tell them that just let them know that you think something might be in your body, and tell them what you think might be, and just let them make the decision. And then
should I bring pictures? I mean, I don't want to make it a whole conversation, but people usually don't react the way that I like that they should react, or I think they should react.
I would say that you just tell them what you suspect. I don't know if pictures would help. Do you have pictures that show like it looks like there's something in your butt? Or
no, on my phone, but sometimes with some people in conversations, if you have visuals, it just helps.
Well, I don't know, but what are the visuals you usually show when you say you've got something on your phone? What I mean to say is,
I can draw pictures, I can, illustrate what I'm trying to say and talk about, but I could get a picture of the the microchip, so they know what it looks like and they know what I'm talking about.
How about this? How about just tell them that you're concerned because you've gone through the metal detectors at the airport and they felt that you had something on you, but they couldn't, they didn't feel it was something that was dangerous. So ask them if that's something you should be concerned about. How's that sound?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, you know, I don't think it would be though. Do you?
I don't know. I don't know. In my case, I know that I have staples in my rib cage, so I wouldn't do the MRI myself based on my physical situation. In your physical situation, well, think of it this way. Would it be bad? How bad could it be if something were ripped out of your butt? That's all.
Oh, yeah.
It's like if you had an injury there, maybe you could even
It'd be like shrapnel or something, I think.
maybe. So just tell them you think you might have something that showed up in an airport scanner and you're concerned. And you don't need to say it's a microchip. Just say maybe it's shrapnel in my butt from something long time ago.
Oh, I got shot in the Jack in the Box parking lot.
Yeah, there you go. Or you were with Trump and they attempted an assassination and the bullet landed in you. Yeah, that's why Trump doesn't have any scars. Yeah, I'm kidding, but
I could come up with all kinds of stuff.
well, just say that you're concerned that something showed up on a airport scanner and you don't know what it is, and see how they respond to that. And
Yeah.
if they go through with it, it's on them. That way, if you survive the ordeal, you can sue them. So there, it works out either way.
I think you signed something. I think they make me sign something before I did it.
Truly, they do. But it would still, if you had explained to them, hey, I'm concerned I might have something here, and then they make you sign something, I don't know. Probably you couldn't sue them.
Right.
Yeah,
Well, I
but still.
appreciate you. I appreciate your opinion and your advice for sure. I'll probably follow your advice.
Thank you. I appreciate
Yeah,
that.
of course.
I mean, yeah, it's just thinking about yourself, and honestly, it's scary as hell in the sense that I don't have claustrophobia. I'm just worried, like I said to everybody, the time that I went in for the CAT scan, which of course is radiological, then I literally felt a terrible sense of panic because it looks so much like an MRI machine. And I figured, okay,
I don't like any of that stuff.
well, it's not claustrophobia to me. I just felt, it was. I thought maybe this thing is like an MRI and it's using some magnetism, and maybe all that shit will get pulled out of me. And then I just faced it. Okay, if I die, I die. That's how I faced it.
Right. Just get it over with, right?
Yeah, but it turned out that they don't use magnets. It's all radiological for the CAT scan, which of course I learned from Brooke Gibson, or was reminded of such by Brooke Gibson, because I used to know it at one point back when I was taking care of my parents, and then forgot all that shit when I was trying to forget all about care provision in hospitals and all that crap. But Brooke Gibson used to work for the medical industry with sales and pharmaceuticals, so she wound up with a bunch of weird odds and ends, trivia knowledge about certain elements of the medical industry. That's how she was able to question Michelle Carmela Saldana and realize Michelle Carmela Saldana did not have cancer, which is what Michelle Carmela Saldana said on my show when she was brought on, was like, hey, I've got cancer, how about some money? And it was like, in all fairness, she has sent me some contributions in the past after that, like about 25 United States dollars at one point, maybe another $25 another time, about twice since then. But I'm still leery about letting her back on, but maybe sometime in the future we can do that. But yeah, I found that to be, shall we say, not exactly behavior I want to encourage. So, yeah, when Brooke was questioning her, she was questioning her about tests. What kind of tests have you taken? And it was like she didn't take any tests. She just said, oh, made her own diagnosis. Just made her own diagnosis, and asked for money, which means she has plans. It's like, it just wasn't a cool thing to do. So back to where we were at, and the other topics we were talking about. Let's take a look at the chat room. See what else comes up. See if so aside from that, fairly good numbers. We have a number of people in the chat. Deanna Fraser, who sent me a good contribution in the past. Thank you so much, Deanna Fraser, for those contributions you sent in the past. Plus those little wonderful knit objects, you know, nice little somethings that were knit. They're nice. You put a lot of work into those. I'm not exactly sure what they are, but
Like
maybe you could tell.
crochet? Is that what you mean? Are you talking about crochet?
Yes, she crocheted two items for me. I don't know what they are. So if she's still there, she's welcome to tell me what they are supposed to be.
That's sweet.
It is sweet. It is sweet. Of course, it could be a way of putting, how would I say it? You said somebody something like that. Some people would be concerned that it's a way of imposing, shall we say, your own will in a person's space. In other words, like a magical object that can later on be used as
it's a puppet or something.
Yes, yes. And that may be unfair, but let's put it this way.
I love those blankets.
I wish she had sewn a fucking blanket, but even then, a crocheted blanket doesn't. Yeah, that'd be a lot. That'd be a lot of material. Plus, it's not really that warm. Crochet is like all, you know, peppered with holes and stuff. It's like really loose, comparatively speaking. So, not exactly the warmest thing in the world. Is what it is. But I've got to change my electric blankets in the morning. As soon as we're done with the show, I'll change my electric blankets because this one's broken now. Half broken. I'm using half of the electric blanket. So, aside from all of that, so, dear Heather, what else comes to your mind? You've got this coming up. Any other questions to ask Nemo, Aristides, Brendan, or myself?
I don't know. Did you see the link that I put there in the chat?
UID devices, laboratory animal microchips. Okay.
Yeah.
And
that's exactly what I think that I have in my pocket.
Okay.
And so why would I have that?
Because you've been chipped like an animal.
Because I'm an animal, or I mean, like, how am I supposed to feel about that?
They released the animal chips to test it out for humans to see if it was safe. I mean, that's clear.
This was in 1978.
Well, I was thinking that she should think of it like an animal release program into the wild. You know how they chip like dolphins.
Like werewolf or something? I don't know. What am I supposed to think?
It's like they want to be able to track
Don't
you
take it personal.
in the wild. Yeah, don't take it personally. Yeah, there you go. Good answer, Brendan. Yeah, don't take it personally.
Well, it is personal, you know?
Yes, it is. But don't dwell on it.
Well, I have to have this
There's nothing
MRI,
you can
and
do
I'm
about
really
it.
kind of scared to get it now. And, you know, normally I wouldn't care. I'm just going to do it.
We'll find out.
I'm just going to push on through.
Yeah.
I have to know if my hip is broken or something.
Yeah. Yes. Good idea.
Well, they can do x-rays, but you don't want to do that right there.
No, they've done x-rays.
So then why do they need an MRI?
Because x-rays, according to the MDs, x-rays don't show that much. I mean, honestly, x-rays
because they're not trained anymore. They're all like...
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean,
flunkies and shit.
Oh, yeah. I mean, there's that. But in reality...
They need the computer to, like, zoom in and shit for them.
There's that.
3D image of the bones.
Yeah,
shit.
if we were really cynical...
Well, the good news is I get to go to the institute that I wanted to go to, which is the best. The Core Institute.
Wow. Okay. So take advantage of that. And what I would say is that when it comes to the imaging, understand that in the old days, the x-rays were all we had. But with the new imaging, it truly is revelatory of so much more that that the x-rays just don't do justice. Now, ideally, MRIs are the best. They're the apex. It's like nothing is better than an MRI because it like slices and dices you magnetically so that the imaging comes out slice by slice like your ham, and just really dissects you. It like they see everything, or so much that it's incredible. And
It's
so,
like it sees through your skin.
yeah, well, way beyond that. It like literally takes you and slices you and dices you like you were bologna.
Every aspect of your body, they say.
Yeah, image-wise, depending on, full body or half body. I mean, very seldom does somebody get a full body MRI. It's only going to be like
Yeah, I just hope they don't do it on my head.
well, I mean, even that's supposed to be, benign. If you have no metal in your head, then it's just benign. It's like, but if you have no metal anywhere, you can't have metal anywhere on your body. But if you have something in you, express the concern about that. And instead of using the term microchip, use the term potentially shrapnel. If so, you yeah.
Really?
I would. Yeah, I would.
Yeah, just say you got a bit of metal in your ass and you can't get scanned.
Well, what I would
I'll
say
go in there, yeah.
is, I wouldn't say metal because that's the kiss of death. You just say, I have something that showed up on airport scanners in my body. Something seems to be in my body, or a few things seem to be in my body.
Why not just tell the truth? Why can't I just tell them exactly what it was? Because I remember when it was put there. I know exactly what it is.
Because you don't want to get committed for that. They're like,
I already am.
that would suck.
Oh, whoa, no. I would argue that they don't do that anymore. At this point in
like
history.
ancient
Well, yeah, in the internet world, they're just like, oh man, she's watching TikTok.
Yeah, pretty much
Yeah,
at this
they have
point.
no idea.
Trust me, every other person comes into the hospital and says, I've been alien microchipped and shit.
Yeah, I got raped by an alien.
Yeah.
Yeah, because now they think that
That's like-
microchips are like sand, then they can be particulates that they can inhale and everything like that.
Yeah, it's
I'm
true.
sure they've heard it all. They've heard it all. Ever since COVID, they've heard it all.
And especially, I'll tell you another thing. These MRI technicians, my landlady, she used to live upstairs a long time ago before she checked out and moved into her own home elsewhere on the other side of the city where she doesn't want me to know where she lives and shit. She was an MRI technician her entire career. And I remember when I asked her about it one time, trying to be friendly, I said, man, I understand you MRI technicians see a lot of extra-dimensional shit. And she said, oh, I could tell you stories. And she briefly went into that MRI technicians in their career are going to see people walking in and out of the room through the walls that are extra-dimensional beings, that the magnetic powers of that machine are so strong they warp the dimension, the fabric of time and space itself. Yes. Yeah.
What do you mean?
With that, you're talking about super magnetic objects that
they
can
see it, like they see spirits or something.
Oh fuck yeah! Yeah. She said, yeah.
Say the least.
Yeah. And these are the medical technicians. She says the people in the MRI don't see it because they have their eyes closed in abject terror, but the MRI technicians have their eyes open. Yeah, and they see people walking in.
It's like a little hadron collider.
Yeah, it's like a little hadron collider. Yeah, it warps the fabric of time and space itself around it. It's never turned off. It's amped up, but it's never turned off. They can't afford to turn it off because it would cost too much to turn it back on. So once it's on forever. They just leave it at a lower power level. And then when they
Who thinks of these things? That stuff scares me.
Oh, well,
I wanted to.
Yeah, I mean, it's Philadelphia experiment. Well, I'll tell you something. When I had when I was attending the Osher Lifelong Learning Institute Center for Extended Adult Education, what they used to call mini med school, basically the courses in medical journalism, when I was, and by the way, I had stupid motherfuckers that actually said, only seniors and retirees can participate in that program, and I corrected them. Also care providers. I was a legally recognized care provider, motherfuckers, so if anybody comes out there and gives you shit.
Yeah, fuckers.
Yeah, it shows how ignorant all these fuckers are, and they always try to get you on something. Like, but you notice I always have an answer, because I'm telling the truth. It's like, you notice all the fuckers who sever from me, whether they're crazies like Solomon Jake, all the rest of them, they never say anything meaningful. It's never have dirt on Douglas Dietrich that's meaningful or truly legal.
No, it's just ridiculous. Yeah.
There's never anything that has legal implications. They never say anything like Douglas Dietrich deals crack or Douglas Dietrich fucks kids. It's never anything with any legal implications. It's like, even though I admit to being...
Because they'd have to prove it. You know? They get cooked.
Yeah, they would just be cooked.
Because, like, the judges nowadays, like, the last one I saw, like, they're so jaded and sick of people that they can see right through lies. I mean, it's like... Yeah. It's like you're transparent to them. They're just like, I've seen it all. Everyone lies. I know if you're lying or not.
Yeah, it's true. I've told people this back in my Revolution Radio days. We'll get back to the MRI in a second. But I've told people this back in the Revolution Radio days. Please, whatever you do, there's certain professions where they will know when you're lying. It's just they've dealt with people who lie to them. One of them is a police officer. There's no point in lying to a police officer unless you absolutely have to, and just tell them, in that case, you limit what you say to as basic a lie as possible without expounding on it. You know, don't add any unnecessary details. But with the judge, it's the same thing. Yeah, judges and cops, and for some reason, attorneys are different because attorneys lie all the time. See, so they always lie to each other. Yeah. Attorneys lie all the time. They lie to each other. And so for some reason, maybe because they're telling so many lies, they really oftentimes will not see it when you're telling a lie as much. A good one could, but your average cop, even it doesn't matter whether they're corrupt or a good cop, they've seen everybody lie. So they know when you're lying. Same with a judge. So just don't lie to a judge. Don't lie to a cop if you can at all help it. But such being said, the
judges are good though. I mean, they're like, I get spooky.
Yeah. Oh yeah. It's
like I went in when that idiot tried to claim I was abusing her, even though she was the one doing all the crazy shit.
Yeah, the fat chick.
My ex-girlfriend, the fat bitch.
Yeah, Free Willy. We call it Free Willy after the whale.
Yeah.
After the whale that got caught.
Yeah, disgusting. But yeah, she was like claiming all this shit, and then I wrote like this pamphlet and gave it to the judge, and he like read it out loud. Yeah. And just embarrassed her.
Yeah. There you go.
And like any lie,
always
like,
wear white to court.
What?
Always wear white to court.
That's cute.
Wait, what? Why?
She says wear white. She just feels she feels that will be a positive impression of cleanliness.
That's how they see it. They know what that means.
They think it means
that from a lawyer.
They think it means a white soul. So for a woman, it's easy to carry that out. If a guy,
well, the judge wears black.
Wears black. Yeah, judge wears black, so a guy should wear black. A woman should wear white because it's just subconscious.
Okay to wear like colors, like pastels on Friday, I think.
Yeah, there we are. Okay, that's cute. That's cute. So, such having been said, we were talking about the lies and all that stuff, but back to the MRI. When I was speaking to my landlady and she was telling me about these experiences, went into the short little, I would say kind of almost loquacious kind of exposition of what she had seen, what MRI technicians had seen, people walking in and out of the walls, through the walls that are extra dimensional beings and other manifestations of basically the supernatural. What she said was time and space itself is warped by the power of the magnets. Later on, it was years later, and I asked her again. I said, hey, remember that time we talked about the MRI? And she was like, no. And I said, oh, you don't remember? You were talking about, all the stuff you saw while I was an MRI technician all those years. And she just said, I never said any of that. And went into this total denial, like she had attended a meeting or something. Like a memo went out. Right. You get what I'm saying? It was like suddenly...
Yeah, like they pulled like the Men in Black and just flashed it or something.
No, I think it could have been that, but I think it's almost like a memo went out and they were like, stop telling people about your experiences with the MRI, you dumb shits, you're panicking people, and they don't
because those ghost hunter idiots started showing up. That's probably what happened.
Yeah, and not only
Can
that...
I get an EVP, let me put like an infrared camera, like they probably had to kick all these people out.
Oh, yeah, no doubt. I'm sure there was that. but it was also the your average person got so spooked they didn't want to go in the MRI, right? I mean, that's
well, that's probably what it was. Is people would see like family members or something, like other people, other beings.
Yeah, I
from
can
the other
only
side.
imagine what travels with me.
Yes. Oh shit. That MRI technician is not going to get any sleep after Heather. Yeah. Once he does Heather. Yeah, he's just gonna go into batshit panic. He'll run out of the room. They'll have to bring somebody else in to replace him and shit.
Yeah, just make sure they give you the button, because
barreling out of the door.
Yeah. Yeah, they didn't give me no fucking button. They need to give you a button so you can press the panic button if you have to. I can't take it. Get me out of here or I'll explode. And use that at the moment in case you feel any pain.
It must be safe. They do it every day.
Yeah. Such being said, what was the other thing that came to mind? So, dear Heather, we're praying for you. When is this? When is your MRI?
Oh, I don't have an appointment for it yet.
What?
I'm going to meet with the orthopedic surgeons or the doctors or whatever at this core place. They have robots that do the surgeries.
Cool. All right.
Yeah.
Yeah. We can't trust the doctors anymore.
Right.
Well, if it's anything like...
Because everyone in medical school apparently cheats. I'm not joking. I'm not even exaggerating. I'm not being rude. It's literally, they're just chat GPTing their way through medical school.
Yeah. Fuck them. Shit on
them. Yeah, I mean, they're doing that with everything. They're doing that with everything these days. Just doing the...
It's like idiocracy.
Yeah.
Wait.
Yeah, that's Heather Holman. Back when I was on Facebook, Heather Holman kept writing me, have you seen Idiocracy? And I kept saying, hell, honey, why for? I live it every day. You know, that's, yeah. So, such being said, when you talk to these MDs or these consultants, bring up your concerns and see what they say.
Oh, yeah. I think I will.
Okay.
I might actually make a couple phone calls before the actual thing, so I'll just have it taken care of.
What do you mean? Who would you call?
Call the place. Call the place where I'm going to be going and ask them about it on the phone.
They would tell you that you've got an appointment coming with consultants anyway, so you would just tell them. They would say,
Really?
they're not going to take your messages on the phone.
Because I don't want to waste my time keeping an appointment if it's something that I'm not going to be doing. You know what I mean? I don't want them to make the appointment.
Before you do that, just get a giant magnet and put it on your ass and see if it hurts.
It's not going to be the same. Dude, there's no magnet.
It was a joke. It was a joke.
Yeah,
Put it on my ass. Well, then it's got like a little glass tube or something. I don't know.
Well,
I just remember it clearly being put there.
Just keep the appointment. Keep the appointment with the consultants who will make the appointment. You're seeing consultants who will make the appointment. When you see them, tell them about your concerns in the manner that I expressed. See what they say, and then.
Well, thank you, Douglas.
Yeah, there. You're welcome. You're welcome. And yes, and so now that we've handled that, I think we can. Nemo has a question. So Nemo says, American Nazis of the German-American Bund, and he has a photograph of their rally in Madison Square Garden in February of 1939. He says, what are your thoughts on this, Doug? So, important to remember that there's two examples of something about this. One of them was William Patrick Hitler, who was the nephew of Adolf Hitler. And the other was the man who ran that American Nazi Bund. Let me check on his name, because I would actually have to look that up. It's been so long. Okay, man who ran American Nazi Bund, 1939. Okay. Now, we can probably find him here. The German-American Bund.
Yeah, they went really anti-Khazarian. They were like super
yeah.
hyped. They were hyped on that.
Yeah, the Bundesführer, Kuhn.
I'm still listening on my phone. I'm just quickly having a smoke. I'm still listening.
Thank you. So let me look up Kuhn. Yeah, Kuhn. Fritz Julius Kuhn. So Fritz Julius Kuhn was born in 1896. He's pretty old. He died in 1951, which means he died before World War II even ended. Now, he died in Germany, I know that much, but this is what happened was they deported him to Germany after the war. After the war.
Holy shit.
Yeah, literally after...
That's offensive. That's like...
Yeah.
His worst nightmare, basically. They were like...
Yeah.
Go deal with that.
Yeah, no, it was just awful. So he was the elected leader of the German-American Bund, and Fritz Julius Kuhn and William Patrick Hitler, the nephew of Adolf Hitler, both personally met Adolf Hitler. And Adolf Hitler had nothing good to say about either one of them. This is what I can tell you. So, this is where we get into the differences between American and concepts of Nazism and German Nazism. Whatever your average American, white, black, Jewish, whatever they are, whatever the hell they think Nazism is, that's not what Nazism is. They have no idea what Nazism is. All they have is this Hollywood propaganda projection on the screen of their blank minds between their ears, and that empty space is filled with trigger words about Nazism that they simply react to, but they have no idea what Nazism is. If you ask them to explain what Nazism is, they would give you a whole litany of concepts that have nothing to do with the real historical Nazism. And all it would be black and white concepts of they hate Jews, they're racist, white supremacist, all this bullshit that has nothing to do with Nazism whatsoever. They have no idea what Nazism is. And then if they become hardcore academicians and scholars, they will spend all their lives perverting what Nazism is. Nemo says that looks like George Washington. Yes, that is George Washington. Yes. So what happened, which brings us back to Rhodesia and ultimately what I was going to say about the American revolutions. So this is why Hitler, when he hated William Patrick Hitler, his nephew, it was personal. When he hated Fritz Kuhn of the American Bund, the Fritz Julius Kuhn, the Bundesführer.
This is probably what pissed him off, putting
George Washington, thank you.
With like a white aura around him.
Thank you.
He probably thought they were idiots. Yeah, that's a good point.
Yes.
Knowing what we know. Yeah.
Yes. Adolf Hitler. Yeah, Adolf Hitler hated Fritz Kuhn for ideological reasons. He said Fritz Kuhn is an ideological idiot who has no understanding of what Nazism is about. He's just a fucking American bigot.
Yeah, because when, I don't know, Nemo, did you send me that video of them talking, having the rally? Because they just sounded like super dumb. They were just like raving about Jews and stuff, and it's like they didn't say anything politically related. They were just like super racist.
Yeah, and
like there was no actual, what's the word for it? There was no politics or like reasoning or rationale. It was just straight up sketch, like racism.
Yeah, beyond that.
Does that make sense?
Yeah, but beyond that, they took over Madison Square Garden. I'm going to answer for Nemo till he returns. He can't answer because he's out smoking and shit. But in terms of Madison Square Garden, you're in the middle of New York. It's like, why go to the middle? It's like let's go to Israel and tell everybody how much we hate the Jews. It's like, it's why go there? Why go? Like, what if you took New York and you got rid of the last Jew in New York? What would you do with New York City? It's like, great, you've got good real estate only in a conceptual sense. All of it is developed now where it's uninhabitable. I mean, everybody's living in apartments piled on top of apartments. I mean, why would you want that? What would you do with it? Like I said, it's like, give it to the Jews. Let them have it. Turn it into literally the name. Rename it Jew York. And just make it, along with Long Island and New Jersey could be the Palestine. Let them conduct helicopter raids on New Jersey and massacre people in New Jersey. Honestly, I would clap. The
The Long Island concentration camp. I'm all
That's
for
wild.
it.
now, Aristides, that's not my thought process. It's not a concentration camp. God knows, I would want to live in a concentration camp on Long Island. That's like being arrested in Sweden and going to a Swedish prison or prison in Norway. Okay, it's like something you want
Where
to
they give
happen.
you like IKEA furniture and like a workout zone.
Yeah. Dude, Xbox.
TVs.
Xbox.
TVs.
Jesus. You know, it's like, you know, you got parakeets and crickets flying around and shit. You're out in the middle
they give
of
you pets.
scenic nature and shit. Yeah, it's like, dude, I'd pull a Hannibal Lecter for that. You know, fuck that shit. Give me Long Island as a concentration camp any fucking day, you know. But still, it's like, that's why the only reason Peter was mad was, why would he be mad? He was like, you can't do that. You can't do that. And it's like, what did he? It's like, what the fuck? It's like, it's not like. Isn't it 95% Jewish anyway? I thought Long Island was like 95% fucking Jewish. Like, what the fuck is he saying? I can't do that. Like, I don't get it.
It's like he took it personally or something.
You know what he was afraid of? He would be moved out. He thinks he's not Jewish and he would be moved out. I'm a Moor, remember? I'm a Moor. They'll kick my ass out. Yeah, there you go. Well, good. Yeah, Peter Moon is the reason why...
he thought that's what Selena was trying to do.
Yeah, no doubt, that dumb son of a bitch. Vinnie Barbary...
She wants me to sell my house.
Yeah, she was trying to tell him, dude, get an apartment. You're an old man in an empty nest with 5 bedrooms. You can never keep up with the repairs, you know.
It would give your wife something to do instead of looking at your bald head.
Yeah, like, what she never did anyway. She stayed upstairs and kept him kept him downstairs, but
Selena was thinking like a normal relationship.
Yes, that's right. Which, you know, I told her it wasn't. Wasn't. And Selena even said, but this was the odd thing about Selena, was that she took Peter Moon to lunch twice, and each time he didn't know where she was from. He kept asking her, "Where are you from? Where are you from?" And it was like the King of the Hill episode where where the guy says, "I'm Laotian." She kept saying, "Bangladesh." And then Peter kept saying, like he couldn't get it. So is that India or Pakistan?
Right. And you're in the background being caught in like Hank's dad. He's Laotian.
Yeah.
So is that Chinese or Japanese?
Yeah.
He's Laotian. What ocean?
Yeah.
What ocean? Yeah.
What ocean?
Yeah. And Peter kept saying,
that was Pete.
Yeah, Peter kept saying, "What bagel dash? What's this bagel dash?" Dumbass motherfucker. And Aaron still says that the book he wrote on the Black Sun is all right. I mean, really? Goddamn. The book he wrote on the Black Sun and Tibet.
Like he didn't know like basic geography.
Yeah, when he doesn't know about Bangladesh.
Like that's what's funny about America. I don't know what it is about just America in general, but like I always liked geography and I was able to do it easily. And then people are like, "How do you know where that country is?"
Thank you.
Like, how do you know where Macedonia? Like, they'd be shocked, and I'm like, "What?"
Yes, no.
Like, this is weird.
It's outrageous. It's outrageous. But beyond that, it was like, aside from, I realize now what happened because I couldn't understand it. Peter Moon kept insisting, "Oh, well, she said she was from East Pakistan."
Yeah, that's right.
And remember I said, that's so unusual. Why would someone from Bangladesh say that? For those of you who don't know, there was a war of independence in which Bangladesh fought to overthrow.
And it's not like she was alive during that time. It's like,
Pakistan. Yeah, but I realized now what happened was because Peter Moon kept saying, "What's this bagel dash? What's this bagel dash?" And she finally said East Pakistan, so he could get what she's saying. You get what I'm saying? That's what
she thought he was that old.
Yeah. Well, she knows he's that old. Yeah, he's that old. He's older. Fuck, that guy was born during the fucking Raj. But at any rate, that's what happened with that. But my point was that with Long Island and all that shit, we can get back to that. But basically, when it comes to the American Nazis, this brings us back to why the American Revolution has not been imported, though in a very real sense it has. And so when you take a look at the average country, like I said, who goes revolutionary, like the French, when the French had their revolution, they began importing it through war. And that was World War Zero, the first truly global war in which the French were trying to destroy the crowns of Europe and establish a unified crown or a unified European court under the monarchy of Napoleon Bonaparte, which is why Bonaparte called himself an emperor, l'empereur, the emperor of the French, because an emperor is above a king. So basically he was saying he was the king of kings. And so the French fought for that, and they're importing their revolution. Now, one of the places they imported revolution to was the United States. But remember, the United States had its revolution first. The only reason the French Revolution succeeded was because the United States had ours first. Now, our revolution was the shot heard round the world, quite truly. It's not poetry. It's not mythification. It is true. The American Revolution started it all. And that's why it's so mysterious that the Americans don't import their revolution. So we actually imported it to France, which in turn made certain our revolution was a success because their unrest was ongoing during the time of our revolution, and therefore they sent everyone to help us, from legal generals to pirates. And therefore America's revolution succeeded, and then we aligned as allies with Napoleon Bonaparte, which Americans somehow break up. Remember, this was a world war, which is why I call it World War Zero. And because the British didn't have enough ships to land an expeditionary force of British men on the American continent at the time of the so-called War of 1812, or World War Zero, the Napoleonic Wars,
Right.
they ordered the Canadians to march in and take
Yeah,
Washington.
this one always pisses people off when you bring it up.
Yeah, whenever I brought that up, I have people, you won't believe it. People will write to me insane, stupid fantasies saying it was a British Special Forces unit.
Yeah, I remember that.
That broke into Washington and burned the White House to the ground and then burned the Washington. Yeah, I said, dude,
it was a British regiment. It was like an elite British regiment that happened to be in Canada.
Yeah.
It's like, why the fuck
They'll
are they
actually
there?
say something stupid like Special Forces unit. They'll actually say something that stupid. And I'm like, dude, this is a city that got burnt down. It was sacked. It was the Canadians invaded. They kicked America's ass. They sacked the Capitol. They burnt the White House to the ground back when it was pink, back when it was the pink house. And it is just...
That's why they had to paint it white.
Yeah, that's why they had to rebuild it, and and when they rebuilt it, they painted it white. And but it used to be fucking pink and shit. But which is apropos for reasons.
Like James Madison's wife had to run out with the painting of George Washington and all that shit. Yeah.
Thank you. America was left in ruins. They were defeated. They lost World War Zero, and this is why they only refer to it.
But then they claim Jackson saved us by holding the fort at. Excuse me, when he was holding the fort at what the heck is that place called? In New Orleans. He supposedly
you do
stopped
remember
the blockade.
You do remember that happened after the war was over. You do remember that. The war had ended when that battle took place. And
they said he never wavered.
Yeah. Dude, it was a tragedy that didn't need to happen. Nobody got their orders. Nobody got but imagine those days. Believe it or not, kids.
There was a British blockade, though, right? The whole South,
Yeah, but we did not have cell phones. We did not have telegraphs. We did not have landline. We had nothing in those days other than couriers. So it took forever for the couriers to get to both forces on both sides to tell them the fucking war was over. So the battle took place after the war was over. It's just a tragedy. It's just a tragedy. Yeah, it's just awful. It's just awful. But they made the song about it. What was it? Took a little trip, took a little bacon, and we took a little beans down the mighty Mississippi. You remember that?
Right.
That was about that poor artist who died young. Oh God, poor bastard. The whole Battle of New Orleans, that was That was a tragedy, and it should never have happened, and it happened after the war was over, and it was therefore...
1815, took place in 1815.
Yeah, in what they call the War of
Led
1812.
by General Andrew Jackson.
Yeah, and remember what the Americans call that war. They call it the War of 1812. So
Right.
you're talking about, like, what, 3 years later? 2 to 3
Yeah, they're
years
still
later.
battling and shit.
Yeah, they're still battling.
Andrew Jackson and a ragtag group of soldiers successfully repelled the superior British force.
Oh, that's so sad. It's not that it wasn't a military.
Oh, I like
accomplishment.
this, how they almost never mention this. It's a miracle they did. A militia, or an motley assortment of militia fighters, frontiersmen, slaves, Native Americans, and even pirates weathered a frontal assault in 1815 against a superior British force, inflicting devastating casualties.
Yeah, well, you notice how bad the situation was, that he's working with pirates and slaves and American Indians.
Yeah, yeah, you know it's bad. Obviously, yeah, when the capital fell, they kind of were like, fuck, like, what are we going to do?
Yeah, all we aren't getting any reinforcements. They knew that.
Yeah, that's what it sounded like.
Yeah,
they were like scraping the bottom of the barrel.
It's-
Okay, so so this is to confirm what Doug is saying. The previous month, Great Britain and the United States signed a treaty in Ghent, Belgium, that ended the War of 1812, but the news was so slow to cross the pond. The two sides met in what is remembered as one of the conflict's most decisive engagements. How is that even
decisive when the war is over?
Yeah.
Isn't that
Jackson vaulted Andrew Jackson, to the national stardom and foiled British plans for an invasion of the American frontier.
It's like, but how? That wouldn't be an invasion because the war was over. It's not that it's not.
I didn't write it. Yeah.
Yeah.
Some idiot.
Yes.
Wrote it.
Yeah. I mean, oh my fucking God. I mean, had the war been ongoing, yes, it would have thwarted an invasion. Look, this is not to denigrate or dismiss the military accomplishment. It's simply to point out that strategically, while it can be militarily studied as an accomplishment, strategically, it was a pointless tragedy. So it's one of these things that, but you know where it succeeded politically? It made Andrew Jackson president. That's where
and look what he was doing before that. It says Jackson had spent the last year. So this is in the middle of a war.
Yes.
The last year subduing hostile Creek Indians in Alabama.
Yes, slaughtering Indians.
There you go.
He was committed to genocide. No, he's one of the most genocidal presidents.
Yeah, he's disgusting.
Yes,
he's
disgusting.
the Trail of Tears guy. He's the fucking Trail of Tears guy.
Yeah, thank you. Yes.
And that's why people, like 10 years ago, when they actually had they weren't all politic brain.
Yeah.
They were like trying to say, like, we got to take him off the $20 bill because this dude's like a fucking menace.
Thank you. I'm one of the people behind that idea. I'm fully behind that. Take this motherfucker off the 20. Take George Washington off the $1 bill. Change the name of the capital from Washington District of Columbia. It's named after Columbus and Washington. Two
genocidal maniacs.
Yeah, two genocidal maniacs. No, get rid of it all. And so when, again, but it brings us back to importing the American Revolution, what Hitler thought of the American Nazis. See, the American...
I have a question about that when you finish your thought.
Oh, no, please. Ask it first.
So I heard that there was a potential triumvirate, I don't know if it was World War I or pre-World War I, but between the United States, Russia, and Germany. And one of the heads of state in Russia wanted to emulate the United States Revolution of Freedom against the Tsar. Mm-hmm. And so he wanted to sign a triumvirate or something. Mm-hmm. The Tsar wanted to emulate the American form of governance. So he was going to sign a triumvirate between the three countries, Germany, United States, and Russia. But something had happened where it wasn't delivered to Kaiser Wilhelm or something, to where it either he didn't open it or something happened where he didn't see it till after the war, essentially, or he wasn't informed of it. Like, it was sent, it was like a formal request, and then, series of events happened to where that never panned out. But if he actually was able to go through with it, there would have been this triumvirate of and they would have based their governments on the American model and all this stuff. Is there any?
I find that impossible to believe. Yeah, I find it impossible to believe because you're talking about, yes, indeed, the Tsar sided with the United States during the Second American Revolution that Americans know as the Civil War between the states for rights. Basically, the American Civil War, he sided with the North. That's simply because he was against secession on principle, is that if they start seceding in America, Ukraine's going to want to secede from Russia. Belarus will want to secede from Russia. You get what I'm saying? So he sided with the North in that conflict, but he sure as fuck did not want to emulate the American style of government because he held all the power, and he wasn't going to let go of all the power. If he was going to let go of all the power, he wouldn't have sided with the North. He would have sided with the South because he would have encouraged secession at that point. You get what I'm saying? He would have devolved.
Yeah.
We would have devolved the Russian Empire. So it doesn't make sense. But it sounds like some stupid rumor, but I'll check into it. I'll follow up on it and see. It could be another miscommunication similar to what happened between Selena Khan and Peter Moon, where he doesn't understand what the fuck she's saying about what's this bagel dash, and she finally has to say East Pakistan, you old fuck, and she even told me that all he wanted to find out was what kind of nigger she was. That's exactly what she said to me. She said all he wanted to do was find out what kind of nigger are you. She said he couldn't understand what kind of nigger she was, and so he just kept asking, what kind of nigger are you? It's basically what he was saying. Where are you from? Where are you from? He kept repeating it,
And for someone to live in New York and to act like that is absurd. I mean, it's just ridiculous.
Well, remember, he's not.
He would only go into the city to feel cool.
He would only
one of them.
Yes.
No.
He would only go into the
Brooklyn.
city.
I'm in Brooklyn. He kept saying shit like that.
Well, remember the idiot? He said he went into New York wearing Spock ears. Remember that shit?
What the fuck? No.
He went to New York wearing Spock ears, and everyone.
When was this?
Remember that's you didn't hear him that time he said that? He related that story.
I'm sure I heard it. I just freaking
probably
was he going to a Star Trek convention?
No, he was just
the same thing.
He was just walking around with Spock ears because he's fucking crazy, and he thought that it was cool. He thought it looked cool. He thought it looked
Fucking
cool.
Idiot.
Yeah, that's how stupid he is. That's why I say these men who marry foreign women, they're so out of it, so socially.
They're goofy,
yeah. They're goofy, crazy, and they got to marry generally an Asian woman who just ignores all that and just says, he's crazy, and they just accept that. They just say, oh, he's crazy, and they don't deal with it, and they try to raise the kids separately and shit. I mean, or raise the kids in such a way that, oh, that's dad, he's crazy, and, but that's not how you should act. Dad acts that way because he's disturbed and all that shit.
He's a good example of what not to be.
Yes, excellent way of putting it. That's usually how Asian women are forced to raise their kids when they're married to one of these losers. So when it came to the American Nazi Party, they romanticized George Washington, and the reason that Hitler hated them was because of the Indian factor, the Native American genocide factor, and he also hated them because he tried to explain to the Americans and to his nephew, who asked for a job. His nephew said, hey, uncle, why don't I get a big job? Can't you get me, make me chief of police of Berlin or something? And Hitler was saying, look, this isn't Napoleon. I'm not Napoleon Bonaparte. I'm not putting my relatives in power. None of my relatives are in power. For those of you who do not know, Hitler had another biological son who died on the Russian front, was captured and executed by the Russians. So that's something.
And his brother Alawar was in England.
Yeah, that was it. His nephew. It was his brother Aloy's son. His brother Aloy's son was captured and executed by the Soviets. By the way, so Brendan says, Old Hickory. Oh, read that aloud for us. Yes.
Oh, yeah, this is Andrew Jackson. Old Hickory even accepted the help of Jean Lafayette, a dashing pirate who ran a smuggling and privateering empire out of Barataria Bay. But many citizens of New Orleans were distrustful of Jackson Some feared he would burn the city rather than surrender it to the British.
I'm sure he would have.
He threatened that. He said, "I hate the British so much, I'd rather have the whole place burned." That's why they were like terrified that he was going to do it. And Jean Lafitte, like Lafitte, is like one of the most like fucked up pirates of history. Like this dude was a nutter. So
yeah.
And dude's like, this guy's allying with him and shit. It's like they were scared. I'm sure that was terrifying.
Oh God, yeah. Not to mention armed slaves, the pirates, oh man, it was a circus. That was a fucking circus. The British confronted.
How did they like elect him to president after that? I don't understand that.
It was like I said, it became a myth. It was mythified. I mean, look, this guy worked with. He had nothing.
Yeah, it was a
to
French pirate. There you go. French pirate.
Yeah, he had nothing to work with other than pirates and armed slaves and all the worst of the worst. They probably thought he was one badass son of a bitch, which he was. But that's not the point. He's also a genocidal maniac, and so they said, "Oh yeah, let's make him president." But then again, Americans have always elected genocidal maniacs, right? That's kind of like a qualifier, isn't it?
Yeah. Oh yeah.
But such being said, when it came to the ideological differences between the American Nazis and German Nazism, the first thing is displayed with the personal rejection of Adolf Hitler, of William Patrick Hitler. Because when William Patrick Hitler said, "I want a big job, give me a special job," and Hitler just told him blatantly to his face, "Why don't you just go home? I think you're unemployable, and I don't think that you're qualified for any position of responsibility." He even went so far as to say that if you were a custodian, you would not be fit to sweep the streets of this Reich, is what he told him.
Damn.
And
he really hated him. No.
Yeah, he said he found him loathsome, and he basically sent him packing home, at which point William Patrick Hitler said, "I'll fight against my uncle, and I'm an ardent anti-Nazi now." Yeah, and joined the U.S. Navy, so he wouldn't see, any action in the Atlantic. He was trying to... Yeah, but with the reason that Hitler hated him personally was he explained to him, my Nazism is a truly populist movement. This is the Volks movement. It's a movement of the Volk and the race, of the people and the ethnos. It has nothing to do with personal favors to anyone. Even his nephew, as I said, would wind up fighting on the Russian front. His other nephew, who was the son of Alois Hitler.
They got voted in. They got voted in.
Yeah, he got voted in. It was not a revolution that put him in place. It was a vote. And so he said, this is a populist movement, a true populist movement.
What's that whole thing about where they say, "Oh, the German people had no idea what was going on, and they were shocked when, all of this happened." They try and say that after the fact. How true is that?
Basically, let's put it this way.
We didn't know. We were just following. That's what, like, the propagandists say. They said, we were just following orders.
There is a book that is published under the title of Hitler's Willing Executioners. And Hitler's Willing Executioners is written by a Jewish author. But that Jewish author, or at least people who were promoting his book, there were other Jews that confronted this book's premise. But the book's premise, which is not necessarily untrue, was that all the German people were basically told that the Jewish people are not to be trusted, that they are a national security threat, that they've been actively operating with the communist insurgency. One of them assassinated one of the officials, and that, of course, was the brown shirt diplomat who got struck down by his young gay Jewish lover and, shot until he was dead. And that was an assassination that led to Kristallnacht, or the Night of Broken Glass, which led to the majority of Jewish men being rounded up and put into concentration camps, and the ghettoization of much of the Jewish population in Germany. So there was an amount that the German people were aware of, but what the book Hitler's Willing Executioners argues is that essentially because of mass media being so developed and the Judeophobia being sponsored by the state, that in reality the German people were so mobilized against the Jewish population that for all intents and purposes they were willing executioners. But then again, at that point, we have to remember that Austria was also united with Germany, and yet there were German people who offered, say, for instance, sanctuary to, Anne Frank. And
Yes.
so there was this one Jewish woman who confronted her own mother who had read the book. I remember this reading a New York Times book review on the book Hitler's Willing Executioners. I believe it was the New York Times book review. It might have been a San Francisco book review. At any rate, the book review was a woman, some old Jewish woman had just finished reading this book and was like, it's all true, and then, but her daughter confronted her and said, so are you telling me that every German, you went into the butcher shop, you were walking down, every single German wanted to kill you? And her mother had to shut up after that because it wasn't true.
Right.
Every single German was not out to kill them. It was not, just a non-issue to them. The fact remains that as well documented as some of the killings were at these various camps or in the field, the fact remains that most Germans did not know anything about the death camps. The death camps were built by the Poles. It was the Polaki who built the death camps. These were built outside of Germany before there was a war, and they were meant to kill Germans because the Polaki people, the Polish people, started invading Germany, and this is why Hitler struck back by invading Poland. And so they had built all these camps for their German population.
And Stalin reneged the contract anyways. Was it Potsdam or what was it?
It was Stalin moved in his army. Germany invaded half of Poland. No one ever talks about the Soviet invasion of Poland. They act as if that never happened. But
they had an agreement not to touch Poland, and basically Stalin invaded. Is it?
Yeah. Basically, right? it was along those lines. Just remember that. Worse than that, I mean, as bad as that was, because the Germans had conquered territory, which then Hitler ceded to Stalin based on a demarcation line. There was a pre-agreed demarcation line, so it's not that Stalin didn't agree to invade. He had agreed to invade. So they divided Poland based on a demarcation line that was pre-agreed upon. But the point was that after that, Stalin kept invading. He started invading Moldova, which, of course, everybody knows is the Romanians. He started invading the Baltic littoral states of Estonia and Latvia, Lithuania. Hitler had to strike back and then fought back with Operation Barbarossa. But the point that I'm making is that the Polish people had been at war with Germany in an active state of hostile conflict without declaration of war, and had intended to kill the Volksdeutsch, or the German people who were in Poland, literally had prepared the concentration camps for them. If anyone ever wonders about the death camps in Poland, they weren't built overnight. They were built over in the years before World War II, and they were built to house the German population. And the Germans simply then said, well, when they took over Poland, we're converting.
Is that why the signs were in German? Like,
yes, thank you.
Arbeit macht frei.
Yes, that's
even though
right.
it was in Poland, yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah, even though it was in Poland, all the signs are in German. So when
that Polish lady I worked with, she kept referencing that.
Yes.
She kept saying every time I come back from work, she'd be like, "Arbeit macht frei," and I'm like, okay.
Yeah, work redeems, right? Something along those lines. Work redeems.
Freedom through work.
Yeah, freedom through work.
Frees you.
Yeah. Like she thought that was
work
funny.
Makes you free. It would be like in English.
Yeah, she's got a real dark sense of humor. I'll give her that. The problem is it's too repetitive. Yeah, the problem is it's too
Since Poland was planning on killing innocent German people, they deserve to get shit on being dumb, retarded people, Polacks.
Yeah. Let's put it this way. Brendan found out the hard way. Tell her about the Yeah, she was really Polish. The woman you were working with, right? I mean, she was like acculturated as a Polish person, basically.
She was born in Poland, and the family had been the family was ethnically Polish, but they were Germanized due to the war, essentially. Mm-hmm. And then the family moved to Germany when she was very young. She went to school in Germany, but the German people never considered her German. She would always complain about that. She said they never considered me German because she was Polish, like her family was, her lineage. So she was always resentful of that, I guess. Or they like supposedly gave her hell for it. She felt like she couldn't climb up the corporate ladder, so she moved out here to California and then got her like PhD at Stanford or whatever later on. Yeah, so there you go.
No, well, by the way, George Knight says, unfortunately, I can't come on, Douglas, but I am enjoying this education. I was just last night reviewing the Fritz Kuhn rallies at Madison Square Garden in New York in 1939, only just last night. And he says, Hitler told Fritz Kuhn, you American Nazis make me sick. Yes. Yes.
Nice.
Yeah.
I mean, that's what I felt when I watched it. I was like, these guys are fucking wackos. Like,
yes. Yes.
Didn't seem right. Like something was off about it.
Yeah. It's just put it this way. They had no idea. It's just.
They were like playing dress up.
Yes. They're cosplaying. They're cosplaying.
Yeah, they were cosplaying. That's what it seemed like. It's like they just wanted a reason to just say like, I hate this specific group, and you know they just felt like it's just like you said, cosplaying.
Yeah, and unfortunately, they're the people that Hollywood Nazis are based on, and
right.
So that's how fucked up.
Since George is listening, can I ask you that question about what
Sure.
I was asking you and George?
Sure.
Is that short talks about there was a regiment of German soldiers in Norway and
Yes.
Finland.
Go on.
And they never brought them down to defend against the invasion of Russia and the United States. They never brought them in to back up their main force in Berlin or anything, apparently. I'd have to watch the short again. But I was asking you and George, is that because that was an exit? Because he mentions that was one of their ports was through Sweden. So they had to defend that, presumably. Is that one of the exits for going for the escape, Barbarossa? Or
for Winterland, yes, absolutely.
Or was that to keep they basically had a second out, which was the North Pole or the northern polar regions, because there's islands out there that are
absolutely
like secret islands. There are secret islands out there too.
Oh,
that are not on any map.
Yes, yes.
You know that whole four corner, the ancient maps with the four rivers and stuff, like that's all up there, but like no one's allowed to go there.
Yes.
Is that what happened, or
yes,
presumably?
Oh, absolutely. You answered your own question. Yeah, there's, there's now there's some, I would say, of course, you're not going to agree with everything that a particular historian says. A lot of these shorts, I'm not going to advertise for this guy, but I'm not going to say that he's giving wrong information. It's just, let's put it this way. He's just, he's going to talk from the Allied perspective. There's no doubt of that. So some of his interpretation of what happens historically is not going to be practical to me, because it's he's looking at this from a perspective that's so, I shall say, warped by time. By the way, George Knight says they had enormous George Washington statues and banners flown along with the American flag and Hakenkreuz. Speaking of he's speaking, of course, of the rally in Madison Square Garden.
Yeah.
So what I'm going to do now is put
Which is probably why it's sickened Hitler.
Yeah. Oh, absolutely.
Like you're trying to fight against these fucking Masons, and there's these idiots like
these are my enemies, and you're trying to make me allies with these pricks.
Yes.
That's actually hilarious. That's like comical. Yeah.
Yes, it is. And that was the other element, was the Freemasonic element, that the Americans were heroicizing or mythologizing through their adulation of George Washington. It's like
they had him in this like white cloud, like he was a god or something. If you see that photo, he was like got like this white aura, like he's a Buddha.
White aura, yeah.
Oh yeah, he's looked on as this angelic saint,
because he was a high-ranking Freemason, so all the other Freemasons idolize him.
In fact, if you go to his tomb or his like what is it called, the not a tomb but like the epitaph, it's got him in a Baphomet pose, George Washington.
Yeah.
And it says Freemason first. It says George Washington, the Freemason. And then underneath it says, and first president, in like small print. So
there you go.
That's all you need to see. Is that
The
statue.
Freemason, yeah.
Thank you.
Like
I'm just
he's a god.
yes.
Yeah, they have him like a Greek god. He's like that statue.
Yeah.
Like,
Yeah, exactly.
so fucking
But it's
gay.
it's got the Baphomet positioning.
Yeah,
where his legs are
like,
crossed
all
and his hands.
as above, so below.
Yeah.
Hand gesture, yeah.
So there you go.
They're all
Yes.
into that.
Yes. I'll get it. Yeah, we're able to come on. So how long
Yes.
are we blessed with your presence tonight?
Probably about 10-15 minutes at the most, Douglas, probably. I thought if I'm typing, I might as well just jump on, but just let you know that if I have to go, I have to go, because I'm at work at this moment. So I thought, because I'm sitting here typing, I might as well come on.
Yes.
Yes. So thank you. I do apologise. No, but please continue, and I'll participate.
Well, now that we
Thank you.
have you here with us,
Yes.
let's bring you on to
Yes.
speak about what comes to your mind with what we're speaking of. So you had just reviewed that footage, and of course, your own thoughts, please.
It was just amazing, just you talking about this. And I was like, oh, thank God, because I was only reviewing it last night. It was something that that you spoke about years ago, Douglas. So I've always been acquainted with it, but I just went on last night to look at the videos, because they have put them on YouTube of these rallies, these this neo-Nazi group that they were how should I put it? And I don't know the backstory to why they manifested in the first place, but you were just articulating it just before I came on the show, which is why I wanted to show my appreciation for this education, because it makes sense. It was making sense to me, because I knew about this, the Fritz Kuhn, and I think they've got a word for it, what they call themselves. But they were trying to basically promote in this rally that they conducted at Madison Square Garden in New York City. This was in 1939. This was, and I think the narrator of the when I was watching it was saying, "Oh, this was just prior to the invasion of Poland." So they were just obviously trying to convey that these two entities, to disambiguate, they're completely separate. So German National Socialism is not the same as this group.
Right.
Whatsoever. This is what I call the domestic side of neo-Nazism, which is something that we brought up a few transmissions ago, which we could have gone into. We would have gone down that road of this group, which the head of it was Fritz Kuhn.
Yes.
This individual, and I forgot which nation state he was born in.
Well, I think he was born in the United States, Fritz Kuhn. He was a U.S. citizen, but they stripped him of U.S. citizenship and deported him to Germany just as an insult after quote unquote the war was over, even though the war never ended. After the cessation of proactive prosecution of hostilities, technically the war was still on in Japan, because it was 1951 that he died.
Exactly.
So they deported him in 1945. The war was still on with Japan, and he died before that war even ended. So he did not live long once they deported him to Germany, because he was too culturally alienated from your average German. And I don't think he got any help from anybody, and he just died very quickly. But what I can tell you is that several things to bring up here that come to my mind. But I'm so glad that you reviewed that. And so I also sent the link in the chat room. Make certain to access that later, or I'll try and send it to you privately later. Always check your private messages and emails, of course, of what Brendan Zogit was bringing up about the fact that they kept the troops in Norway well until the end of proactive prosecution of hostilities. Germans were still occupying Norway. So this was because, of course, of the alternative route to Unterland.
Yeah, he's saying Germany relied on Norway for an ice-free port and to ensure Swedish iron ore. By 1944, logistics made redeployment impractical. Troop movements were hazardous.
But beyond that, it was the other alternative route.
He's
to
trying to
Unterland.
explain it.
He's trying to explain it in terms that people will understand based on conventional understanding. But it's basically.
And he's showing here that the Swedes. Weren't the Swedes against?
No, they were neutral. The Swedes were neutral. That's why when Maser, help me out here, Norbert Maser, the Jew with the Hitler mustache who went to visit Heinrich Himmler was out of Sweden. The World Jewish Congress was headquartered in Sweden because it was a neutral nation. So the World Jewish Congress sent their man to talk with Heinrich Himmler in Germany because Sweden was neutral and playing all sides. So
Hey.
Yes.
I found a PDF about that.
Excellent.
Yes, you will.
Yeah.
Yes, you will. It's something I've reviewed years ago.
Yeah.
But there is a PDF with what he wrote. He actually wrote about it.
Yes.
Yeah, right. It's like journal.
Did you read it, Aristides?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, and by all means,
I've got it.
share it. Yes, yes, thank you. Feel free to share that. That's Norbert Maser. He wrote about meeting with Heinrich Himmler. Of course, he lied. He didn't talk about the part where he said, hey, you know, the Zionists have no woman to populate Palestine with. It's all a bunch of crazy Jewish male terrorists. And that's when Heinrich Himmler said, oh, I can give you all the Jewish women you want. Here's 20,000 Jewish women from our camps.
20,000 Jews, yes.
Yeah,
That's right.
females. Jewish, not just Jews, Jewish females. They didn't want any more Jewish men. They didn't need them.
Good to breed with, yes.
Yes.
And, God, and he was trying to project in that, if you read it and review it, Aristides, he was trying to project that Heinrich Himmler was being disingenuous. He was lying, but it was actually the other way around.
Yes.
Right. Yeah, I haven't read through it yet, but yeah, I'm glad, I know what you're talking about. And as a document, we can, review that.
Yeah, and that was right after Hitler's birthday. It was maybe even on the day of Hitler's birthday.
It was on his birthday, like 20 to 21,
Yeah, it was on his birthday. It was just hours after Heinrich Himmler had left Hitler's birthday party and had gone to rendezvous with Norbert Maser, the head of the World Jewish Congress, to help expedite Hitler's escape and his own. So this is why the Jews did help with that. The World Jewish Congress helped with that because the Nazis had made Israel possible by helping the Zionists relocate to Palestine, because none of the Jews ever wanted to move to Palestine until they were forced to do so by the Germans. So the important thing about the camps was that the camps were originally built to kill Germans in by the Polish people. Then they were operational at the time World War II started, but the death camps were all outside of Germany. The Germans did not know about the death camps. So the Germans were aware of concentration camps. Concentration camps are not death camps. They are labor camps. Yes, so there were concentration camps in Germany, but they were not intended as death camps. Those were all built outside of Germany, and your average German knew nothing about them. So the important thing to remember is that, yes, your average tax-paying German not only knew nothing about the camps, but didn't fucking care. They had their own problems to deal with throughout the war. What with the American mass bombing and everything else, they were concerned about their sons fighting overseas, the American mass bombing, everything imaginable. Why would they be worried about what happened to the Jews? That's the least of their worries to your average German in World War II. But yes, back to George Knight with that. And so, George, hopefully, will you be able to spend more time with us on Wednesday night?
Hopefully, yes. Fingers crossed, Douglas. No, much appreciated. And just a couple more things just to say. We underwent daylight saving time in Britain, so we came off what they call British summertime and over to.
Oh, dang! You guys do it a little earlier.
A week earlier. It's a week earlier.
It's a week earlier. So it was on the 27th. Yes. So we had the.
Are you feeling okay? I mean,
oh mate, it's horrible, especially.
I hate when they do the switch. Yeah, it's awful.
Yes, it's horrible.
Well, you got an extra hour sleep, didn't you? If they're going off the summertime.
Yeah. Oh, Douglas. The funny thing is, when you have children, there might be an extra hour for most people, but when you have children,
it doesn't
children
work.
are up early. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah,
it just throws you off. Yeah, it just throws you off.
Yeah,
even if you do get an extra hour, your body circadian. That's why you guys have argued it should be abolished. I mean, of course.
Of course, we should all argue it be abolished. It's insane. But do continue, George. So sorry about that. The children. You know, I always have this. Yeah, Jesus, that's fucked. I'm sorry. Yeah, because they wake up. They're still on summertime all year round.
Yeah, exactly. Yes, thank you. And so we underwent that. I did have to obviously do a post. It's obligatory for me to do a post, just making people aware of this. And it's so funny because they started, most news outlets, news media, did their own video saying, why do we have daylight saving time? Why do we have this clock change? And they say, the farmers, it's a common myth. And they do emphasize that it's just a myth. And like most people that I speak of this to, they are under the impression that the reason why we have this clock change is for the benefit of the farmers. But they were the original biggest protesters against it.
Yes.
They were the biggest,
absolutely,
opponents of this clock change. And it's so dark really early, and you don't get an extra hour of sunlight in the mornings. It's dark the majority of the time of the day.
Yeah.
It's horrible. And so
there was some article that popped up here about it that was saying, well, we didn't win our position to get it revoked or abolished, and then they tried to go in this fake, like just like that other dude talking about the Norway thing. He's like, it's like the fake explanation.
Yeah.
Like, we will never get rid of it because of this, and this, when they just can't straight up just say
we haven't ended. We're still at war with the Reich. Yeah, we're still at war with the Reich. Jesus Christ.
Yeah.
So, oh my God.
I wonder if are they able, Douglas? Do you think that at some point they can just straight up just say, "Look, we're just gonna have to adjust it"?
If my side wins the coming American Civil War, we will end and abolish daylight savings, and at that point we'll. Well,
I'm saying, like, what would happen if they ended it? Like, would the right come back and just to fuck with them, or like the Millennium Group? Like,
that'd be funny.
You know,
that's funny as hell. I doubt it.
It would be like, we didn't sign any treaties, and we would just get like laser beamed with a bunch of Fugarads or something.
I doubt they'd fucking care, dude. They look at us and all they do is they look at us and they say, "Look at the animals dance." I mean, this is just a zoo to them.
Destroying themselves and shit.
Yeah, the surface world is a zoo to the Reich. We're just honestly, though, George Knight had an encounter that showed that obviously he's being paid attention to, so that's cool. There you go with that. I mean, you should feel better about yourself with that. I mean, obviously, the funny thing would be, fuck, if they abducted you. Damn, what if they abducted you to Unterland and you knew you were never going back? Jesus Christ, that'd be funny.
Oh my God, yeah, I thought of that, Douglas. Yeah, I was like,
that'd be kind of cool.
Me. Can you imagine that? Because most people, because when they've abducted people, most people are unaware of who they are. They think, oh my God, they come from another world.
Yes.
And so they look at them with awe. And it's just like, if they look at me and I'm like, I know who you are, they're like, oh, this guy could be compromising our very like, what is this?
Well, I mean, it wouldn't matter because you wouldn't be going back, so it wouldn't matter.
As long as you can still have sex and do drugs, that'd be real cool.
Yeah, you heard Daryl James. He impregnated, what was it, Aristides? How many?
Yeah, hell yeah. Yeah, wait. What political party is this? I'm on board.
Yeah, I'm on board.
I'm on board. Whatever that you said that was.
Yeah. Jesus Christ. Yeah.
The sex and drugs party.
Yeah.
Yeah. Hell yeah.
No, we were talking about the that thing.
That Daryl James motherfucker who said that he had 800 kids. I produced 800
with the
kids.
With the Nordics on the moon.
With the Nordics on the moon. Yeah, like he's worthy breeding material, that piece of shit. Yeah.
Oh, Doug, but he had 190 IQ, dude.
Oh, yeah, that's right. 196. 196.
Einstein.
He literally said that exact number.
Yeah, he said that exact
number. I fucking tuned it out.
I did too.
Once he went into triple digits, I was like, this dude's full of shit.
Yeah. Oh my fucking.
Oh yeah, God. I immediately knew he's just regurgitating bullshit that was implanted in his head.
Yeah.
Either that or he's just making it up on the spot.
As he goes along, yes. But
no, what I told Doug earlier is he has like a pamphlet with all of his lines on it, and then whoever wrote that took it from Doug. So, like when they found out he was talking to Douglas, they probably were like, "No, pull the plug. Don't talk to this guy. We took all our shit from him."
Yeah, because he was using my terms, like relic populations and shit like that. Which George Knight,
saying, "I've never heard you before."
Yeah, that's that. Yeah, then first he said he was listening to me since the Revolution Radio days. He said that. Then he changed his story to I only heard you the last 2 episodes. But George Knight, did you notice Donald Trump interviewed by Joe Rogan? He started repeating what I've been saying. He said, there's life on other planets in the solar system. Yeah, and Joe Rogan was saying, we sent probes out there. There's no life. He says, oh, you're not looking in the right places. You don't know what they look like. God. You know, we just can't see what kind of life is there. Remember, he's talking about relic populations on other planets in the solar system. But, when did Trump ever say that before? That's like... Yeah, he's starting to regurgitate my shit. So there you go. I don't know whether that's a good sign or whether that's bad. Either way. The funny thing about
They're
you'll
just
have
trying to
listen
hit every angle. They're just trying to hit every angle.
I guess.
You know,
Especially on that podcast, because there's millions of human cattle stock watching that.
Yeah, that's true.
Sorry, Nemo. There's just something funny about the way you say things.
No, it's true. It's
not
true.
that it's bad. Not that it's bad. I like it.
Yeah.
Right.
Oh, so
Douglas, thank you. Yeah,
Well,
I couldn't watch that.
yeah. Do you have to go back to work now, George?
Oh, I will in a moment, Douglas. Yeah, I just want to finish off by just saying thank you
Please.
for mentioning earlier about the night of crystal knots. So they were using that excuse in those rallies in the United States to perpetrate their they call them conspirators. The Jews that were they were having some form of cooperation with the communists. So that's how they were during the speeches. That's what they were promulgating. They were promulgating this.
But
Jewish,
that's
communist
true. That's true. However,
And
that's true.
Because when I was reviewing it, that's what they were saying. That's what Fritz Kuhn was saying.
Yeah.
And because you mentioned the night of crystal knots, where Herzl Greenspan, he was a Polish Jewish boy who assassinated Ernst von Roth, the
Yes,
German diplomat
thank
in
you.
Paris, and so which led to the night of crystal knot, or broken glass, the translation,
Yes.
which led to anti-Jewish pogroms, where there were these Jews being thrown into these camps. So that's what started that, and they were using that as the justification for their anti-Jewish rhetorics, I should say, during those rallies. But not to disambiguate that from American neo-Nazism to German National Socialism. And that's why Hitler said that you American Nazis make me sick.
Yes.
They're aligned with like the ideological alignment of these deists like George Washington.
Thank
And
you.
so,
Go on. Go on.
And so thank you so much, Douglas. I will venture off now, but I will join you and hopefully be on with you a lot longer on Wednesday.
Excellent.
My Thursday, my time. But thank you so much. I do apologise. It's a short visit, short and sweet, I should say.
Yeah.
Thanks
well,
for
well,
explaining everything about that rally.
Thank you.
Yes, no, thank you. It's on YouTube if anyone wanted to, but you're not missing anything if you don't.
I only
just
just
did it
recently
for
found
educational
out about that.
purposes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
But much appreciated. I'll speak to you gentlemen later. Take care of yourselves.
Yeah,
Very
thank you,
much.
George.
Take care.
Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you. Stay safe and be well.
Good night.
Okay.
Good night. Good bless.
Share our
Bye.
love with Sarah and Everly. Okay.
Take some extra vitamin C for that change over time.
Yeah, that's
It's
right.
like a little bit of a stressor.
Yeah.
Doug,
like.
can I ask about one more thing?
Sure.
Go
Sure.
ahead.
Please go on. Go on. I was just gonna say something stupid about the joke about Sarah calling him last time he was on with us because of what I said. Basically, we'll get back to that. We'll get out of that. Go on, Brendan.
Yes.
What was your question?
I was going to ask about the second shorts video, and it's not related to the Europe theater, but the Pacific, is there was that ghost blimp.
Oh
What the
yes,
fuck
the
happened?
ghost.
What happened to them? So they sent out this blimp from San Francisco to go look for Japanese subs and shit.
Yes.
And then it flew back like a day later with no one on it, and it was like fully functional.
Yes. Yes.
It was a ghost blimp.
Yes.
Like all the whole crew like quote unquote abandoned ship, and
Yes.
but it was still flying.
Yes.
And it flew into the bay and then crashed in the middle of San Francisco somewhere.
Yes. No, it's all true. And
What the fuck was that?
now what I can tell you up front is, of course, nobody knows. Nobody knows.
Yeah.
But what if I were to speculate, one thing I can say is remember what Michael Aquino insisted on in terms of the great Nazi accomplishments. And he said the great breakthroughs in the Nazi civilization, that made it a breakaway civilization, were immortality, anti-gravity, water fuel, which I always interpreted to be hydrogen, but I may be wrong, and time travel. So if the breakaway civilization had been time traveling, what better men to interrogate than a couple of loners on a blimp that no one's going to fucking miss? You just stop, basically in time, get
Well,
them
you're
off
saying
the
they
fucking blimp.
they time traveled from after the war
Yeah.
to get those people. Okay, got it.
Yeah, and just, grabbed a couple of these poor fuckers no one's going to miss, and then
Which it
turned the
doesn't
fucking
sound
blimp
like no
around,
one
just
did.
pointed it towards San Francisco, you know,
Nice.
and, you know, it just pretty much flies, you know. I mean, look, a blimp, let me put it to you this way. When it came to being a pilot, the absolute best of the best become fighter pilots. The people who were not so good, but better than usual would become torpedo pilots, what they would call turkey pilots. And these, of course, the argument always was, well, fighter pilots make movies, but torpedo pilots make history because they sink carriers, right? That's if they survive, because they've lost entire... If you might remember the Battle of Midway, they lost entire units of turkey pilots who didn't get shit done. It was just massacres of the skies would happen with torpedo pilots because you're flying in low and slow and you're trying to drop a torpedo. It's just...
Just like a flying duck.
Yeah. And then, of course, the pilots who were basically mediocre, they're just mediocre pilots, would be bomber pilots. Because, you know, you're flying a bomber. It's just, you know, you fly, you
So
drop.
you're basically going to say the bottom of the barrel are the fucking...
Yes, the absolute bottom of the barrel.
Plane flyers.
The ones who flew just basically failed. The failures became what they called bag pilots, meaning blimp pilots. It's just the worst of the worst became blimp pilots. And the big joke was, you know...
Go slow and shit.
Because it's the worst of the worst become the blimp pilot. So they would call them, they'd make jokes like, can you do a bag over? You know, instead of some aerial maneuver, can you do a bag over? Like, you know, can you know, that kind of shit. So these poor bastards are just, you know, stuck in a fucking blimp. You know, it doesn't take too much to make it run. And then,
if it flew back by itself all the way to San Francisco, that tells you a lot.
Yeah.
It's like autopilot. You don't even need anyone.
They grab the guys off there, turn it backwards, point it back towards San Francisco, like, ha ha ha, ha, you know, like it's a big fucking joke. Yeah, and
that makes so much sense.
Yeah, thank you. That's what I would speculate happened, and it's like, you know, they needed the guys to interrogate them. Maybe even needed a couple of extra breeding studs to prevent morbid inbreeding. You know, maybe those guys fit the bill. You know, they got on board the. Can you imagine that? Nazis from the future.
To harvest their organs.
Yeah, or
you're basically saying the real Daryl James.
Like the real Daryl James. Can you imagine those poor bastards? They both happen to be blonde-haired and blue-eyed or some shit.
I would never let American swine touch those beautiful Aryan women.
Death by snoo snoo.
Well, it's like, it's not the way Daryl James described it, because it's not like these women are on some, like, assembly line. No, it's just like...
Yeah, he described it more like the Futurama episode.
It was a joke. I mean, what he described was just plain stupid. And acting as if his sperm, like Aristides made the joke, they want to breed that 196 IQ. Yeah, wow, with all the time spent in using his dickhead, there was no time to use the head between his shoulders. I guess that's why he never invented anti-gravity or some shit. No wonder we're so far behind.
He couldn't figure out how to free the kids, you know?
He was like, he couldn't even figure out how to free the kids.
My IQ was huge, but I was drugged.
He just added the 1 to his real IQ.
Yeah, there you go. Yeah, there we are. Yeah,
well, that's what I thought. I was like, because I thought he said 90 or 100, but like my brain couldn't comprehend him saying
something so
196?
Stupid, something so megalomaniacal as 196.
Like that's not even on the chart anymore. Like I was saying, like the bell curve, like it's not even on the curve. It's just is beyond, like it's impossible.
I mean, why doesn't he just say 200? I mean, at that point, why don't you just say 200?
As well.
Yeah, round it up. Just round it up and say 200.
No, I gotta make it sound specific so it's realistic. And
that was his idea. Yeah, if it's specific, it's not. But how could the machine scan that score without giving you a test?
Yeah.
The scores are based.
And every test you'll get a different result. Yeah.
Yes.
The whole premise of that is so dumb.
Yeah, well, the whole premise is laughable.
Yeah, an IQ test is different than brain power. Like this is just ridiculous.
Thank you. Yeah. And people.
He was definitely rating this off a script. Then
I wouldn't even give him that much credit. It's like he was probably indoctrinated to an extent in the general parameters of the story, but the story keeps changing every time he tells it. So it's like,
Yeah.
you know, he didn't dare say that shit to me about breeding with women on the moon. He didn't dare say that because
Well, I said reading, not memorizing.
Yeah. No, you're right. Good point. He probably is reading it.
He
You're
just
right.
had it right
Touche.
in his fucking hand. Yeah.
Touche. He has it written on a napkin. That's true.
Yeah.
Yes.
On his bed. Yeah.
A bunch of bullet points. That he just picks through, filters through.
And he just goes over
on
the
his
same
forehead, and he's looking in the mirror. Yeah.
Yeah, there we are. Yeah, there's not enough room there. His forehead's too small. It's like a Neanderthal's forehead. Yeah, that's what a loser. And it's but what was the other weird shit that we brought up tonight? So we've gone over the ideological differences between Hitler and the American Nazis. Obviously, one of them was Freemasonry, and another one was, of course, the extermination of the American Indians. There was when it came to his nephew, there was the concept of elitism, like nepotism, like, oh, give me a job just because I'm your relation. So there was nothing that came out of America that Hitler liked. What's ironic is that the Germans never sponsored the American Nazi movement. Well, the American Nazi movement truly was a homegrown phenomenon. What's, shall I say, interesting was that the overwhelming majority of Americans are of Germanic descent, who are white. The overwhelming majority of white Americans are of Germanic descent. And yet the majority of them have been indoctrinated in 2 world wars to hate themselves and to hate the Germans. So they're all just really stupid. Talk about self-loathing. This is self-loathing.
Yeah, teutonophobia.
Yeah, teutophobia. Just shorten it to teutophobia is equally accurate and easier for people to remember. You just say Germanophobia to your average idiot because they'll never understand teutophobia, but then you can explain
how
it.
I would usually reference.
Yeah, you say teutophobia is Germanophobia, and then maybe after that they'll remember it. But when it comes to the other aspects of importing the American Revolution. So we've talked about the importation of the French Revolution, how the Americans aligned with the French, how they lost World War Zero, were part of the losing parties. They were essentially allied with the people who would historically become perceived as, well, the bad guys. Though there's been a lot of rehabilitation of Napoleon Bonaparte, people never speak of the charcoal ovens. Everybody remembers the gas ovens from World War II, but they don't remember the charcoal ovens of the French Revolution and the Napoleonic regime. So that's a different subject for another time, but it goes to show you how history is just forgotten, and people concentrate on whatever there is going to propagandize their agenda. With the Americans, because the French were an ally, you never heard of the charcoal ovens. But after the French became more and more of a alienated culture, the Americans began to look down on them, and it was just really weird because America's ally consistently, historically, has been the French as opposed to the English, who they fought 2 wars against. So since the Americans fought 2 wars against the English, yeah, it's very bizarre.
Which we saw as an example, Andrew Jackson and Lafitte the pirate. There you go.
Yes, yeah, and
he was sympathizing because he was French.
Yeah, and he was, and you had the Americans, basically.
And he probably needed the criminal empire of America to survive, so he can keep doing his drug dealing and slave trading in New Orleans.
Fuck yeah! Of course.
He was like, "Fuck, we can't let the Brits come in." Like my whole operation would
fuck
get
up
shut
his
down.
business.
That'll be shut down. Of course. And again, the idea of importing revolution, the second American republic to be established that actually lasted in the United States, or rather the Western Hemisphere, was the Republic of Haiti, which was a slave revolt against the French. And the blacks who revolted established the Black Republic of Haiti. Then they tried to import that revolution. For a while, they occupied all of Hispaniola, meaning they occupied the Dominican Republic. Then they tried to spread their rebellion among other black slaves in the United States, which is why the United States hated Haiti and said, we'll forever act against Haiti, and occupied the Haitian island of Navassa, which is part of Haiti in their very constitution, yet the Americans occupy it. There's a whole story behind that I can tell later if anybody wants me to return to Navassa Island. Navassa Island is surrounded by the U.S. Coast Guard, and no one comes within miles of it, or they will shoot you down. They will sink your ship if you try to go to Navassa Island. The Coast Guard is under orders to sink anybody who tries to go near Navassa Island. And there's all kinds of reasons for that, but it's... Are
they hiding something?
Well, that goes without saying. That goes without saying.
What are they hiding?
There's two major things they're hiding. One is the machine by which they generate earthquakes in Haiti. They generate earthquakes in Haiti with a machine that's on Navassa Island, the Scalar weapon. The other is actual zombies left over from the fucking American Civil War days. By that I mean like voodoo zombies, spelled with an I, that are just locked up underground in Navassa Island. But there's several other elements. When Navassa
I hope
Island,
someone gets images of that shit.
Yeah, it's almost impossible because they glitch it out on Google.
Right.
Google Maps glitches it out.
It's totally scrubbed. Yeah.
Yeah. The Coast Guard won't let anyone near it physically, but before that, it was like it was considered forbidden territory well before the Americans. When Columbus landed, Navassa Island was named. It means like sheep herders island or something like that. It's because you could maintain a herd of sheep on it theoretically. The interesting thing is that whenever a white man landed on the island, something so horrible would happen. No one ever spoke about it again. It's like, let me see if I can remember exactly. If I look through my notes here and look up Navassa Island, and
some voodoo curse or something.
It's
Just
something.
sticks his penis in anything he can when he gets there, or what?
It's unoccupied. Yeah,
No, like something so hot, like, white man's gonna fuck everything back then.
Yes. But basically, when we think about Christopher Columbus, it's basically, let's see now, in terms of, he occupied the island of Hispaniola, is where Columbus landed, and basically, that was 1492, of course. He returned the following year in this second expedition that comprised 17 very large ships and 1,500 colonists. I mean, this was like an expeditionary force, a true invasion. And, of course, the first order on the agenda was the colonization and mass murder by enslavement of all the indigenous tribes. Now, on the third expedition, he explored the Caribbean basin, and he encountered other indigenous populations. Now, basically, all of this proved fatal. They were all wiped out. He returned to Hispaniola by 1498. That's where he had left his miscreant brothers in charge. Diego, Bartholomew, Carlin Buenos, and the later Carlin Buenos.
I'm sure they were peachy.
Oh, yeah. They were like, think of Saddam Hussein's sons, Udo and Kuze.
Yeah.
Udo and Kuze. It's like, yeah, Saddam's sons.
Alone on an island with no supervision. I remember there's an actual open letter to the Pope from one of the Catholic priests, and he said, "I've never seen so depraved men ever."
That was a Franciscan monk.
Them.
That was a Franciscan monk who was one of the reasons why Columbus was arrested. Yes, he was the primary reason Columbus was arrested. Yes.
Yeah.
Now, Bartholomew Columbus, he founded a settlement established around a Roman Catholic church, of course, and in this case dedicated to the patron saint Domingo, hence the island's name Dominicus. And the conditions there were in decline, and so Christopher Columbus escalated his campaign of terrorism against the various Indians. Now, since the Middle Ages, the papacy had grown in their prestige and prominence and ultimately made Christopher Columbus pay the price. But what happened was, at some point, with all of the murder that was going down, and they needed more slaves to basically replace them, head of a fourth Colombian expedition, what he considered the final invasion of paradise, to be conducted with the same genocidal brutality as all the others before it. I believe that he was arrested around that time, but what I'm trying to remember was what had happened in between. Now, in around 1504, the entire indigenous population was down to almost zero, and all these people wound up exterminated. But this is what I do remember. It was 1509. So it was in 1509 that Columbus was stranded in Jamaica. So he dispatched some crewmen by a canoe to go to Hispaniola for help. Now imagine trying to go across the Caribbean Sea in a canoe. I mean, that's not something I would ever want to try. I mean, you're rowing across the Caribbean Sea.
It's amazing what these people did, like, back in the day on those little boats. Like Nelson made it all the way back to like Australia or something.
Oh, it's just crazy shit.
From Pitcairn Island. Like,
just
in a rowboat. Like, that's insane.
They're outrageous.
They almost died, but
yeah, of course, and they wish they were dead all the while they were on it. Now, when Columbus dispatched these two crewmen en route to Hispaniola, which is the island that encompasses all the Dominican Republic and Haiti, they encountered this then uncharted island, which comprises over 2 square miles in land area, harbors its own ecosystem of these dense fig trees, enough grassland to support goat herds. Now, whatever took place upon their landing caused them to vacate the premises without even stocking water, let alone even attempting the formalities of claiming it for the Spanish crown. They just noted it as Navassa, which means plain or field. And they recommended avoiding it at all costs. And mariners thereafter forever avoided approaching it for the next 300 years. Nobody dared to go on Navassa Island. The only people who landed were the black slaves after the Haitian Revolution. That's why they claimed it for Haiti. So the black slaves would fish on the island and say that they were never bothered. But whatever manifested on that island, whatever supernatural presence, was completely inimical to white men or white people. So it remained under Haitian jurisdiction for over 500 years. And its strategic location and its resources provoked its invasion and occupation by the American Empire. So it's about 9 times the size of the National Mall in Washington, D.C. That would probably be the best comparison. But once they were on the island, then they basically used it to bring slaves that had gone through the voodoo zombification process. And that's where they kept the slaves that were used specifically by the U.S. Army, which used such slaves endlessly and tirelessly till they dropped. Just used them until they died.
It's got like ruins on it or something.
Yeah. It's definitely a place where there's something underground. There's a lot of things underground.
I don't know. It shows this weird like Mayan-looking temple thing, but they claim it's empty. Like, and the rest of they're like all illustrations. They're like.
Yeah, not photographs, illustrations.
Yeah. There's just like a bunch of weird blob-like illustrations.
Thank you.
And then, should I read the official line?
Please, please.
It says, the U.S. claimed an uninhabited Navassa Island in 1857 for its guano. Mining took place between 1865 and 1898. The lighthouse, built in 1917, was shut down in 1996. And then administration of Navassa Island was transferred from the U.S. Coast Guard to the Department of the Interior, Office of Insular Affairs, which is bizarre, they transferred it to the island department, which
that's
doesn't
the administration.
exist.
That's the administration, but the Coast Guard still guards it. But go on.
Of course.
Yeah.
A 1998 scientific expedition to the island described it as a unique preserve of Caribbean biodiversity. The following year, they made it a national wildlife refuge, and annual scientific expeditions have continued.
Yeah, there you go. Scientific expeditions. Scientific expeditions
30,
to a tiny little
30
island.
miles northwest of Tiburon Peninsula in Haiti. So there you go.
And it's
nautical miles. Sorry, 30 nautical miles west.
Yeah, and it's they got all these nice black fucking zombie slaves underground along with an earthquake machine. Yeah, just
I like it. It's just they're just saying, oh, it's for bat guano. There's no fucking caves for bats.
Yeah,
What are they
thank
talking
you.
about?
Yes,
Bat guano.
there's no fucking bat guano. There's
That's
no
bizarre.
goddamn caves for the bat guano. Yes, thank you.
Like and like the little photo they give, it's like totally deserted. There's no birds. Like what the fuck is it? They show like a rock. It's like a rock in an ocean view. Like it's hilarious. Let me see. There's 6 photos. Shoreline. This bizarre looking. It's like an empty house. It's a house with no roof.
Yeah, look at this.
And a lighthouse.
Yeah, I'm sharing
go ahead.
screen. I'm sharing screen, and look at this shit. Look at what you see on the screen share. First you see the Bahamas, and then you'll see. Hopefully it'll go into repeat. You see the island. Then of course you see the weird map. And this,
Yeah,
look
so
at
this
that
is
shit.
what I
Look
saw.
at this.
Yeah, this is what I saw.
Look at that. What the fuck is that?
It's like they're the blobs. Yeah, those are the blobs. Yeah,
yeah,
like
look at
stylized blobs. A gray mass.
Yeah, look at this.
A blue mass.
Yeah, this, however, look at that.
Yeah, what the fuck is that?
Thank you. That's not a natural structure. That is like Mayan, Inca,
Ancient.
Aztec shit.
No, it's cursed. It's a cursed island.
Yeah. And when Columbus's men landed, they said they saw something.
Get the fuck out of here. Yeah.
Yeah. No, something happened that, normally they don't give a shit. Gold, right? Normally they say, gold, let's go inside, break in. But no, something came out.
I don't know if they saw
something came out. Exactly.
Yeah, and they were like, fuck the gold, fuck the water. Yeah, they just went back on. We'd rather die of thirst in the fucking seawater than this. Yes, it was some badass shit, but this stuff is not natural. No, and you can tell by the stylization of the architecture. This is my.
They have an aerial photo of it, but you can't zoom in. Like on the CIA website, it won't let you zoom in on it.
Yeah, of course.
It's like a grainy ass aerial photo of it.
Yeah. It's but it's not a house. No, not any normal conventional house. This is ruins. No. These are actual ruins.
And then this other photo, you can't even see a lighthouse. It's like they're lying about that too.
It's What the fuck? Yeah, it might make sense to have a lighthouse on it because you would want people to stay away, right? You're trying to get them not to crash. But who would maintain it? So if it's maintained by the scientists, and I like that they keep sending scientists.
Well, they disbanded it. They disbanded it in 1996, probably because everyone was scared shitless sleeping there.
No doubt. No fucking doubt. Or I'll tell you the truth, people began to fucking die. I'm sure that the fatality rates
they were going through like lighthouse people with water. They're like, fuck.
Yeah, I'm sure what happened was, people began, don't take that job. It began like no one who takes that job comes back. That's what happened. I can guarantee that. And
you're getting sent there, and then it's just like oh fuck, who'd you piss off?
Yeah. Oh shit. Well, if it were the scientists, then theoretically they couldn't order them there, but we know better. Yeah, they would fuck them over someplace and not tell them about the background, shove them over there. And
they were claiming like it was a lighthouse that was operated until 1996.
Jesus,
and
that's
then
a long time.
And then they let the scientists after that in 1998.
Well, there you go. Okay, so the lighthouse had to be Coast Guard, and Marine Corps occupied the place. But I'm sure, like I said, there were plenty of fatalities. So that's the island.
It's just probably constant.
Yeah. Oh, that's the island of death. No, it's And so it's, surrounded for a reason, probably for your own good. You don't want to land on it, but the Coast Guard will make sure you don't. Let's put it that way. So now that we...
Does that scalar weapon they're hiding do more than create earthquakes?
I mean, creating earthquakes is bad enough, isn't it? I mean, it's like, what more do you want?
Is it capable of doing? I'm just. Yeah.
No, it's definitely they generate earthquakes in Haiti at just the right time. Haiti was going to join with Alba when they generated the latest earthquake, or maybe the next to latest earthquake.
2008.
Yeah, and
or there was a recent one too. Yeah, that's right.
Yeah, there was a more recent one. It's like, but they keep generating it whenever Haiti gets close to getting its shit together. They just generate it again and again. But my point was, see, Haiti was the second republic in the Western Hemisphere after the United States of America. There were no other republics. Everything else was a colony in America, whether it was Mexico or Canada. These were colonies. And when it came to America, they were the first republic. The second republic was the Black Haitian Republic. For people who don't know, Brazil was never a republic at that time. It was a fucking empire underneath
It had a king, yeah. That's
Yeah,
right.
had the king of Portugal. And what happened was when Napoleon took over the Iberian Peninsula, he escaped to Brazil, and he set himself up as the fucking emperor of Brazil. So Brazil had a fucking empire under the king of Portugal. And then finally his family left. Yeah, his family left it and left it to, you know, the people who run Brazil now, and they hate Portuguese. You'd think they were at war. Right. Yeah, they feel towards Portugal like the way that America felt towards Britain after the Revolution, and but when it comes to the and they never gave up that feeling.
I asked when I was traveling in Europe, I was asking them, so what's Portugal like? And they're like, it's just a bunch of farms and hipsters that buy them from the West. Like, so Portugal's basically empty. It's just a bunch of farmland and, like, there's a few cities, but other than that.
Yeah.
It was nothing notable, essentially, is what he said. This guy's traveled everywhere, all over the earth, and he said Portugal's basically nothing there.
Yeah. No, I can understand that. I mean, they navigated half the fucking world, though. You got to give them credit for that. I mean,
yeah, probably because there's nothing back home.
Yeah, because there's nothing back home. Yeah, I'll buy that. Yeah, I'll buy that. Fuck yeah.
Logical.
Yeah, no wonder they went out.
Like, there must be something else out there.
Yeah, no wonder they went out and conquered as much of the world as they fucking could. Yeah.
Makes sense.
Yeah, of course, it's like Britain. Britain conquered the world because, Britain's, let's put it this way, you don't see the sun very often, right? It's, it may have a high quality of life if you know the system, but you can imagine what it was like originally before, it's not the most
in the Victorian era was this shit.
Yeah. Oh, God. Well, don't even go there. I mean, I was thinking of, like, the Roman era, but the Victorian era, it's just shit in the streets.
The kings were, before the 1600s, the kings were, like, shivering in their castles and shit. They had, like, no windows. And,
just big
definitely
fireplace.
That's true.
Yeah, the whole life focused on the big fireplace and shit. And but then the Victorian era, oh fuck, you've got the angle-shaped, the V-shaped runnel in the middle of the streets where all the shit went into.
Yep.
You got just so much
then
sewage.
You had like murderers like fucking Jack the Ripper and shit.
Oh yeah, just open running sewage in several areas of the city, just running straight through the city. It was just
people drinking like tainted freaking tap water or like the well water.
Oh no, they had to boil it, but they're boiling the shit out of the water and everything else. It's no, it was a nightmare.
Well, the Bronte sisters were near that cursed well.
No, the dead. It was they were getting the runoff of the
that's a real story.
Water.
That's a real thing. I'll send you the video of where they visit the well.
Oh yeah. The well was getting the cadaver runoff from all the cemeteries nearby, so they were drinking dead body juice. That's basically.
So that's the Victorian era.
It's like no. Say all kinds of nopes. It's you don't want nothing to do with that. It's horrible. So Britain was, no wonder they went out to conquer the rest of the world. Who the fuck would want to stay home? It's like, invade everywhere you can, but get me out of England. And, that no wonder you had so many fucking volunteers. Sign me up. Yeah, get me the hell out of here. And, all that being said, what was?
So I have one more thing before I go to bed.
Sure.
I found the information about the silver that I was trying to tell you.
Oh, tell us.
Colloidal silver.
Yes. Tell us.
Okay, hold on. I have to go get the pamphlet.
Mm-hmm.
Like what I was telling you about how the dude that turned blue,
Yeah.
how that was all bullshit. So I have actual quote unquote evidence or like some write up about it.
Okay.
Oh, shit.
Well, I mean, wasn't he using a imperfect formula anyway, like some kind of homegrown shit or something he was doing?
Yeah, that's
Papa
what
Smurf.
this explains. This
Yeah.
gives like actual tangible things instead of me just talking shit.
Understood.
So it says the Blue Man Fraud. That's the title of the article.
Cool.
By now, nearly everyone has heard the story.
By
of
the way,
Paul
disambiguate
Karasan.
for our listeners so they don't think you're talking about the Blue Man
not,
group.
Yeah, not the Blue Man group. They just used body paint. Yeah, but this is the blue guy that he took so much colloidal silver he turned blue. But as we're going to find out, it wasn't colloidal silver. The story is about Paul Karasan, who the news media has dubbed the Blue Man. The Blue Man story became a major media disinformation event.
Actually, they started calling him Papa Smurf, but go on.
Yeah, the Papa Smurf. Yeah, there you go. Was produced by a public relations firm and paid for by pharmaceutical interests. The purpose of this campaign was to scare away public from using colloidal silver products. The tactic was to claim that the Blue Man, Papa Smurf's condition was caused by his use of colloidal silver, thus implying that anyone who uses it will suffer a similar fate. It is a study in blatant misrepresentation. The fact is that Paul has a condition called agrigria. Oh my God, I can't say it. Argyria.
Okay. Wow.
That term Argyria, Argyria, that turns the skin a blue-gray color. He got this condition by taking a homemade silver compound that was mostly a high-concentration ionic silver solution. When he prepared the solution, he believed he was making colloidal silver. He was not, in fact, making colloidal silver. To make the solution even more dangerous, he added salt to the brew and then used electrolysis to make a high concentration of silver chloride with large particles, which is well known to cause argyria. He further applied the compound to his skin to become an internal and external photographic plate. So that's what they were using to fix photographs, is this silver chloride.
Holy
which
shit.
Anyone who in the film industry would know that, or that used to do cameras and stuff. He further applied the compound to his skin, causing him to become fixed. To finish himself off, he used a tanning bed to fix the silver to his body.
Why?
The moral of the story is know the difference between true colloidal silver, ionic silver, or silver protein solution, and do not make it at home. And they give the caveat: true colloidal silver cannot be made at home.
Yes.
There you go.
Okay. Oh my fucking God.
I'll add one last thing.
Sure.
Sorry, I'm gonna drift off, but yeah, you're right, Brendan. Like the particle size is everything. Literally everything.
You want them small as possible.
Yeah. So I have the rest of the article if you guys want like details, or I can say it right now.
You can send it.
Yeah, and thank you, Aristides, for that input. I appreciate that profoundly.
Yeah.
And
because he's in material science, so he knows the background.
No, because the
physics.
effectiveness has to do with the surface area. So the smaller the particles, the more the surface area per volume ratio is. So you need less of it to do a great job. Whereas if you have these big, homemade, chunky particles, it's like you're just giving yourself a toxic load, and for no reason.
Yeah, it's just like heavy metals. It just becomes a heavy metal issue.
Oh my God!
Most products,
and they do sell really well-made ones with like nanoparticles. It's like I forget what it's called at the moment, but you know what I'm talking about.
Yes. And so thank you for that. And anything else to tell us, Brendan? Aristides, as he said, might fall asleep soon. What about yourself, Brendan? Anything else to say about this, or you're just going to send us all the links? Correct? Yeah.
I mean, I could finish this part just to give context.
Sure.
Most products claiming to be high concentrations of colloidal silver, typically in the range of 30 parts per million to 20,000 parts per million, are in fact silver protein products. While some of these products are labeled as silver protein or mild silver protein, many of them are simply labeled as colloidal silver, and the word protein does not appear on the label or in the product or advertising literature. Silver protein products generally have very large particles, so large that they would not remain suspended as colloidals without protein additives. Of the three types of colloidal silver, silver protein products have the lowest particle surface area for a given concentration. This makes the silver inaccessible for safe human absorption, less effective for human use. And the particle surface area, as we have discussed, is the single most important determinant of colloidal silver effectiveness, which is what Aristides was referring to through his expertise.
What are the other two kinds?
So it was the salts, the silver ions, and then this thing, the silver proteins. But the ions, they're going to get to in a second. Silver protein products have numerous dangers. Due to the high concentration of silver particles, it is known to cause argyria, a condition that causes the skin to turn blue-gray. Certain products are not a silver protein, which does not cause argyria. Further, adding protein to a colloidal silver allows bacterial growth, etc., etc. There's also ionic silver solution. Why is the distinction between ionic silver and true silver colloid important? Because inside the human body, ionic silver quickly combines with chloride to form an insoluble compound called silver chloride, which is essentially unreactive compared to metallic silver nanoparticles. In fact, ionic silver cannot survive inside the human body. In the digestive tract, hydrochloric acid supplies the chloride ions that causes ionic silver to turn immediately to silver chloride. If some ionic sliver were to get into the bloodstream, it would encounter a large supply of chlorine ions, etc., etc. Only silver nanoparticles can survive inside the body. Metallic silver nanoparticles are unaffected by chloride ions and will circulate in the bloodstream, where they will work their magic. Ionic silver is also referred to as monatomic silver, silver hydrosol, and other producers who choose not to describe their products using scientifically correct terminology. These are marketing terms used to hide the truth of what is being sold. Producers of ionic silver solutions will suggest that colloidal silver should look clear, but this is in fact incorrect. Companies that sell ionic silver claim that their product is true and do not and attempt to confuse the buyer. Do not be fooled. If the product is clear and colorless, then it is ionic silver and not true silver colloid. Colloidal particles, when present in sufficient concentration, absorb visible light, causing the colloid to exhibit a quote-unquote apparent color. Silver ions do not absorb visible light, therefore they appear as a colorless liquid. Many producers of ionic silver recommend that they be stored in glass, amber, cobalt, because their products are photosensitive and deteriorate with light. True colloids do not have issues, and it confusingly adds to the product's frequency claim that silver ions are small particles consisting of ionic silver. Silver ions are not the same as silver particles, and these two terms are not interchangeable. A true colloid means particles, not ions, are in the solution. Another common trick is to display images of the transmission electron microscope that claim small particles are found, but in fact they do not show it. They show silver oxide particles, which are created during sample preparation.
Okay. Yeah, thank you for that. So that having been explained, we're really appreciative. And
there's a little more science for the true particles, so the third half of it. I can summarize though here. True colloidal silver products are the least prevalent type of colloidal silver on the market due to the high degree of manufacturing complexity and the high cost of production. The nanometer-sized particles in true silver colloids remain in colloidal suspension without requiring protein or other additives. It is the mutual repulsion of these particles created by an electrical charge called the zeta potential that keeps the particles uniformly distributed in the colloid. Due to the low concentration of ionic silver and small particle size, true silver colloids do not cause argyria, a condition that causes blue-gray skin.
Or
And
as
a critical
Nemo said it was an extreme case of blue balls. But go on.
Yeah, well, that guy was definitely not getting laid. He couldn't even get to that point. The Smurf guy. Like, he looked bad. Yeah. Effectiveness of the particle surface area is that the more surface area the silver is exposed to the environment, aka the bloodstream, the more effective it would be. And in a true colloidal silver, the silver content is in the form of particles. So there you go.
Thank you. Yeah, important points and well appreciated. And so before our
So
dear,
don't get clear colloidal silver, you're saying.
What's up?
So
Say
don't
that-
get clear colloidal silver, you're saying.
Yeah, the clear one will be ionic silver, which is not effective.
okay, so what I might do is I might close off the transmission to have a few minutes private conversation with Brendan Zogit while he's still available before he goes to sleep, and that way Aristides will also be here a few minutes before they go to sleep. So I want to
I'm
thank.
gonna jump off.
Well, not yet. Wait till we have the private conversation. I just want to let people know that we may continue what I was saying about importing the American Revolution on Wednesday, but the main point to remember is this. The American Revolution was based on slavery, or the propertied men who were the slave owners, who were Masons, Freemasons, and the next Masonic Revolution that was fought around the idea of basically slave ownership and the states' rights, which promoted the ownership of chattel slavery and the economy, the continuity thereof, was that of the Confederate States Rebellion. And that's why they have George Washington as the Confederate States of America seal. For those of you who don't know, the Great Seal of the Confederate States of America is George Washington on horseback. So that is their model of a kind of internally imported revolution, or the resurgence of an American revolutionary spirit in the spirit of the Founding Fathers, which was not what you would consider positive by today's moral standards. Such being said, the only other time that revolution was imported was during British decolonization in the 1960s, and in the year my sister was born, 1963, well, basically around 1965, really, when the British were decolonizing, there was one white minority republic which declared independence from the British Empire because the British asked the whites to leave because they were decolonizing. And they said, no, we're staying here. This is our land. And it was a white minority government, and that was the Republic of Rhodesia. So understand that until 1980, with the true and ultimate fall of Rhodesia, that was the only other nation bent on repeating the American Revolution. That was the only other manifestation of the exportation of the American revolutionary spirit of white minority ownership of property estates. So the Americans did succeed in importing the revolution, but as you can see by the examples, most people would not consider it a positive. But of course, arguments can be made concerning both cases of the Confederate States and Rhodesia. Perhaps we'll explore some of that on Wednesday, but obviously, just so people know, that was the point I was trying to make. America's Revolution was exported, but you do need a propertied white minority to carry out an American Republican Revolution. Just so hopefully that history is driven home. I'm going to end the stream now, but maintain the call for a few minutes. So let me shut down the live stream. And I thank you all for listening. Join us again on Wednesday. It will be here before you know it. I'm losing my voice anyway. So let's end stream for now. We love you all who support us. I do need money for rent. So $300 is what we're trying to raise. Please supply as much money as you can. $150 for this episode, another $150 for the next episode. We should be approaching something that will work. Hopefully we can get $200 for this episode, $200 for the next, and that'll last me through paying the rent all the way through my deposit of my next income check. So, okay, ending stream. And pressing all the buttons, triple redundancy process.